It's a beautiful Saturday morning, and it's also the 22nd day in the month of November 2025. And a big welcome to another interesting edition of the Morning Buzz here on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. I'm not alone in the studio this morning. I have quite an interesting lineup for us this morning. One of the topic of conversation is on insecurity, which happen to be one of the things on the lips of Nigerians at this particular time. FG delegations meet U.S. officials as tension rises in Nigeria. The tension we're looking at is a whole lot. The kidnapping of 35 girls from Maga in Kebbi State, and also the abduction of another undisclosed number of children too, or people again, from a certain Samari schools in Niger State, and also the abduction of church people from Eruku in Kwara State, where we learned that bandits at this point have declared that they can release them, but they have to pay 3 billion naira, 100 million naira for individual. Quite a heartbreaking situation.
And I am Nina Ndomdioto, and of course, one that topic we'll be discussing today is Kano behind bars, strict custody ordered, and of course, dialogue urged in Southeast.
All right, those are the major topic of conversation for today. However, we have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button. If you've not done that, subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are Vop Tv Live. You can also visit our website at www.vop.ng. There you have fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call in or share your thoughts and reaction via WhatsApp through this number 0904-473-2605. Because with Voice of the People, you have more than a voice. And talking about other trending stories, today is interesting to know that yesterday the Vice President Kashim Shettima departed Abuja for South Africa to represent President Bola Tinubu at the G20 Leaders Summit taking place from November 22, which is today, to November 23rd at the Johannesburg Expo Center. Tinubu, invited by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, remains in Nigeria to focus on domestic security challenges, including the recent abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi and attacks in Kwara State. Shettima will participate in the official summit sessions, engaging with global leaders on economic stability, development, financing, energy transition, and Africa's role in global economy. He is expected to return to Nigeria after the summit concludes, as confirmed by Stanley Kocha, who is the Vice President's Senior Special Assistant on Media. Interesting story indeed. First, it was the social media handlers of the president coming up to tell Nigerians that no, the president himself will go to the summit G20 after he was invited by the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. And recall that the G20 summit, the Leaders Summit, is happening first on the soil of Africa in South Africa this time, 2025. And the president said that that was the reason he wanted the president to go to attend such, showing that it's going to more like project Nigeria for the world to see the vital role Nigeria, the giant of Africa, is playing and unifying not just ECOWAS at this point, but making sure that the bloc, Africa itself, is being recognized. And people decided to call out on the president to say, why will you embark on such a journey? Some people even went as far as, trying to equate such with a man who's as on fire chasing rats, because it was during that period that the issue of insecurity happened to be at the top burner, and also the recent redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern was making waves. So Nigerians were asking, why would the president leave? Why is it going just to participate, in the G20 leadership, even though we had to participate in the official session, of that summit? Even though it is the first time it's happening in the soil of Africa, is it that the lives of Nigerians doesn't matter and all that? Those are the questions.
Yeah, very true, because I know some persons were really, really upset. In some quarters, there were agitations, like how would our president, does it mean that our lives, Nigerians' lives doesn't matter or do not matter? Like how can you decide to leave the country when it looks like the country is on fire? Insecurity is, it's at the topmost at the moment, and then you want to go and attend a summit that you're not even a part of, And
some say you're going to observe, but it's if you're saying he's part of it because we are part of it. We got invitation.
We're not really part of the G20.
Yeah, we're not part of the G20, but they call us to observe, more like to sit around and understand.
Observation.
And, but now, the question around this is, the president have decided to say he's not going to South Africa again. He sent the VP to go represent us. Are we seeing the president now moving swiftly the way any other person or any other president would have done? We saw what Vladimir Putin did. We saw what Zelensky did for the people when there was war. We also saw how Netanyahu come up to speak and also has his foot on ground after Gaza people enter their land and slaughter innocent people. Although people have said that Netanyahu's act is more like an overkill and overrage. But I haven't really seen that in Nigeria. Are we going to see it happen anytime soon? Apart from sending emissary to Plateau and saying go there, broker peace, and sending chief the CDS move to Kebbi and make sure you hold this. Are we going to see security end?
I don't know, because really, because even one of the things I actually said when I noticed that Shetima was the one who went to Kebbi, I was like, aside from the president saying he's no longer going to South Africa, he should have also gone to Kebbi
himself,
rather than sending the vice president to go. And we've seen it in different cases. Even when it happened in Plateau, he didn't go. Only when he went to, I think that was the Iwata issue. So when he went there for something else.
Some would say he went to Iwata because the Leo the 14 commented on the killings, and the very dark man, Vincent Ose, posted the video he saw, and that was what made him. Did he even get to Iwata?
He didn't even get to Iwata. Exactly.
He stopped.
So it just looks like our president isn't really, he has to really show us in his actions that he understands our plight as Nigerians, and he stands with us, and he wants to take action. Because all of all this, like you said, sending emissaries, it might not really be enough. That's not what we need at the moment. We need more than action. We need more than just sending persons. We need more action on our president's part.
Now, when the vice president, or during the statement released by Coach, I said that the vice president is going there, to make sure he engages with global leaders on economic stability, development of the financing sector, even energy transition, and Africa's role in global economy. And I asked, how? What role are we playing in global economy when we know all we basically do most of the time is to go out there to borrow? Some persons say, are we going there to beg the leaders again to find a way to reduce our debt? Because we saw that also play out in Onga. So it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot to start with. Now, are you going to learn from leaders who are doing something for their people? And even because I can recall when the president went to Brazil, he traveled to Brazil, to France, and so many other places, and the social media handlers, or rather his media aides, were all out to tell Nigerians that he went there to learn this, to do this, to make sure we have a good bilateral relationship with every other nation, so that we will be able to benefit from them. And the question is, what are we benefiting? Where is the result or the fruit of those meetings and those travels? The foreign direct investors were worrying, where are they going to be? Is it in a place like Sokoto, or is it in a place like Taraba, or maybe the Plateau, the Benue, the Katsina, where there is insecurity? Where are we going to see them? We're talking about the core north now. Kwara State. The other day, it was at a church. There was a video and all that. There was a video that surfaced on social media, and my little cousin called my attention to it. And then her pain was that a bandit, a terrorist, who happens to be enjoying the leisures from her sovereign nation, is displaying an iPhone 17 Pro Max on social media. Yes. Wow. And then she said, my pain is this: a terrorist, a non-state actor, could get a hold of a phone as sophisticated as such gadget before normal citizens, before legitimate citizens, before people who don't cause mayhem or who don't engage in killings. And they were like, oh, okay. Are you just noticing it at this point in time? Don't you know also that when you and I were battling cash crunch in Nigeria, terrorists were doing giveaway with your new printed Naira note? It speaks to how, will I say, complacent, or how the administration, or even the ones before them, have emboldened unscrupulous element and non-state actors to take over our country and also make sure that the issue of terrorism festers. But I'm happy that Shetima decided to visit, or rather to embark on this journey. And I know when he will be asked about the issue of possible Christian genocide happening in Nigeria, I want to get his own. Yes, people will ask. It's not just for the United Nations to be talking about it. African leaders, although the AU board stood up to say we don't have Christian genocide in Nigeria, we have just pockets of killings. And I want to know when the pockets of killings in Nigeria will end, because it is really, really disheartening that people will go to bed hoping that tomorrow they will get up to go do their normal business and people will go and lynch them and kill them, cold-bloodedly murder them. And Nigeria is still moving in the ways of the leaders. All right, now away from that, we have another interesting story to look at, a very beautiful one also to look at. Nina, what do you think?
Okay, and the National Universities Commission has introduced a policy to regulate honorary degrees and curb racketeering in Nigerian higher education. Addressing journalists in Abuja, Abdullahi Yusuf Ribadu reviewed 32 institutions, including unaccredited foreign and local universities, have been identified for misusing honorary doctorates by awarding them without merit or proper oversight. The policy agreed upon by Vice Chancellors prohibits awarding honorary degrees to 7 public officials and warns against using the title doctor without proper disclosure, citing legal consequences for false representation. NUC stressed that only approved Nigerian universities have the right to confer honorary degrees under national law, and recipients must use proper nomenclature such as Doctor of Literature, Honoris Causa, or D.Lit. HC. The guidelines make clear that honorary degree holders cannot practice as scholars or professionals, supervise research, or manage administrative units. The move aims to preserve the integrity of academic qualifications, protect public trust, and prevent institutions from operating as honorary doctorate mules. Yeah, so this, when I saw this story, I smiled. I felt like this was a long time coming because you get to see many persons who are given these honorary degrees, and you ask yourself, what is the place of those who have actually gone to school, who have gone through, rigorous training, who have gone through rigorous, how would I put it? Who have gone through, they've had to, write have assessment. They've done their tests. If for you to get a PhD, it's not a walk in the park. And then after going through this level of rigorous training, unless someone just goes out there and gets it with money, and then now poses
for that,
and then poses himself or herself as a doctor. And it's everywhere these days. It's a wonder how we've degenerated to this level that people are now buying honorary, like people now get to pay for these degrees when you're supposed to actually go through a level of training. And it's good that NUC is coming out at this time, to say that there has to be a stop to this and ensure that Nigerians, take the proper, that guidelines should be followed. And of course, they've said that public officials should not even be giving these honorary doctors the honorary titles. And if you have these honorary titles, you should the right title to use. According to them, use the proper nomenclature, so that we would know that it is not actually a PhD
or a medical doctor.
A medical doctor. That it is an honorary, so that we'll know, we'll know who is who. Because sometimes some of these doctors actually take up roles that are not supposed, and it will definitely show at some point your level of knowledge, because we know that doctors or PhD holders have gone through a particular line of, What do you think about it?
For me, it's one thing is coming up to say that they have found out that 32 universities and even unaccredited institutions too are giving out or joining the other people who have money to do racketeering with these degrees. The honoris causa, as the case may be, should be, we know it happens. It's legal for people to have such, but it's a way to more like appreciate someone who must have done so much or so well for other people. That's why I'll have this, the honorable doctorate degree that we give to people. But now the problem I have with this is, now you've identified 32 institutions. What happened to be the penalty? NUC, exactly. What have you done to those institutions that we notice that they are joining or turning out to convert their institutions into a meal where someone, after maybe misappropriating public fund or even abuse of office, will move straight down to such university and dump the money in it, or such institution, dump the money with them, and boom, they'll give the person an honorary degree award. And you begin to ask, what is really happening? If we cannot find a way to punish the defaulters or offenders, then how are we not going to, who will serve as deterrent for people not to indulge in such? And also, I believe that, for the people who are being offered, who receive these awards from people, from institutions, they know the right thing to do. But because they want to go out there to confuse the world and make it look like, okay, you don't even know I'm now a doctor, and guess what? Some of them, if you want to introduce them, I have been opportunity.
If you don't call them doctor, you
God bless you. I can recall what happened someday. There was a particular day I was to MC an event, host a corporate event, and I do that sometimes. And then I was introducing a man. They give me the name and everything. I called this name multiple times, and this person refused standing up because I did not add the doctor, which happened to be the award given to him. And I was like, what happened? Later, someone came to me. Don't do this, or he won't answer you, And then I asked, sorry, is he a PhD holder? I said, no. Is he a medical doctor? I said, no. Okay, he's a professor. Then what happened? Oh, okay, the award given to him by a certain. I said, oh, nice one. He want me to make sure I call him the doctor that was conferred on him by. And I said, okay, fine, no problem. But guess what? I used the word, the HC, that's the honoris causa. After doing that introduction, I have to add dates for him to understand that, you're not really a professor. We actually understand that. Maybe you must have done one thing good or another for this institution for them to deem it fit to award you. But you don't wake up to make it look more like it's now a glamorous thing that I was, And at the end of the day, I was asked, why did you do that? I said, no, that's a way for us to differentiate between the professors, because I can't imagine going through, like you pointed out, rigorous academic training and everything, writing exams, defending so many theses, making sure I do this and that, write journals. At the end of the day, someone who
just pays an amount of money, and then and funnily enough, those people who actually are conferred actually have this thing of, like you said, they want you to call, yes. They want you to really, they want you to just say it. People should know that I'm a doctor, And it's just painful that this is what we have. Like you said, it's legal. It's not a bad idea that it's not a bad idea to confer titles to people. But when it now looks as if it's now the order of the day, many persons get to now pay just to acquire these honorary doctors, and then they now make it look as if they've actually gone through this training, and then they now carry this title of doctors in their head, and everybody's, it's just funny. So, like you also mentioned, I think that's one other thing that really needs to be done. It's not just about calling out these universities. Actually need to go out of their way to ensure that they are sanctioned, because the question is, what are you doing about it? It's not just saying these people, these 32 universities, but what have you done and what are you going to do? Because when you do something that now serves as deterrent to others to ensure that they don't follow suit and then they do something different.
Another thing again is this: if we still leave the decision for people to get these honorary doctorate degree awards to them, or rather take away the degree, honorary doctorate award to them, we still leave the whole process, for the institution. They use their discretion It's their duty to decide on who to confer
who to
this or
confer.
not. We'll still have misuse of it because I can decide that I want to give this to someone who must have shown me love in one way or another. I will run to my aid to help out, and guess what? It's still going to amount to a certain level of abuse. Just like some persons that we know we've conferred national awards or not to. And if you check out, you find out that some people will be like, no, this person don't really deserve it. So how come? Yes, they don't really deserve it. What are we giving them this award for? What are we awarding them? Are we applauding? But when you check it all out, you find out that the onus still lies on not just NUC, even the government, but since we see that discretion to do all this, we'll still find a way to do what? To still abuse it. But let's see how it turns out. I pray and I hope that AUC will look into this so that most institutions will stop turning into an honorary doctorate muse where individual can just walk in and get one award being conferred in. All right, having said that, I'll take a quick break and when we'll come back, it will be newspaper analysis. Do well to stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the newspaper headline review. And we have the Saturday Independent, the First Daily, the Guardian Weekend, the Saturday Vanguard, Saturday Tribune, and a whole lot more on our table this morning. And I would like to start off from the Saturday Independent with the window headlines. Senate Sunny urged FG to see Trump's statement as a wake-up call. The story is on page 3 of the Saturday Independent, and beside that, power, uniform, and politics, the implication of Yerima and Wike clash for Nigeria's democracy. Okay, and then the banner headline, unsafe water, open defecation, Nigeria's hidden public health emergency. Insecurity, FG orders closure 41 federal unit colleges. And we have other headlines there. FG moves Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto prison. Ohanaeze to that. Right after that, I beg your pardon. Ohanaeze urged Tinubu to embrace political solution, national reconciliation, and court judgment. Bandits demand 100 million ransom per Kora Church abducted victim. Value versus volume. St. Peter's debunks myth of expensive excellence in Nollywood. Police confirm students' abduction in Paparish School. Can Niger government condemn attack? And we have the last but not the least of the headlines. UNICEF, NGE, DAME hold dialogue on safeguarding Nigerian child. Those are the stories on the cover page of Saturday Independent.
Okay, we now move on to First Daily newspaper. Above the masthead, we have terrorist storm Catholic school in Niger, abduct students and staff. And the banner headline here is Nigeria rocked by mass abductions, executions across 7 states. Above that, we have 1 week of unending terror. Another headline we have here is Kano is our crown prince, not a terrorist. Umuahia monarchs reject life sentence. And underneath that, we have Ribadu meets U.S. Defense Secretary over Trump's military threat. Also, another headline we have there is Nnamdi Kanu moved to Sokoto prison sparks national outcry. We also have police military launch massive rescue operation after Niger school kidnapping. Also, we have Khan condemns Niger school attack, demands victims safe return. Also, we have Bianca Ojukwu speaks on Nnamdi Kanu's sentencing, and that's all we have on First Daily newspaper.
The Guardian Weekend is up next between the headlines. Inside military's counter-insurgency, flooding endangering African locust tree in Sokoto communities. And then hashtag genocide crisis, where is Nigeria's National Assembly? That's a question. And La Cepa maps out strategies against cholera outbreak. We have the banner headline, Inside Maga Schoolgirl's Abduction. How bandits shot my husband in my presence, late vice principal's wife. Quite an ordeal. And beneath that, greatest hindrance to rail development is funding, not technical skill, says Beifa. Insecurity, Sowolu, Southwest stakeholders seek indigenous solutions, state policing. Right after that, counter-insurgency requires love for country, says Chimo Ibrahim. Tension heightens over abduction of students, staff from Niger Catholic School. What unites Nigerians is stronger than any political divide. That's coming from the President Tinubu himself. And right after that, Makinde Mohammed others salute Bode George at 80. The story is on page 2. A day to honor Babarinsa Jimo, Lakimfa, 20 others at 34th award presentation. Right after that story, UNICEF NGE Dame holds dialogue on safeguarding the Nigerian child. The last but not the least of the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian Weekend, FG to sanction varsities over reckless conferment of honorary degrees.
Okay, we now move on to Saturday Vanguard. The banner headline here we have is on the sport. Super Eagles failure. President Tinubu must intervene now, says Toro. And underneath that we have Yusuf Ali, players boycott, didn't show commitment. Then another sub-writer here is Kojo Amesiamaka called for return to grassroots sport. Also, we have JJ Okocha Ayegbeni say off-the-pitch issues cost Nigeria World Cup ticket. Away from that, we have executive grip feeling corruption in judiciary. Nigerians react to Tinubu's warning. We have that on page 10 of the Saturday Vanguard. Also on the Saturday Vanguard, we have finally, that's above the masthead, we have finally Nest Oil takes full possession of his headquarters after initial police defiance of court order. Also, we have I begged Bode Judge not to go on exile after my 2023 victory. That's said by Tinubu. That's all we have on the Saturday Vanguard.
The Saturday Tribune is up next. The banner headline, FG, states panic, short school as mass abduction of students spreads. 52 Catholic school students, staff taken away in Niger. Above the masthead, the window headlines are Babio governors, ex-governors mourn Segun Awolowo's death. Nnamdi Kanu moved to Sokoto prison, lawyer. And then we have other headlines on the cover page of the Saturday Tribune to be Ogun police deploy tactical team to Ajebo. Tinubu working hard to end killings, information minister. Kora community releases list of 38 abducted in church. If you have one wife, she can cheat on you and break your heart. So I decide to have 5 of them. That's coming from Wari Fridiam Seller. And the story is on page 10 of the Saturday Tribune. And we've been joined in the studio this beautiful Saturday morning by an erudite, philosopher in this studio. He is Dr. Peter Anosike, a philosopher, a development economist, best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good morning, Dr. Peter Anosike.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you join today's Morning Boss. All right, those are the headlines that made it to the cover page of the National Dailies. I would like to get your reaction on any of the stories that you've listened to thus far.
I want to talk about the incessant adoption of students. So I don't know why students have become the target, this time.
But that is actually a major topic of conversation. The first topic we have is on insecurity.
Okay.
And now I would like you to, what do you make of the fact that the federal government at this point have come up to say that they are going to have, they will sanction varsities over reckless conferment of honorary degree to people. According to what NUC told us today, 32 institutions are turning themselves into an honorary degree meal for Nigerians.
Well, they are seeing it as a way of getting funding, which to me is not right. Understand? I know of somebody who is a senator. After interviewing him, he will say that I should make sure that I write his story well. Understand? So that I know that he doesn't know how to speak. Understand? But this guy is going with a doctorate degree in business administration from University of Ibadan.
But he can write. We know that some people cannot speak well, but they will be able to write. While some can speak and not be able to write.
The mind did not go beyond primary 6.
Oh.
Understand me? So for me, it is an abuse of academic excellence. Because people who cannot even put 2 and 2 together are answering doctors everywhere. And you don't know who is who. For me, it took me 5 solid years. 5 solid years of research and then written. That's why I prefer people calling me Peter Nosike, PhD, than Dr. Peter Nosike, because every somebody can have is Dr. Nosike, but PhD differentiated. So I'm in support of National University Commission. Understand? It should be based on merit, not with money.
Now, when you say it should be based on merit, though we are doing newspaper analysis, we're not doing question and answer, but I would like to ask at this point, because we know what the honoris causa stands for. A way to tell people, thank you for a job well done, especially when they must have in one way or another, contribute to the growth of the society, regardless of the academic qualification and all that. So when you say that anybody cannot, people are buying it or using it now to...
They are buying it everywhere.
What will you now say about a
And
national award or honors?
so cheap that some state universities are giving that 1.5 million.
Or you don't have a price tag? 1.5
1.5 million.
Nina, after the show, we are going to get our own. We are going to get ours.
Understand me? So
Oh.
it's been bastardized. It is being bastardized. So for me, I'm a student of regulation. I believe everything in life should be regulated, because once there's no regulation, it's a subject to abuse. So on that score, I'm on the same page here with NUC.
All right. Yesterday, the vice president left Nigeria to represent, the country in the G20 summit. Recall that
South Africa.
In South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa invited us, and we have to go there. And we learned today that he is already in South Africa, in Johannesburg, for that summit. Some people are frowning at that. Some are saying, "What are we going there to do?" Some are saying, "Why should we go there as observers and all of that?" What do you make of that? So, what's your take on it?
No, for me, it is not on the president that went to South Africa, so it's a good one. So I like the way that the president said that he will not go. Understand me? So I now send his vice president as a sign of our respect. Nigerians voted for Boname Tinubu and not Shetima. So Nigerians voted for Boname Tinubu and not Shetima. So for me, it would have been bad if Tinubu has abandoned the state of the nation and go to South Africa.
On the cover page of Saturday Tribune today, on a lighter note and on a serious note, a man said, "If you have one wife, she can cheat on you and break your heart. So I decide to have 5 of them." And this man actually is in Warri. He sells fried yam. Let's get this as a man. 5 wives.
It is better to have 3 than to have 1.
Eh?
It is better that, no, on a serious note.
Okay.
It's better that to have 3 than to have 1. So that there will be competition. Understand me? There will be competition. Each will be competing on treating you better than the other so that you become the favorite. But if it's just one,
If let's say give it to them, tell us. There's something they are not telling us.
Dr. Peter, it's so funny that you're saying this. Like you're actually saying it's better to have 3 wives than to have one wife.
Yes, it's safer.
How many
It's
husbands
safer.
are women supposed to have?
So why should we women? Why should we now manage just one husband?
No, how many are we supposed to have? How many do you prescribe for us to have now for us to be safe too?
Well-
Prescription, doctor's prescription. Let's get it.
Well, I'm speaking for the men. I don't have a women experience.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm speaking for the men. But men who married more than one wife live longer than those who married just one wife.
Wow.
We'll put this up for debate. Those who are against and those who are for. Will
Go and do your research.
Wow.
Are you serious?
I'm surprised at this
Very, very.
because I actually feel that when you marry more wives, you have more troubles
Exactly.
to yourself because
No.
one wife alone
They'll be
is.
competing to. There'll be competition among them. Understand? Each will be trying that to cook something better.
I
Each will be
beg to
trying that
differ.
to serve you more.
Okay, for the man, but what of the family in the whole? It's actually more contentious as a polygamist. You have a family that there's so much contention in that family. There's so much disagreement. There's so it's even in a polygamy family where you get to see people get to do so many things just to ensure that they maintain how will I put it? They are the heart of the man.
That's what I mean by the competition.
But it's still sometimes some of them go diabolical.
You need to ask how many wives does Methuselah marry and how many does Solomon have, and 2 of them who stayed longer. But anyway, we go on a quick break and we'll come back. Remember, it's still the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People television. We'll move straight down into the meat of today's discussion, which is insecurity crisis and how federal government's delegation meets with United States officials on the issue of insecurity as tension actually rises. A particular national daily today have it at the cover page of the national daily saying 7 days of non-stop of abduction in Nigeria. We'll dissect this after this break. Do what to stay with us. Welcome back. It's still the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. Nigeria is facing renewed security concerns following coordinated school abductions in Kebbi and Niger State. In Kebbi, Governor Nasir Idris questioned why military personnel withdrew shortly before bandits kidnapped students, despite prior intelligence. In Niger, gunmen attacked St. Mary's Catholic School after the institution ignored a government directive to remain closed due to heightened threats. Both CAN and Catholic Diocese condemned the attacks as security agencies intensify rescue operations. The incident highlights a worsening nationwide insecurity crisis, with clerics like Primate Elijah Ayodele warning that kidnapping and killings have become routine due to overstretched security agency and poor coordination. Stakeholders, including political leaders, are urging urgent and decisive government action to protect schools and vulnerable communities. Amid this, Nigeria's concerns have drawn international attention. A delegation led by NSA Nuhu Ribadu met with U.S. defense officials following Donald Trump's controversial threat to send troops to Nigeria over alleged Christian persecution. This comes as Nigeria prepares to spend 6.57 trillion naira on security and defense in 2025, raising questions about effectiveness and accountability in safeguarding citizens. We have with us in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who is an analyst, a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. And joining us virtually is barrister Eze Eluche, an attorney at law, and also a public and political affairs analyst. We still have Comrade Ibrahim Momo, who is a lecturer and public affairs analyst, political commentator, as well as a human rights activist. Join us also from Benin City. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Comrade Ibrahim. Good morning, barrister Eze Eluche.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on your program today.
Good to have you join this conversation. Good morning, comrade. Without wasting much time, let me start off with you, barrister Eze Eluche. The recent surge in insecurity in Nigeria, the recent killing, some people say for one whole week, that's 7 days. We've been hearing stories of abduction, of killings, and all that happening in Nigeria. What do you have to say about this? Given the fact that we have a particular man who should have been, a respected individual, though, George Akume, coming up to say that since the declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and also Trump's statements that the unscrupulous non-state actors who have been killing Nigerians, terrorizing the whole country, more like they got emboldened to prove a point. What do you make of this, please? Just opposing it with what is happening in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. To briefly respond to George Akume, he's lying. He's lying in the sense that these killings, the kidnappings, abductions across the country has been happening. The only difference now is that with the U.S. Classification of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, journalists now feel free to report on it. Before, there was virtually an embargo on reporting this abduction, these killings. Then when you hear from the eyewitness, those who are on ground in Taraba, Nasarawa, Benue Plateau, they tell you these things have been going on a near daily basis. So the reportage has only increased because of the international attention, and everybody's now trying to get their own story on the front burner. But that's just so. George Akume is lying when he says that there has been an upsurge. This has been happening for quite a while, and Mr. President Bola Tinubu and his entire cabinet have virtually, but they left the whole. They didn't even bother. They didn't bother. If you recollect, it was only after the Pope Louis XIV's homily in the Vatican that Mr. Bola Tinubu visited for the very first time, a scene of mass casualties. That was in Yelewata. Otherwise, people will not even know about what happened in that city or that town, which is less than 5 kilometers from the Makurdi, the Benue State capital. Well, my reaction to what's been going on is this. We have, for too long, hidden realities, and now the realities have come to the fore. We have, from what you just reeled out about what happened in Kebbi State, where Governor Idris is now asking very serious questions. Who redeployed the military less than 30 minutes to the time the terrorists struck? Now, this is not the first time this is happening. In several instances of these attacks, of these mass abductions, the natives, the villagers who were attacked have always said this, that the soldiers, the roadblocks were there, and when they left, less than 30 minutes, 1 hour, or even less than 24 hours after the roadblocks left, the terrorists hit them. Now, that tells you that there's a direct connection, a very direct connection between elements in the military and these terrorist attacks. The mistake is people are thinking that this is the first time it's happened because Governor Idris has mentioned it. No. I've got a eyewitness account of what has happened in various other communities. They said, yes, slightly before the terrorists struck, the roadblocks, the military, and everybody left the scene, only to allow the terrorists to have a field day. With regards to what happened in Niger State, Governor Bago is making he's trying to be clever by half. when he says the school did not obey instructions and that is why the thing happened. He should be ashamed of himself. Bago should be ashamed of himself. The reason is this: more than half of Niger State, and I repeat, more than half of Niger State has been under terrorist command and control. Entire local government areas in Niger State pay taxes to these terrorists. And now the governor has the guts, the temerity to come and tell Nigerians that why did the school open because of, despite the government order. Which order is he giving? Where does he command in the state? He only sits down in the state capital and collects allocations without no separation, no reduction. All the local governments in Niger State continue to collect their allocations, despite the fact that about half of the entire state is under the terrorists. So we should be asking Governor Bako, the monies he's been collecting, who does he use it on? Where does this local government chairman in those areas, where do they stay? So we really appreciate the international focus on the terrorism in Nigeria, because it's going to reveal quite a lot of things. It's going to reveal the heartlessness of those who rule over us. It's going to reveal the fact that they are just greedy touts who just go for the funds and they don't even give a damn what happens to the people. Are you there?
Yes, we are here. We can hear you.
Good. Yes, they don't give a damn what happens to the people. Why am I saying this? In the midst of all this crisis, in the midst of all these killings and abductions, the federal government of Nigeria still had the guts to ask NYSC to call up youths to camps. As we are speaking, there are youths in camps in Kebbi, in Makurdi, in Benue State, in all these volatile areas. And the government knows that it is incapable of defending these camps. Yet it asks this student, it asks NYSC to call up youth corpers. So what will happen? And I'm sure they have about 21 days to be in camp. I can bet with anybody that within a couple of days, we'll be hearing gory tales about what happened in camps, about kidnappings. This government should be ashamed of itself for not taking Nigerians into consideration. What didn't they stop this color, this present color? I mean, do they want to sacrifice these students? And then when these coppers get kidnapped, what do we receive in return? We receive a heartless, tactless message of condolence from Mr. Tinubu, which he does not even write, for goodness sake. Because he can't write it. It's written by characters like Donald Onuga. They will tell us, oh, how the president is depressed, how he feels the pains of the families, which we know is all nonsense. Because if he was depressed, if Mr. Bola Tinubu felt the pains of the families, what Mr. Bola Tinubu would have done was to ask the NYSC not to call up coppers in the midst of all this insecurity. So the reality is that we are now beginning to see the kind of characters who rule over us. And you mentioned with regards to the visit of the delegation to the United States. I mean, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Okay.
The IGP of police is in that delegation. He controls a police force of over 300,000 policemen. What has he done? He sits down in Abuja with his bulletproof vehicle.
All right, let's I'll have to come in here, Barrister. I have to come in here. Thank you. Let me get to Comrade. We'll come back to you. Comrade.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Comrade, you still with us?
Yeah, I am. Good morning.
You know, one of the things that the primate said was he blamed the lack of a coordinated security response for the boldness with which we are seeing these days. You know, in the past week, we've seen how emboldened these terrorists or these bandits have become. And of course, one of the things that Amechi recently said was that the federal government doesn't have a political will to address this. What do you think about this? Do you think it's a matter of political will, and government not having a political will? And do you also support this claim by the primate saying that there's a lack of a coordinated security response? Because if you have said, you of course saw what Governor Nasiru Idris said, and is questioning why were the military personnel, why were they withdrawn at some point? Because you actually expect that if a military personnel, or if there was a security personnel, or if there were security personnel at that point, they didn't have any reason to have left. But they left, and then just shortly after they left, the school was attacked. So what do you make of this?
Thank you very much. And the first point is that I don't think there's we are lacking in a coordinated response. Rather, I think that there's a coordinated attempt to undermine our security architecture. I say that because if you follow the timeline from the governor's account, the military men, because it was a border town school, because it was in the head of security challenge, at the height of security challenge, at all of those border towns, there were military officers stationed in that girls' boarding school. Now that they were withdrawn at 3 a.m., 3 a.m. they were withdrawn, and at 3:45 a.m., the same day, the same time, the bandits, the criminals, the terrorists, literally moved in and then killed the principal and security guard and made away. The thing is that heads ought to be rolling with all due respect. Who ordered the withdrawal of those troops? It was a coordinated attempt. They were withdrawn almost about the same time those attack was made, meaning that there was a coordination. So I don't agree that there's no coordinated, there's a coordinated attempt to undermine the security and lives of Nigerian citizens. So, and I feel very bad about it. That's one. The second thing is that I agree with the person who spoke last, Barrister Evan Chike, that there's reason why there a kind of helter-skelter in terms of running around in terms of government speaking up, visiting the US, is because of the renewed or increased attention based on definition of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Maybe that's why we're not seeing some movement. But what is the outcome of those movements? That's my question. Are we getting better security now or getting things? In fact, I think that it has even gotten worse now. Because within the last 1 week, we are hearing from Niger State School, from Kebbi State, and other stuff. So it means that there is some ratcheting up of attacks, particularly at soft targets. Schools. What is the crime of these children, particularly in these areas, in Niger, in Kebbi? What is their crime? That they chose to be educated, and the parents chose to. Because I think I have children in boarding schools. 2 of my children are in boarding schools. Because it's sometimes for communication's sake, you send them to boarding schools. Because there are times for reading. They are regimented life basically. So it's not a crime to send children to school, for children to be in boarding school. It's a crime for failure to protect. What does government do for us basically? What is the obligation? Government is not the one that feeds me and my family. It's not the one that provides an accommodation for my family or makes a provision for my family. Government basic responsibility, which is the failing at, is the security of lives and property of citizens. That is the way the government is failing. So I think that we need to on a very serious, find that the government needs to do more basically in unearthing the root causes of this criminality that we are seeing.
Interesting point. You raised that.
Christian genocide, or it is generally genocide. The fact that there are killings that are going on, kidnapping that are going on, with reckless abandon, and the government and the security services are unable to nip it in the bud, or at least prevent the occurrence, shows a failure at multiple levels. And that's, I think, where the real issue is. The failure to secure lives and property. What else will government do for us if it cannot effectively secure the land of property? What else is it doing for us?
Interesting question indeed. We need to ask for them to tell us what exactly they do for us. Let's bring this conversation to the studio where we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter Anosike, in one of Buba Galadimawa's interview, it said something about how the Fulani stock went to meet the late former president to call him to come on to help them out. In his word, he says that the former president of Nigeria was using OPC to end them and, more like try to push them out and all that, especially in Kwara State. And that was what led to bringing on the president who was never interested in governance, in becoming a politician again, and the rest is history. We've also heard people during that administration make some statements when we have the power to nip the issue of insecurity on the bud. Some have come up to say that attack on Boko Haram is attack on the north. Some went further to say, like the likes of Pantami was of the opinion that you don't kill them. Attack on them is attack on us. You know, so many things happen. The now vice president of Nigeria, where his house was, the state house, when he was the governor of Borno State, was where we met a kingpin. He was arrested there and all that. Do we think at this point that we're going to have a smooth ride in ending the issue of insecurity with some of the body language of some political elected officials and what is transpiring within the military? The ceasefire that some of the soldiers have come up to say dampens their morale or even leave them out there for them to be massacred, and a whole lot playing out there.
For me, I feel that the Tinubu government is being sabotaged. I feel that all efforts are being made to make his administration to look bad and weak. And this is the same thing that happened under Goodluck Jonathan between 2014 and 2015. Nigeria army, to me, are now on recess. They are now on break. Understand? Maybe they are protesting silently. And by protesting silently, it means we don't want service. Because from what happened to KB and to Niger, you can see that that is pure sabotage and nothing more. So it seems that they are not happy, and something needs to be done about it. And again, I also feel that these bandits want to, on their own, welcome American soldiers, hoping that it might even lead to regime change. This is what my mind is telling me. By escalating this means that they want American soldiers that will come. That's hoping that it could lead to regime change.
So in other words, you're saying that some people are out there to, you know, like they said before to Jonathan, we're going to make your leadership ungovernable. We'll make this country ungovernable. Is that what it's playing out?
That's exactly what is happening now. Somebody was saying that Tinubu should relocate to KB. I say if he should relocate to KB, within a week he will relocate to all the states in the country. Because from KB, he has to relocate to Niger. From Niger, he has to relocate to Nasarawa and the other states. So for me, it seems that the soldiers has withdrawn their service, or they are silently protesting. Because from day one, the military is not happy with a policeman becoming the national security advisor. This is the first time it's happening in the country. Soldiers don't really respect policemen, understand me? Because they see them as a paramilitary. Now, having to be taking orders from a policeman, I know from time that it will not work well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter, for your submission. Barrister Ezeluchi, 6.57 trillion naira is what we have, spent in 2025. That was what we assigned, or what was there in the budget for defense in 2025. And also, the president has spent 800 and something million in importing new weapons into Nigeria to help fight insecurity. And one breath, some people were saying that the continuous de-radicalization process, a reintegration of terrorist people back into society, is a way to mark all the spending and all the effort of the government in helping to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. What do you have to say about that? As at this point, the terrorists is more like they've already gained a whole level of sympathizers. People like the likes of Sheikh Gumi is saying that we have to continue taking or passing through the non-kinetic measure to make sure we hold them, even suggesting an amnesty for terrorists in Nigeria for them to down tools. Help us actually and tell us what you make of this.
Thank you very much. Before I answer the question, I just want to mention something. You brought one so-called prophet who is always talking about political issues. and never religious issues. I will advise that we don't give currency to such characters because they're just politicians who don a garment of prophecy. And with all due respect to Dr. Anosike in the studio, I think it is very wrong to say that anybody is trying to sabotage Mr. Tinubu's government. You really just asking the question, over 6 trillion in the budget for the military. Mr. Tinubu has the freedom to appoint the service chiefs who he thinks will deliver. So the service chief that have been on board for the past 2 years of his regime, he appointed them. Not just the service chief, but also the brigade commanders, the GOCs, General Officers Commanding. They are all appointed by him. So if he was even feeling that anything was being sabotaged, nothing stops him from even bringing in mercenaries from wherever, or even inviting countries like even the US. Welcome them with open hands to help you. So it is very, very wrong for Nigerians to begin to insinuate any sabotage. If anybody is sabotaging the Tinubu regime, it is Bola Tinubu. Sorry, it is Bola Tinubu himself, by inaction, by inactivity, by doing things that will even stoke the embers of these crimes, of this violence. So let us stop that continued issue of trying to ascribe the crime to somebody else and not the person who is at the top, who the buck stops at the stable. With regards to the funds being spent, you see, we have a very funny country with regards to military expenditure. All the military GOCs, chief of army staff, chief of navy staff, end up as billionaires. Billionaires, not at times, not even in naira. They are multi-millionaires in US dollar terms. You see the former chief of staffs all buy houses in New York, in Dubai, in London, and all that stuff. Where do you think the money comes from? It's from the 6 trillion budget that has been spent. So you spend 6 trillion, and then where do you use the money on? Do you use it to train our soldiers? Do you use it to equip them? Do you use it to motivate them? The answer is no. Because on several occasions, we have seen what these soldiers have to contend with, the kind of food, the kind of rations. They even show it also on TV when they're in the forefront, in the battlefront. You send troops to the front, you don't even equip them, you don't give them proper sleeping or proper camping facilities. And you expect them to go and kill or to go and shoot terrorists? So the 6 trillion, Nigerians should just know that what has happened to the national budget happens to the 6 trillion. When you track how that money is spent, more than half of it ends up in the pockets of these commanding officers of the GOCs and all that stuff. That is why, for instance, a general, a retired vice admiral, can have such a huge mansion in Abuja that he can send his security detail to go and start insulting the minister of Abuja. Where did he get the money from? In other countries, I will give you an example. In the US, there was this black American who was the chief of defense staff in America. He was still repairing his hobby was to repair his old Volvo so that he can keep on moving. I mean, that is how generals are. And you see them, they are trained, they are focused. But with the characters we have here, as chief of defense, chief of army staff, they don't even look like soldiers. They are thinking of where to buy the next mansion in a foreign country. So don't let the figures spent or the figures allocated for defense scare anybody. It shouldn't, because bulk of it gets wasted or gets into wrong hands. And I have previously advocated that when we have a serious government, all these multimillionaire generals should be tried appropriately for the crimes they have committed. Because when you send soldiers to the front and you don't equip them because you have stolen the money that was meant for these soldiers to operate, you can actually be tried for manslaughter or for serious offenses, because that soldier that died in the forefront died because of your criminal actions. And go through the list, all the chiefs of staff, what do they do after serving as the chief of staff? He can now contest election as the president or governor of a state. That means he has become rich. And ask yourself, how much is the salary of these officers? So where did the money come from? Yes, it's unfortunate. Quite unfortunate.
Now, another thing people ask is, who will now try the president who went ahead to allocate these monies without proper supervision to make sure it's being utilized the way it should be? Who will now try the president who moved for that to even appoint some of those people that occupied?
No, I'm not saying try the president for allocating. It is good. It is good to allocate funds to the defense sector. But then a good president will set up a mechanism that will ensure that what you allocate is used for what it's meant to be used for. I mean, so it's good if the way we are structured now, if you allocate 10 trillion to make Nigerians safe, it's wonderful. But you have to manage, you have to follow up and know exactly how much that is used for what. Otherwise, you become culpable. You become an enabler of corruption. If you just release 1 trillion to the chief of defense staff and you don't monitor it, we will have nothing to believe that you yourself as the president is going to get a kickback from it. Otherwise, when they don't do well, when they don't act well, you sack them. You sack them and you prosecute them. Not just you change service chiefs. Why did you change them? Were they culpable or were they complicit in crimes? If they were, try them. If you sack them or you retire them and you give them multi-million naira vehicles, give them emoluments, that means you loved what they did. So the service chief who went with so much billions in terms of armored vehicles, security personnel, and cash, that means Bola Tinubu loved what they did to have given them all those stuff. Otherwise, he would have held them culpable for the mismanagement of the humongous sums spent on security. Likewise, this current crop, he changed them, saying that they will do good, that he will give them matching orders. Which matching? Where are they matching to? We've seen how far they have matched. So they are also not efficient. I can absolutely boldly say they don't know what they are doing.
Thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. Comrade Ibrahim Momo, let's get your opinion. Just what solution are you preferring for Nigeria for us to move forward at this point, for us to be out of this turmoil, this killings and this one-time killings and abduction that is facing us?
Well, for me, quite a number of recommendations I'll make. Specifically, I would say that we must have accountability for every kobo allocated and supposedly. If the monies are allocated just so that somebody can embezzle, then that is criminal in itself. You give over 6 trillion allocation to the military. We are not getting the public policy making process. Does not stop with the allocation of funds. In fact, it's about one of the early parts. Aside policy and the releasing of funds, you also have to evaluate what is the impact. For example, it could be that the money was not enough. It was the cost of inflation or whatever, but not to have an insight into how was the money spent. What was it spent for? Did there corruption? Did it get to the actual end user, or was the big men at the Abuja offices, the headquarters, the ones who sat on the Mondays, where they allowed the infantry to just go and die? There has to be some evaluation. There has to be some feedback mechanism of evaluating this money. What's the impact assessment? Basically. So the first thing is accountability, and I think we are failing grossly in that. The government cannot assume that the mere fact that they are banding figures around, release X amount of money for weaponry acquisition, X amount of money allocated to the security and defense sectors of our economy, means that all is well, we have done well. No! It could even be that you have also allowed for the corruption that is undermining by just releasing those funds. Where is the efficiency in the allocation? That's the first one. Secondly is that it is my opinion, my belief that everybody who takes security votes in this country must ensure that they put those money to security. I'm not one of those. I blame the president, as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But I'm also aware that he is not the only person who has oversight over security. The governors of our states, what are they doing? Yes, for example, the governor of Kebbi State, if I'm not mistaken, was one who was saying that they had intel and they shared it with the security services, yet they withdrew the security. So it means that they have a role to play in security. What stops, for example, well-equipped sub-nationals having, there are earning more money now since the Tinubu administration, because of all the subsidies that Nigeria has been denied. The governors, local government chairmen, they now have more money to play around with. What stops them from having local security outfits in place? They have the funds to recruit, to train, and to earn. They have the resources. Why are they not doing that? So all persons who are collecting security votes, The question is, what are we doing? Look, what are governors? Governors take as much as billions. There's some states who have over R1 billion in terms of
All
citizens
right.
votes monthly.
Okay.
Monthly. And then,
Thank you. Sorry, I have to cut in there. Okay, Dr. Peter, you want to quickly say something?
I want to say something because figures have been banded here. In budget, there's a difference between approve and disposed. Understand me? At a point in time under Obasanjo government, Tony Anene was the Minister of Works. So, and it was published everywhere that 300 billion was allocated to the Ministry of Works, and that all the roads in the country are bad. So everybody was accusing Tony Anene of embezzling all the money. Right, all right, 300 billion was approved, but what was disbursed was only 120 billion. So, but what everybody heard was 300. So these guys might approve a certain amount, but disburse a different amount. So we don't really know how much that was disbursed. Understand me? We don't really know how much was, and these people are not in the position that to come and speak for themselves. Understand?
Okay.
So that's one thing that we should understand.
Okay. We'll move on to the next conversation for today. Kano behind bars, strict custody ordered, and of course dialogue urged in Southeast. We'll discuss this after this break. Stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People television. Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has been sentenced to life imprisonment by a federal high court in Abuja following his conviction on terrorism charges. Justice James Omotosho found Kanu guilty on all 7 counts, handing life sentences for 5 counts, 20 years for 1 count, and 5 years for another, all running concurrently. The judge described Kanu as a violent individual unsuitable for a standard correctional facility and ordered his transfer to a protective correctional center in Sokoto with strict restrictions on electronic device usage under the supervision of the Office of the National Security Advisor. During the trial, the court rejected Kanu's claims of inadequate facilities, denial of fair hearing, and unlawful rendition from Kenya, ruling that these did not invalidate the proceedings. The judge further emphasized that the prosecution successfully proved his case beyond reasonable doubt and that Kanu offered no credible defense or challenge to the evidence presented. Items retrieved from him, including a smuggled transmitter, were forfeited to the federal government as part of the judgment. Following the verdict, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu called for calm, particularly among the Igbo community, urging restraints to prevent escalation of tensions in Nigeria and abroad. She emphasized dialogue among Igbo stakeholders as the best path to resolution and stressed the need for collective efforts to maintain peace, security, and societal stability. The government continues to monitor the situation closely, advocating for measured and constructive responses in the aftermath of the sentencing. Still with us in the studio to analyze these stories, we have Dr. Peter Nosike. He is a philosopher, a development economist, and of course a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also joining us virtually is Barrister Eze Luche. He's an attorney at law and of course a public or political affairs analyst. And also from our Benin studio, we have Comrade Ibrahim Momo, who is a lecturer, a public affairs analyst and political analyst, commentator, and a human rights activist. Let me come to you first, Barrister. You know, one of the things that the judges said is that Nnamdi Kanu is not suitable for Kuje prison, and so he was sent to Sokoto. Can you speak to this, please? Is this a very would you call it something like we did the right thing to do? That instead of him to be in Kuje prison, he's sending him to Sokoto, far away from his relatives, far away from people that are loyal to him. What do you think about this?
Thank you very much. I think Justice Omotosho merely exposed his brief as in what he was sent to do, because this was just wickedness, viciousness, has no basis in law. And that's why from a very onset I've been calling the entire process a persecution and not prosecution. The judgment is actually conflicts with what that pronouncement conflicts with Mr. Omotosho's earlier statement. Because if you realize the NMA, Nigerian Medical Association reports, had said he was fit to stand trial and fit to for the processes. So how can a man who the NMA just said was fit to stand trial and the rigors, and of course, because if you're fit to stand trial, you're also fit to bear the consequences, where people normally bear the consequence of such trials. So after accepting that, she now says, okay, after the end of the process, yes, though you are fit to stand trial, but now I have seen you cannot be fit to bear the consequences, so you need to be put in the protect. That was nonsense, and clearly shows that it was a setup. I mean, it was a persecution. It has no basis in law, and the judge should be ashamed of such comments. Now, to add insult to injury, where do you ask this same Nnamdi Kanu to go to be placed? The reports say he has been sent to Sokoto prisons. Now, Sokoto is about the only state where you have the Fulanis approaching maybe 40% of the population. They are still below 40, but that is where they have some majority. And this is the people Nnamdi Kanu has been speaking against. And of all cities in this country, of all places, Justice Omotosho says he should go and serve it in Sokoto. I mean, you cannot expose your brief more than what he has done, what the justice has done. But let me even address what Bianca Juku has said. Bianca should continue to eat her salary there and keep quiet on these issues. I mean, it's far beyond her. Because she cannot. Why is it that she's the only one who's not telling the people to keep quiet and take it easy? Why not other ministers? Why not the Minister of Justice? Why not the Minister of Defense? Why not those? I mean, so you see through this process, they know what they are doing. I mean, Mr. Bola Tinubu and the judiciary and the Justice Omotosho are working in sync, and they think they are achieving a process. But the world has seen through this charade. That was why, in the latest public hearing in the U.S. Congress, the matter of the unlawful judgment passed against Nnamdi Kanu was reflected, was mentioned by even people way back in America. I mean, so evil is clear. The world knows when evil is committed. But more fundamental, one thing I believe that can even knock out this entire process is the fact that Section 6 of the 36(6) of the Nigerian Constitution provides that any person who is accused of a crime has to be given all reasonable opportunity and facilities to establish his defense. You now ask yourself, I mean, it's very clear. The prosecution who did the work against Nnamdi Kanu spent over 2 years to prosecute. And the judge now gives him 6 days to do his defense. And of course, the lawyers, being who they are, knowing that it was impossible for them to effectively do what they should do, and they didn't want to now challenge the judge openly, they withdrew, leaving Nnamdi Kanu alone to handle his defense. Now you ask yourself, has Section 36(6), which of the Nigerian Constitution, which is the ground norm of our system, which says that a defendant must be given all opportunities and facilities, was Nnamdi Kanu given that? If he wasn't given that, I submit that the entirety of this process is nonsense. And if we had a judiciary, the Court of Appeal will look at it and throw away this judgment. And it deserves to be thrown away because there has been evident bias, even in the pronouncement by the judge. Like I counted earlier, they will say the ethics and what for goodness sake, the whole process was skewed against Mr. Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay,
So,
let me come in here, Barrister.
Yes.
Let me come in here.
Okay.
Sorry for coming in for cutting you abruptly
go
like
ahead.
that. Okay, so one of the things I was actually going to ask, but you spoke about it, but I still wanted to speak a little about it.
Yes.
I personally feel like the reason him not having judge or lawyers in his defense, do you think that would have, if he had lawyers who had defended him, do you think that would have helped his case? Would have, because it looked like the judge actually dwelt more on the prosecution because Nnamdi Kanu did not open any defense for himself. And of course, you already said that his lawyers withdrew. But if the lawyers were there to have defended on his behalf, do you think this case would have gone another angle? That's one question. And then secondly, do you think this would survive in the Court of Appeal? Do you think Nnamdi Kanu would have any sort of respite at the Court of Appeal?
Well, thank you very much. You see, when the judge said he gave the defense 6 days to finalize, to start and end their defense, any sane lawyer looking at the enormity of charges, what was involved, will know it is impossible. So the learned senior advocate who was leading Nnamdi Kanu's, I think it was Agabi or who, the best thing for him was to withdraw, because what are you going to do? The judge has already given you 6 days. How many days did Justice Omotosho give the prosecution, for goodness sake? How many days? If you allow them to do what they do, and I went through the judgment, there's so much lies in the testimony of the witnesses. I'll give you one example. PW4, one of the PW4, who they were all masked, they had no names. PW4 said it was Nnamdi Kanu that declared that on the day Goodluck died, some people, it was part of the fault of Nnamdi Kanu. I was on that same route the day Goodluck died. The road to the airport, because I was headed for the airport, for the Owerri airport. And I noticed one thing. That was the day I realized that unknown gunmen and the Nigerian security establishment were one and the same. You know why I say that? Where I was stopped by fierce-looking thugs who had guns trained on my head, and they harassed me. Just they felt maybe I was not my time to die. They said, okay, I should go ahead. Now, less than 50 meters from where those thugs were, I saw an armada, a platoon of mixed soldiers and policemen, and they did not stop me. They allowed me to pass through. So the PW4 was saying that was the reason, one of his orders. Another witness spoke about the Owerri prison break that was affected by Nnamdi Kanu and all that stuff. Anybody who knows Owerri knows that the Owerri prison is situated next to the police headquarters and the government house where the governor lives. For over 4 hours, prisoners were allowed to just walk out. There was no shooting, no nothing. They walked out. Over 1,800 prisoners. The only prisoner who died on that day was a prisoner that was stampeded in the rush, but no shot was fired. That, like I told you, the police headquarters is next door. The governor's residence is next door. Is it possible for anybody to do that without complicity from the system? Now, why did I mention these two instances? When there is lies and venom by the prosecution trying to nail somebody, you begin to suspect that something is wrong. And these are factors that can actually throw this judgment overboard. So with regards to whether the Court of Appeal will throw out this judgment, if we had a functional judiciary, and I'm saying this with my over 36 years experience in the Nigerian bar, if we had a functional judiciary, that judgment by Justice Omotosho will not see the light of day at the appeal court. It will be thrown out. Because these reasons I've mentioned. And most importantly, the section of the Nigerian Constitution that says that the defendant must, it's not a probability, you must be given adequate opportunity and facilities to marshal your defense. 6 days, was it adequate? Without access to even to serve subpoenas, was it adequate? And overnight, a judgment was reeled out. For that judgment, it's a shame on the legal profession. It's a shame on the judiciary. It is on the same pedestal as the Supreme Court judgment that approved the candidature of Mr. Bola Tinubu to rule over Nigeria, despite the glaring constitutional defects that was outlined by the lawyers. So yes, the Nigerian Court of Appeal, yes, we still have some kind of justice at that level, because you have erudite jurists who are still looking up to climbing up to the Supreme Court. So they tend to give out law or justice as it should be. But the problem is when you even go beyond the Court of Appeal and you go to the Supreme Court, you are going to meet judges who some Wike is building houses for, giving cars and all that stuff, and then what do you expect?
Interesting.
But the reality is this: any lawyer out there knows that this is one of those judgments that makes you feel sad that you spent 5-6 years reading law and you've put in almost all your life in this profession, and you now begin to wonder, was it worth it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barrister Luche. Comrade Ibrahim Momo, what do you make of the directive given by Justice James Omotosho, and how Nnamdi Kanu should not be kept in Kuje prison? And in his word, he said that he is what? He's aggressive, so they don't have what it takes for him to be tamed or contained in that prison. Rather, he should be sent to Sokoto prison. And also, let's get your opinion on the fact that he has been sent to life imprisonment, 20 years, 5 years, on all counts, according to what the senior advocate, Awumulo, brought before the court. And the fact that some people who have killed Nigerians, who have killed military personnel, people who in one way or another have sacked communities, hoist flags of a foreign land in the soil of a sovereign nation, are being reintegrated back into society under the non-kinetic measure of the de-radicalization and reintegration of terrorists, as well as the 20 years being given to a notorious kingpin that carried out so many killings in 2012 in Nigeria.
Well, the fourth thing, maybe I'll start from the rear. The law of natural justice, starts with all the Ataram pattern. Everybody has the right to fair hearing, which means that in fact, the concept about there should be one law applying to everybody, not a particular set of laws applicable to Nnamdi Kanu, and another, if you call him a terrorist by your laws, and another set of laws applying to other terrorists that your law also confirmed by their activities as terrorists. So there should be one law that applicable to everybody, not just one law for this and one law for that. That's one. So I think that if we say this is the way to go in handling those we have the laws of our land court, then we should. For example, I particularly am worried why Gumi is still having a few days. Yes, at the time he was arrested briefly, but he has made incendiary comments that ought to put him behind bars, that ought to lead to a prosecution and possibly incarceration. I'm not seeing that one taking place. So I think that there should be consistency in how we apply these laws, particularly the laws around terrorism. That's one. Secondly, to now piggyback on the Nnamdi Kanu issue, I think that it was not the specific directive of the court, of the judge, Mr. Motosho, that he be transferred to Sokoto. It was in the general judgment around his unruly behavior and violent conduct in court shows that it may not be appropriate to him to be put to be detained in the Kuje prison. Perhaps maybe I don't know why it is major civilian prison. I don't know. So it is the Nigerian Constitutional Service and not the judge that fiscally determines where he was transferred to. I don't know if Sokoto is a maximum security prison, for example. I don't know. Which is maybe higher than the Kuje prisoner is. So I think maybe the Constitutional Services have an explanation to give why Sokoto. Because Sokoto, like Barrister Edochike has already pointed out, is mostly proposed by people of a different ethnic stock, which means that there may be a lot of a lot of aggressiveness, even though it is not explicit, it can be nuanced against somebody from, if we, we tend to play this tribalism, we tend to play it in this country. Some people, very educated professors, you are saying that some professors can be as, can even, be as debates as playing tribalism or nepotism. Even professors do that. Some of our political office holders, part of the nationalists, oftentimes end up being ethnic champions. And it cuts across all facets of the society. So I think that I personally, I don't know the reasoning behind Sokoto of all places as a place to, why not Benin, for example? Why not maybe Oyo State? Why Sokoto? That's the question I think the Constitutional Service have to play, on the choice of where to incarcerate him. Then the little other element around, the charges, and whether the Court of Appeal can be. I don't doubt that it is possible that he will get some relief in the Court of Appeal. I don't doubt. I see a lot of people who, when judgment favored them, they applaud the judges, they applaud the courts, and when it does not favor them, they talk down or tend to criticize courts. I'm not one of those. I believe strongly that it's possible to have fairness or judgment. It's about the individual, the court, it's about the judge. How fair-minded are you? How true are you to your oath of office as a judge? That is the question at stake. Some of our judges they give judgments for hire, but not all our judges are like that. So I hope that fortunately the Court of Appeal can look at the issues and come to a reasonable conclusion. But more importantly, my final take on this point, that more importantly is that I think that oftentimes, because the offenses that was said to have committed have political undertone, ultimately, I believe that it will end up, because if you I think the Brother said that it was the lawyers that withdrew. Not exactly. He dismissed his lawyers and said he wanted to represent himself. He was one of the things. Not that the lawyers withdrew. No. So I think that maybe when at a calmer level, a Court of Appeal perhaps will be much calmer and be willing to allow the due process of law take its course, allow himself to be properly represented. And I'm sure that maybe you can, because some of these outcomes you are seeing in the High Court, maybe because he dismissed his lawyers and said, maybe that's why we had the kind of judgment we had. Perhaps maybe he had effective representation, maybe they could have been much milder than because in the past, these same courts have discharged him on grounds of that rendition, extraordinary rendition that was done. Nigerian courts have discharged and acquitted him on the basis of the attack of the way it was a rendition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's come to Dr. Peter in the studio. Dr. Peter, Odumegwu Ojukwu, of course, Bianca has called for dialogue. Do you think this is what is needed at the moment? The dialogue that did not work before he was judged. Would the dialogue work now that he's been sentenced to life imprisonment?
I want to start with the sentencing. The first question: who really wrote that? Who really wrote that judgment?
James Omotosho.
It's not James Omotosho, because my grandmother can read better than what that man was doing on that day. Understand me? When you write something, you can easily read it. But the whole thing was boring, as if somebody read it, did not even go through before coming to the court. But the truth is that it's a judgment foretold. Because the judgment was on Thursday. By Monday, they've already beefing up security in the southeast. By Monday, call anybody in the southeast. By Monday, they've already started beefing up security because they already know what is going to be expected. Understand? They thought that Igbos would jump out to the street. But they were disappointed. So I commend Igbos for their maturity and calmness. those that were sent that to go and kill Igbo people were highly disappointed. And by today, they are now disgracefully being going back to where they came from. Understand? And this judgment goes beyond Nnamdi Kanu. Igbo people were the target. They know that if Nnamdi Kanu is sentenced, the sit at home, the violence and everything in the Southeast will continue. Understand me? So it is the people that are against or the progress of the Igbos that are behind this judgment. How many people that were defeated that during the war are making this progress? Understand? So this goes beyond the Nnamdi Kanu, and they use the same people that were behind the 1967 to 1970 to do this. Understand? They use the same people that were behind what happened in 1967 to 1970 to it is still the same people. So this goes beyond the Nnamdi Kanu. Understand? It is targeted at Igbo people as a whole. Then on Bianco Ojukwu, the governor from the Southeast, they all should be ashamed of themselves. Because you feel that you have known Tinubu for 100 years. Tinubu is your friend, Tinubu is that and that. If you are my friend and ask you to do something, and you have power to do it, you do not do it, you are not my friend. So it shows that all those APC bigwigs in the Southeast are shoe shiners. That's exactly what they mean. That all those APC bigwigs in the Southeast are shoe shiners. They cannot even tell Tinubu to do anything for them. One idiot from the South, from Abia,
can we mind our language?
Was saying that I'm the number 6. I'm the number 6. Therefore, APC a different party should not be ruling in my state. Understand? And the same person has now saying all hope is not lost. All hope is not lost. And you are number 6. So it shows that they are of no consequence. But as I said initially, Nnamdi Kanu will survive all those who are persecuting him. And he has started surviving them, and he will continue. So to Jos, to Sokoto, it just like let me punish him for insulting me.
Now, what does that actually portend? Because in one breath, we saw that during the NJC, the president charged our Judicial Council team to try to uphold integrity. He said it that he knew that issues are going on there, especially when justice is more like being purchased on the platter and all that. What does this portend with the directive of the president or the statement made by the president, and what is playing out at this point in time?
No, for me, that judgment must have been written before Tinubu made that statement, even though it will not.
Exactly. I was going to ask, would they have changed anything?
It will not have changed anything because as I said, it's a foretold judgment. They've already made up their mind to please a certain people. Understand? To please a certain people. But the issue is this: Nnamdi Kanu will survive all these people.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike. Without wasting much time, let's look at the trend and story, how we call this trend. Now, on this story, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intercepted 20 kilograms of cocaine at Apapa Seaport, Lagos, aboard the vessel MV Nord Bospor from Santos, Brazil. Officers discovered the drug buried under the ship's cargo, leading to the arrest of the vessel's captain, Quino Eugene Corpus, and 19 Filipino crew members. The Federal High Court in Lagos has approved the 14-day detention for the vessel and the crew, while investigations continue. Preliminary checks revealed that this was the ship's first visit to Nigeria and Africa, and the captain has only been on board for 3 months. And the LA chairman, Buba Mawa, praised the Apapa Command and Seaport operations for the successful seizure, calling it proof of the agency's strengthened intelligence and broader security measures. He warned the international drug cartel and local collaborators that Nigeria would not be a safe haven for illicit drugs. The seizure comes 6 months after 32.9 kilograms of cocaine were intercepted at the same port and underscores NDLEA ongoing effort, which led to over 207,976 kilograms of hard drug being seized across Nigerian seaport between January 2023 and March 2024. Also, 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, we also learned that a certain 1,000 kilograms of cocaine also was intercepted here in Nigeria. And from the mouth of the Czar of the NDLEA, newly appointed, going for the second term, he was also of the opinion that the likes of the NDA and also the UK-based drug agency, that they want to work in hands, collaborate together for them to find out how 1,000 kilograms, which happened to be the highest ever to be intercepted, made it to Nigeria. Dr. Peter, what do you make of this? Interception of illicit drugs at this point, people with doyers have been kept, have been arrested, and how possible is it for such business to thrive without the collaboration of locals?
Well, it's a syndicate. They have their agents everywhere. They work hand in hand, understand? And in everywhere, not just in Nigeria, when one is arrested, know that nine has gone free, understand? So that's that it is good for the DG of NDLEA, because he was recently reappointed for a second term, and this would make Tinubu to feel that he made the right decision by reappointing him. So for me, I see it as a good one, and again, knowing the havoc it would have done if not intercepted.
Okay, thank you so much. Barrister Ezeluche, a certain people, according to the information being rolled out by NDLEA, this particular ship happens to be the first time it's getting to dock on our waterways. The captain also have just been there for like 3 months before he decided to sail out to come to Nigeria. What do you make of this revelation made by Buba, and how the 20 kilogram, how they were able to know where it was fixed base due to proper, well, let's say, work from the members of the NDLEA here in Nigeria? What do you make of it, and how do you think we can push forward to end the issue of illicit drug peddling in Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much. I must congratulate the officers and men of the NDLEA for this interception. But the reality is this: addressing drug trafficking is an international. It requires international collaboration. There must have been notice of where the ship was coming from and what it had, and then when they collaborate with the Nigerian partners, then the arrest will be effective. But the more serious issue is this: when you look at, people tend to follow their leaders. People tend to do what they think their leaders are doing. And in that wise, you cannot actually rule out the antecedents of Mr. Bola Tinubu. Because if you recollect, during the election period, it came up that sometime he had forfeited about $460,000 to the United States government for drug trafficking and money laundering activities. I mean, so you now begin to wonder, could this be like a motivation to these guys who are doing what they're doing? But the country must stand firm and say no to drugs, because terrorism, banditry, criminality, most times when you look at where these criminals are, what they do, or their camps, you always notice that they have drug paraphernalia, that is, things used to consume drugs. Because at times you really need to be high on something to be able to shoot your fellow man. So the country has to take it more serious and address the problem of drug trafficking, and ensure that never again must we have somebody who has been involved in any way whatsoever with the scourge of substance abuse, whether as a user or as a trafficker or as a financier or somebody who holds monies for them. Because if there was nobody holding money for these characters or for financing their illicit business, they won't be involved. So we should ensure that in Nigeria that we don't have such characters heading our country. Reason being that once that character heads your country, at the international level, you will be seen as a pariah state. That is a state that has condoned drug trafficking. It's a very subtle categorization, but once you have that label on you, it affects the citizenry. When you travel out of the country and you want to travel at the customs, at the immigration, once they see your Nigerian passport, you are from so and so country, and they know that your leaders are involved or whatsoever, they will take you away apart for special searching. So Nigerians have to ensure that subsequently, next time, if a mistake was made before, next time, whether it's as a governor or as a legislator or a senator, we must ensure that we don't have characters who are tainted with drugs. In the past Senate, we had Kashimu, who was, of course, who the U.S. wanted to extradite him, but he used all his funds to make sure he was not extradited until he passed on. But we should not have any character who is involved in drugs in the corridors of power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's come to Comrade. Comrade, with this development, of course, do you think there's a need for our... Oh, okay. Okay. Let me come back to you, Dr. Peter. With all of this, do you think there's a need for our ports to be more adequately secured so that to avoid things like us, be able to nip this in the bud?
The ports should be secured and also made corruption-free, because a lot of the time these people do bribe their way through, and those that have been exposed maybe are those who failed to do what they were required to do. Understand me? So let me just use this person as a scapegoat, or to show that we are really doing something. So we should have transparent people that's at the ports. Understand? And then make sure that we are getting the right information, because this cocaine of a thing comes from South America, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. So those areas are suspect. Then in Europe and Italy. So they know where this are coming from. So when they see that a ship is coming from Mexico, from Colombia, from Brazil, you become more serious, understand? You want to make sure that the right check is done, understand? But a lot of the time, these people bribe their way out, because if you go to, I can mention names where custom officers are building mansions. Where is the money coming from? How much are they being paid in a month? Understand? So this should be it's positive for NDLEA, and I wish that they would be doing more.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Nosike, for being with us in the studio. And thank you, Barrister Eze Luche, for being with us, or for joining us virtually. Also, a very big thank you, Comrade Ibrahim Momo, for joining us all the way from our Benin studio. And of course, you've been watching Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. Thank you for being with us. And I'm Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chico, just try your best. As you enjoy your weekend, endeavor to be a patriotic citizen. I believe and I hope that Nigeria will be great again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble?
Are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Guys, this is hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's always a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, I'm not flying this plane solo. I got my co-anchor here. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Vivian. Good evening to our viewers. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. And it's another very good day to be here to talk conversation right here on hashtag. And of course, if you are just joining us for the very first time, this is hashtag, and we treat some conversation across different topical issues, Africas and beyond. So just sit down, enjoy the ride as Vivian take us through it.
All right. That said, let's begin with the very first hashtag, which is hashtag Nnamdi Kanu. So you do know that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, was sentenced to life imprisonment yesterday by trial judge Justice James Omotosho. Now, his lawyer, or as he would prefer to be called, Nnamdi Kanu's consultant lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, dropped a post on X today, actually breaking the news that his client, Nnamdi Kanu, has been moved from the DSS custody in Abuja to a correctional facility, aka a prison in Sokoto. And he was raising concerns that they've taken him far, far, far away from his family and friends. Well, I take you straight to X now, so you take a look at that particular post and then see a couple of reactions. So, Aloy Ejimako says, breaking, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has just been moved from DSS Abuja to the correctional facility prison in Sokoto, so far away from his lawyers, family, loved ones, and well-wishers. This dropped around 4:12 p.m. today. And then I Am Born to Venture is reacting to that. He says, where are the Igbo elders, Ohaneze and the Eastern States governors? Why are they all quiet in the face of this persecution? If this man was an Hausa Fulani man, the Arewa Council and the northern governors, including the imams, would have been threatening hell and brimstone. But it's different with the Igbos. They've all become silent. So, the next one you're going to be seeing is actually a netizen referring to what one of the celebrities from the southeastern part of the nation had said yesterday, the moment Nnamdi Kanu was handed a life sentence. So I take you back to that one now, back to X. So Somto Okonkwo says, breaking, and he is quoting, right? He is actually quoting the celebrity you see there, Cubana chief priest. So Somto says, I will go and see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu soon. There's renewed hope that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will soon regain freedom now that the matter is out of court. Cubana chief priest says after 42-minute call with the deputy speaker. The deputy speaker being Benjamin Carlo. That's same in the picture, really, with Cubana Chief Priest. So I take you to the full post now, put up by Cubana Chief Priest, as put up by Sumto. So he says, Cubana wrote, I've been on a call with the Deputy Speaker for over 42 minutes, and from everything he briefed me, all hope is not lost. MNK, that will be Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, will hopefully regain his freedom because the matter has now moved beyond the courts, meaning the president can finally take action. As I said earlier, the Deputy Speaker is not a weak man. He is an action-driven leader. The only challenge is that we, the people, were not properly informed about the steps and efforts being taken to secure MNK's release. But truly, hope is still alive. President Tinubu, sir, your votes remain secured. The delegation coming to meet you, please listen to them. As long as you help us by ensuring MNK returns home to rebuild the Southeast, your 8 years will pass peacefully. The person who started this whole issue is gone. Let the matter itself end. Since MNK's detention, the Southeast has suffered and declined. We need to rise again. I will be visiting MNK soon with the Deputy Speaker as the conversation has now given me access. Let me go, and then he continues with whatever it is he says. That's what now?
The leader of the Igbo people.
He is referring to Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah. All right, so people are reacting to this post. Before Ikechukwu will have his say, Chef Lawrence says, so now the fate of MNK depends on calls between celebrities and politicians. Let's go to the next one now. Obi says it takes a reasonable amount of clout and influence to call out these politicians as Cubana Chief Priest did. My respect for him. The next one. Anon says not a bad approach, but is Kanu ready to denounce IPOB?
Good question.
That's the question. He says that is where his freedom lies. And then the next one. Baby Boy of Lagos says, what is Chief Priest actually fighting for? Because at this point, I'm confused. Are you as confused as Baby Boy of Lagos? Chief Priest is becoming like an activist of something right now.
Well, I don't even see this as activism. I just see him as, a citizen,
from the southeast
who is
part of the nation,
particular about the issues going on around there and understands the importance, yes, of Nnamdi Kanu's presence. If Nnamdi Kanu is out, he knows that just like every other Igbo person understands that people hiding under his name to actually commit crime will definitely, fizzle out. So I think that's where people like Cubana Chief Priest comes in. They are businessmen. They want to actually protect, their business and all of that. So, but in all, it's going to be a very long road.
Did you see where he was telling President Tinubu that if he ensured that Nnamdi Kanu is released, his votes are secured in the Southeast come 2027? He also called Benjamin Kalu a man who is action-driven and all.
So,
you agree with him?
Well, in the part of that vote, right? I'm not going to really say anything because it's not about the president now. It's about the APC. The Igbo people have this,
there's no love lost.
Yes, no love lost between.
But that's not the case. No. That's actually not the case because when you have people like Governor talking about the professor himself, Governor Soludo saying, is APC all the way in 2027? So when you have people like Hope Uzodinma and you have people like Dave Umahi and all,
so these governors can actually say what they want to say. They are politicians. They're expected to actually make the president feel like, okay, we've got you. They're in the same political party, so it's understandable. We can go back to 2023. Hope Uzodinma was a member of the APC in 2023. You look at the votes in APC, you understand, in Imo State particularly, you understand what I'm saying. PDP even came second, right? So if
Who came first?
Of course, Labour Party came first.
Okay.
So I'm saying if this president were to be in PDP, for example, he would have gathered more votes than whoever it is in the APC. So that's the norm. The Southeast has always tilted towards the PDP, even if the candidates in Northern or so.
I think this might be then. I don't know if this is going to
It's still very much the same. It's still very much the same.
Well, fingers crossed.
But that's aside.
So you said you were going to react to the other one about Benjamin Kalu being not a weak man, but an action-driven leader.
So I cannot say he's actually a weak man, but at this point, I think if there's anything I will agree with what Cubana Chief Priest said, is that Now the matter is out of court. The president can really take action. And if the president needs to take action, there are key political figures, stakeholders like Benjamin Kalu that needs to step in to say, hey, this man is a member of my constituent. He's from Abia State as well. So I can actually, he can actually speak for him and say, Mr. President, let's, pardon this man or let's allow him, because now he's been convicted, right, according to law. Because before now, it's been case of, okay, we cannot pardon a man who is still very much innocent in the eyes of the law. Now the president can actually exercise his power as a president and say, okay, let's free him. But the question will have, the freedom has to come with a demand, which that person actually highlighted. Is Nnamdi Kanu willing to actually drop his agitation for Biafra? And that's what I'm going to say. From where I stand, it's not possible. Nnamdi Kanu is not willing to do that, right? But then he's a human being, so when concessions can be made, they can have a conversation, and I can just be wrong. But that's where the conversation is going to be. If he's willing to do it, maybe they can actually get to free him. But again, his camp is actually saying they're going to appeal. Yeah. So let's see what's going to happen. Taking him to Sokoto, I think, is part of the trying to actually break him mentally, because Nnamdi Kanu we saw in the last 4 years, in detention, seems to be the same person. Every single time it comes to court, it still comes with the same energy. If he's taken away a bit from where his family and close friends can actually come to it, this is more like what states actually do psychologically to actually help him to actually break down the spirit of whoever it is they want to actually get to reason with. So basically.
But is it within the ambit of the law? Sokoto, it's not illegal, right?
No,
it's not an illegal
Sokoto is part of the country. It's also and it's also a prison facility. So if according to the law, the crime committed is a federal law, and if it's a federal law, you can actually be posted anywhere. So it's still very much part of it.
All right, it's a safe place to land on that particular one. We'll keep our pulse on things as they unfold. We'll keep you posted. The next hashtag is hashtag Kebbi State Governor. He is talking, right? He said shortly before the abduction happened and 25 schoolgirls were abducted, that the soldiers who were guarding the school had withdrawn.
Okay.
Bombshell. And he's asking, who ordered the withdrawal of the soldiers that gave a leeway to the bandits, as they are called, to come, kidnap the girls? And in that very incident, the vice principal was shot. He died. He was trying to stop the bandits from taking the girls. So I take you to X now, so you see how the Punch is reporting this one. Apart from the Punch, there's another publication that has a detailed story. So let's go to X now, hashtag Kebbi State Governor. That will be him now, Mr. Nasir. That's him. He's saying, Punch Newswire says, Kebbi Gov questions military withdrawal before schoolgirls abduction. Let's take a look at the next publication that has details regarding this. Instablog Niger says, who authorized the military to withdraw? Kebbi Governor questions military withdrawal before the abduction of 25 schoolgirls. Governor Nasir Idris of Kebbi State has expressed deep concerns over the withdrawal of military personnel from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, MAGA, shortly before bandits abducted several students. Speaking in Birnin Kebbi on Friday while hosting Nigeria Labour Congress NLC President Joe Ajaero, who visited to sympathize with the state, Idris described the situation as troubling. He said the government had earlier received intelligence about a possible attack and immediately convened a security meeting. As a responsive government, when we received intelligence on a possible attack, we summoned a security meeting. That is him talking now, right? So that's a quote. Kebbi State government is saying, as a responsive government, when we received intelligence on a possible attack, we summoned a security meeting. The security agencies assured us that all was well and that personnel will be mobilized to the school, he said. According to the governor, troops were initially deployed but later withdrew around 3 a.m. And by 3:45 a.m., the incident happened, he said. There's a concluding part of this post. Let's take a look at it. And then he goes on to say that the state government has demanded a thorough investigation into why soldiers left their posts shortly before the abduction. Who authorized the military to withdraw is the billion-dollar question he's asking. How did security personnel pull out at such a critical time? That is our concern. We have asked the military to investigate and identify who gave that order, he said. He assured that both the state and federal governments are working relentlessly to secure the safe return of the abducted students. And that's a picture of Nasir Idris, the governor of Kebbi State. This is massive, right?
See, I think we're just deceiving ourselves in this country. That's just the honest truth.
I don't know what you mean.
Because, I mean, if this incident happened in a country where laws and actions are taken seriously, the military chain and command of that particular state will all be, under crossfire at this point to actually answer who actually gave that order for these guys to be pulled.
Who's to say that's not happening at the moment?
Well, I wait to see it, right? But then,
so let's wait to see. Let's know if an investigation is ongoing at the moment. But netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag, right? Let's go back to X so you see what they're saying. Nonsopi says, "Sir, amplify your voice. Nigerians want to know who withdrew the military, thereby exposing the girls to danger. Defense headquarters, answer the question." Bukayo Rai says, commentary. Oh, okay. Well, at this point, it's actually obvious that the military is compromised. Before I go to what Lungu Boy is saying, Kechiku, at this point, it's actually obvious that the military is compromised. Is what Bukayo Rai is saying. Does that remind you of what once upon a time someone said in 2012?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Absolutely. I really
Former President, good luck.
Even some persons within the Jonathan cabinet also made this particular statement.
Yeah, but I'm referring to former President Goodluck Jonathan. It's all over. Let me land. It's in the public domain that former President Goodluck Jonathan publicly said that when the Boko Haram had hit hard, that the extremist group had actually infiltrated his government and security apparatus. So it looks like Bukayo is taking this comment from that playbook. I can tell you that. Lungu Boy says, this clearly shows the state government is not folding its arms. They acted on intelligence and followed due process with the military. That's what Lungu Boy thinks. And he says the real question lies within the chain of command in the security structure, which is what Ikechukwu said earlier on. And then he said, blame shouldn't be rushed to the government as a whole. Sometimes internal sabotage or miscommunication plays a role. There's another group of response to this hashtag. Let's take a look at them. All right, while we wait for that to land, you were saying?
So I was saying that, when stuff like this happen, we have the case of what happened at this Lekki toll gate. Till now, we are yet to even know who actually gave the command for the military to actually storm that place. So it's pretty much going to end up the same way from where I stand. I just hope, at the end of the day, I get disappointed and then we get to find out the person actually gave the order for this military men to be withdrawn. But for the case of, the military being compromised, I think, after the comment by former President Jonathan, a lot of persons also made this comment. And the reason for it being compromised, right, started very much, it became worse after, this so-called repentant terrorists started gaining access into the military. For all its worth, they can actually just pretend that they're repentant to actually gain entrance inside the family to actually start, giving intelligence and all of that. So it's a lot of issues at this point.
So you are picking bones with the fact that repentant terrorists were reintegrated into the society. Army. As some people are saying, into the army, yes, not the society.
Not the society. I don't have
a problem with them.
No. If you are integrating them into the society, that's a different kettle of fish. But then they can actually do a psyop. Okay, I'm actually repentant. I want to enlist in the Nigerian army. I want to enlist in the Nigerian. They just need intelligence guard. They want to be close to where the action happens. And then when they're actually going out, they definitely start giving information back. People who have been radicalized for a couple of years, you don't just think that, arresting them within 3 or 4 months and then putting them in a particular place that I've been de-radicalized.
But they go through a series of programs.
That's what I'm saying.
De-radicalize.
That's what I'm saying. You don't think that from that particular point and then I've been de-radicalized. I've repented. I want to be part of the Nigerian army. I want to fight these people. Come on, a lot of things must have gone through where they are coming from, And the program we are talking about, I mean, we were here the other day, we were looking at, comments and, what Nigerian army personnel have also been saying about, fundings and how, they're not well paid and all of that. And these guys who actually indulge in these crimes are heavily paid. So when they come in, cross over to this particular point, and then they even the ones who I want to believe that, okay, these ones genuinely want to actually do it, they get into it and then they see that the life here is not even the kind of, they don't enjoy the same favor they enjoy while, doing crimes. And all of these things, it's just one thing, give these guys information on how to actually, the next move and how these guys are actually operating, and then you get, whatever it is you want. And then it's quite easy for them to do. So if you allow these people who you really, because at this point, I think if you decide to, bring them back into society, there are so many crafts you can actually, help them learn and then become useful to society, not to bring them back into the same people they were fighting before. It doesn't really make any sense at all. And even if you want to even bring them, right, you need to just keep them somewhere to gather intelligence for them. Okay, this is where they are. How are we going to actually, go after them? They don't have to be part of the Nigerian army. I mean, that should be a no-brainer. But unfortunately, this is where we are, and we will continue to get this sort of reaction. I just hope that the president understands, the weight of this. I think for a man who was actually on the other end, I'm talking about the APC before they came into power in 2015. Understands how Jonathan's government suffered this sort of, attack. He understands what this thing actually means for, his position as president and commander-in-chief. He should really know that, all those ideas of what Jonathan should have done in this particular case, I want to see him now start implementing them to ensure that, all these persons that have been kidnapped are actually safe.
This thing you just said, it makes me remember what happened in May this year, actually. May this year. And this is how the ABC, which is a very big broadcaster in the US, said, from Al-Qaeda to Syria's presidency, the rise of Ahmad al-Shara. This was when the former Al-Qaeda member, Al-Qaeda, remember Al-Qaeda?
I know Al-Qaeda.
So is it a terrorist group or not?
Very well.
Good. Did the US, designate it as a terrorist group?
I mean, the world over, they are a terrorist organization.
So see what happened in May this year. This former Al-Qaeda member, apparently repentant, visited Donald Trump, and Donald Trump gave him full honors, presidential welcome. Sanctions were lifted. How do you describe that? So this kind of thing does not just happen in Nigeria alone, right? It happens in other parts of the world. You might argue that, well, he wasn't a former terrorist that was, embraced into the U.S. Army and all of that. But the psychology behind it?
I guess it's what I'm saying. It's not even different for what's happened in Afghanistan when the Taliban eventually take over government, right? One of the Talibanese key leaders became, the leader of Afghanistan as a country. It's normal for it's normal for terrorists, if they eventually conquer a particular state, one of them will definitely rise to become the leader of the country. It is a normal power. I mean, power is all about who actually wields it, and then they definitely push their leader forward to actually assert his authority or their authority as a group. It is a normal thing. That's why, and when it gets to a point where a state has been recognized, for example, I mean, we're not praying for it, but if it happens that tomorrow Nigeria eventually gets, conquered by a certain sect.
Well, it's not going to happen.
No, I'm just giving an example. And then the leader rises to getting recognized, right? And of course, I mean, and then there's peace in Nigeria. The world all over will definitely recognize the person.
It might not be. It might not be the world over. Because see, there
not immediately, but over time.
It might not even be the world over. In some cases, there's always selective justice. But then I want us to swing to what former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is saying at the moment, that it's time for the president to declare a state of emergency. Because you see, it's not just in KB that there's been issues of abduction and insecurity. Yeah. After KB, there's been Kwara.
Nasarawa.
Niger. In fact, yeah, Niger.
So Nasarawa and Niger.
The one in Niger, it was a Catholic school that was.
Yeah. And so you see the one in Nasarawa is primary school, and that one is even so sad.
So the former vice president is asking for a state of emergency. It's not just him. State of emergency is one of the hashtags that trended early part of this week. Do you think really the president should call for a state of emergency on insecurity?
Absolutely. I mean, this is not, at this point, it's not even what we should be having a conversation about. If the president was so quick to actually call state of emergency in Rivers State where no one actually has been declared dead and no one has been declared kidnapped, why is it difficult for you at this point for a state where over some states 25, some states over 100 has been kidnapped by terrorists? Yeah. I mean, I think it's only right for him to actually do the right thing, call state of emergency, and then let the military comb that particular area. First of all, bring back these children or these people that have been kidnapped, and then we'll go into whatever non-kinetic approach, or if you have to actually create a system that we're going to find the right solution to ensure that this particular incident stops. But the big question a lot of persons have been asking is that it seems like immediately after the Donald Trump call that Nigerian government should really step up, or the American will step in, that this issue of insecurity skyrocketed. I mean, just the incident in I think it was the one in Nasarawa, the Catholic school, the Mary statue was actually burnt. In fact, it was first shot at. You see the very big hole, and then it was later burnt. So it seems like these people are actually deliberating and showing that, okay, indeed, it's actually we are targeting this particular sex. They record the incident of the church also in Kwara State, right? So I don't know.
But the case of the Kebbi School State, it wasn't a Christian community.
Yes,
in fact, the Kebbi State government or the local government where this particular thing happened went to so much pains to release the names of those that were abducted, showing that they were Muslims and not Christians, in order to allegedly refute claims of genocide targeting the Christian community.
True.
So conspiracy theories is what you're saying, right? So actually there is a school of thought that is saying it's probably some people that are saying, yes, let's latch onto the narrative and, do what we are doing. But then again, it just might not be the case.
Yeah, true. What I'm even saying is that, what I'm even mentioning this and citing the case of these churches and, the school that was actually burnt, the Mary statue that was burnt. It seems like these people are actually practically trying to force the hands of the United States to actually come in. And at this point, it's difficult to actually call who are the ones actually pulling this particular string. Are these persons actually people who... Because I know that no serious organization will want America to come after them.
Well, the thing is, we wait to see what Pope Leo is going to say, since a Catholic institution is involved in this. Because just yesterday, he was at an event and a reporter asked him what he thinks about claims of genocide targeting Christians in Nigeria. And he said, look, Christians have suffered, but it's not just the Christians alone. That is a case of insecurity and not something that's targeted at Christians alone. But it was after he said that this incident happened. So we're waiting to see what the Pope is going to say. But it's safe for us to let that lie, like we do it as events unfold. We'll keep you posted. Now, away from insecurity and political matters and all of that, we go on now to hashtag Burna Boy. This is a hashtag that has defied all logic. It has been trending for so long. Alaji Bona, like Ikechukwu will call him. A while ago, Burna Boy had chased out a couple because he said they were sleeping during a concert that he put up in the US. Following that, there was massive backlash at Burna Boy. And he said, no, I don't care. In fact, at some point he said all he wanted was rich fans and all. But there is a publication now that is giving us an update to this particular hashtag, right? It is hashtag Burna Boy. So let's take you to X now so you see an update to how Burna Boy is faring amidst backlash. So Yaba Left Online says, Burna Boy's concert last night reportedly sold only about 2,000 tickets out of an 18,000 capacity venue. Is our African giant slowly becoming an African ant? This is massive, I'm telling you.
Very big.
There are reactions. Let's take a look at them. So Edge Montblanc says, Nigeria is burning. At this point, no be music I won't hear. How do I secure my family and investments? It's like you all are not aware of what is happening. But Ruby Esther says, he's referring to Burna Boy now, he said he's looking for rich fans. Pride goes before a fall. And then Upgrade Pan number 1 says, when they busy, they kick people out of concerts and events. You don't know. So you see, it looks like things are not really going too well for Burna Boy at the moment?
So, the greatest tragedy of a king is not knowing that he's made from the society he is ruling.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, and it simply means that if the society leaves, you're not a king anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because you are a king over a domain, over a people.
Yeah. So, and this is not the first time, Burna Boy is actually acting. Not just him. Many Nigerian musicians feel like, they've arrived, they can actually say anything they want to say. Maybe because it happens in Nigeria and Nigerians are just quick to forget because we like to be very happy. So, but in society where people understand the weight of words, that's fact that those fans were actually sleeping. And again, right, musicians can be very, terrible sometimes when they are actually performing because of substance they're actually taking to stay very awake and all of that. That can be excused. But what should
not all of them do.
No, that's what I'm saying. And not all of them. Yeah. So what should have followed after is his management team should have swung in to actually take charge of the narrative, look for those fans, and then turn the thing on his head.
You make a good manager, I'm telling you. Because this would have worked.
But Burna Boy and whoever it is that is managing him, of course, his mother. And this is why I always say this, right?
Is she still his manager?
I mean, she's very much, behind Burna Boy. So this is why I'm saying this. And this is why a lot of persons don't like, they will always discourage you against bringing your family, into business. Because sometimes they will not be able to talk to you, right? Because you know them. And sometimes,
but is his mother not the most authority to talk to you?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You know how people can actually be.
She has the most authority to talk to you.
Sometimes how people can actually be with their family, right? The same way it's going to be difficult for you to actually fire your family that is not really living up to expectations.
Well, I don't know. What do you say about, she's probably known as Momaja. I'm talking about Kris Jenner, who is the manager of all the Kardashian kids. She's their manager, and they actually is working for them.
So the truth is, some persons can actually do a good job. But in the absence of that, even if that person is so good in your family, bring him close, but get someone else. That your family member has to, be like the person checking that person. It's going to really help you and save you a lot of stress. So back to this issue of Burna Boy. I think the very first, right, I gave the second response to the fact that, okay, if you had missed the first one, this is what you should have done. The management team and all of that, they would have actually helped change the narrative and make him even a better person outside what happened. But the first step should have been, okay, you saw this guy sleeping. It is easy. Bring them off stage. Let them vibe with you.
Yeah.
It's that simple, right?
Just turn it around.
You understand? So, but then, perhaps it feels, I'm a Grammy Award winner.
Have you watched that particular incident? It is very chilling. I mean, so he said, he after he ordered them out, he said he was not going to perform until they were ushered out. And someone who actually commented on this, I probably will bring that post up some other time, said the crowd really was as bad as Burna himself. That's what the person said. Because they started sort of, like there was a shout in support of Burna, and they kept, shouting until...
Perhaps it's just the 2,000 persons that
well, maybe, but it was a packed hall until the couple were asked out and all of that. So I heard allegedly Eminem, very popular rapper Eminem, as well as other high-ranking black American musicians are actually lashing out at Burna. So some black Americans came on X to say that, look, you can do this in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
But not in the US.
See, these guys work in a society where they understand that that little, action you took can actually, fill the pocket of the person you actually send out of the scene, right? And I mean, litigation is a big business in the US. So talk more of bringing down your career. It's as easy as that. In fact, they can even place you on what's it called, persona non grata when it comes to music. You just come to the US, you struggle to sell stadiums, you do every single thing, your promo. In fact, they can go as far as influencing Grammy that you never get the awards again.
So you talked about litigation. There's ground for litigation, right? Because I saw a comment online say, look, you guys press charges because they're paid for.
That's what I'm saying.
They're paid to be there.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't have a right to order them out.
So in that society, right, again, what they do is they'll gather all the evidence, get the ammunition, the smoking gun like they call it, and then they'll press charges. so that you don't come and start wasting the time of the court.
So there's a possibility that this case is not even
absolutely
over.
There's a possibility it's not over.
Let's see if Burna Boy will address this issue once again, because you see, like one of the respondents the next said, Shebi is saying rich fans he wants. I'm trying to speak English and speak, grammar together. I'm not sure it's working. But Burna Boy, once upon a time, after the incident, has said he's all for rich fans and all, which is what that responder was referring to. So let's keep our fingers crossed to see how this particular hashtag pans out. But one more before we go, right? To Baba Idibia. That's the next hashtag. Two-Face has been made an ambassador. An ambassador for what is what you'll be asking, yeah? Stay with me. Let's go to X now so you get a full gist of this particular hashtag, to Baba Idibia. Let's do it. So, Nigeria Story says Justin, and it's actually just coming in, that the federal government has named music icon and humanitarian Innocent Two-Face Idibia as its National Fire Safety Ambassador, tasking him with championing behavioral change and driving a new wave of public awareness on preventive safety across the country. So it's a mixed bag when it comes to how netizens are reacting to this one. So let's go back to X, yeah, as we take a look at the reactions. Old Trafford says, what's his qualification, please? What will that role give to Two-Face? You have hundreds of unemployed graduates in the country wallowing in poverty, and all the leader would do is appointing rich individuals with no qualifications on the specific job role where there are qualified candidates in those fields waiting for a job opportunity that may never come because of some failed and wicked people at the top. Abiola of Lagos says, it is obvious people in the comment section don't know what ambassador means. Absolutely. Ginny says, that is Osarodion Ginny, says, what did he do to qualify? It seems Nigeria is very good at enabling people unfit to drive change. No disrespect to OG Two-Face, but he's unfit. Let's take a look at what? He's unfit? Let's take a look at the next group of reactions. So James says, as you see me so, I know sendo, but that no means say, I no go wish you well. Oh. This sounds like the lyrics of one of Two Baba songs. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, IJEM. Ark says, Lord, congrats to Baba. And David Cruz says, what? So a number of people, I think this is an even divide. Some are saying, hey, go to Baba. Some are saying he's not qualified. What do you make of this? Are you going to say congratulations first?
Well, congratulations to Baba, because, I mean, it's an appointment, right? It's not like there's any specific thing he needs to do. It means that when they want to do something about fire safety or anything or sort, Two Baba's personalities, presence, they will definitely attract persons to come. If, for example, if they want to do fire safety function and all of that, or they want to hold a workshop for fire safety, people might not naturally want to be interested. But because Two Baba is there, his face is present, people want to actually get to listen to exactly what's going on around it. So I think for me, it's actually a very good one, because, I mean, fire incident is not something you want to joke with, right? So people who are actually saying he's not qualified to be there and all of that, I don't think Two-Face is actually there to actually start crafting or creating ideas of how they're going to actually run, the fire safety department. It's actually just there to actually give face and then create more awareness to the department and what fire safety and whatever measures they're actually trying to actually impute in that particular part of lives of Nigerians. So I think it's actually a very good one.
So it's about his popularity.
Yeah, it's just about his popularity.
Because I heard you say exactly when I was reading the comment about that person that said most people in the comment section do not know who an ambassador is. You were saying exactly.
True.
Yeah, but on that note, we wrap it up. It would be remiss for us to go without us mentioning what transpired in your department during the week, where Osimhen didn't get to clinch, the award he was supposed to. So many Nigerians were, hoping that he would clinch. But not just him, Mo Salah as well, didn't?
Yeah, Mo Salah as well didn't. Mommy Gio, the Super Falcons, after winning the 10th title, we're expecting the female, our girls, one of the girls to actually land the African Women Footballer of the Year as well. She actually didn't win it. The Moroccan won it.
Yeah, but the goalkeeper of
yeah, she won the
Unadozie.
She won the best goalkeeper. Yeah. But we're talking about the African Footballer of the Year. The goalkeeper is just a section. You can actually be the best goalkeeper and still be the best player in Africa. You cannot win the 10th title as a woman. And
how about the team?
Yeah, the team, of course, the female team won the team of the year.
The Super Falcons won team.
I mean,
so what are we talking about?
But I mean,
yeah, let's talk about.
The player actually deserved to.
Were you disappointed?
No. Sime actually didn't start the year well, so it's expected that he won't actually win the African Footballer of the Year. I think the contention was, the award was really between Mo Salah and Achraf Hakimi, and because Achraf Hakimi is a defender, a lot of persons want to believe that attacker score goals, so the numbers will definitely count against Achraf Hakimi. Hakimi went very close against Ademola Lookman last year. It was close. He lost. Ademola Lookman actually won it after scoring a hat-trick in the UEFA Europa League final. That actually got him that particular award. This season, Achraf Hakimi won the UEFA Champions League. He scored in the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals of the Champions League. In a round of 16, quarterfinals, semi-final, and final of Champions League. For a defender, that's a lot for him. So I think he really, really deserves it. And Morocco is arguably the strongest team in Africa football today. So people who think, like Jerry, he believes that Salah, because he's a Liverpool fan, that Salah should actually have won that award. But I'm so happy. At least now the attention is a little bit away from attackers, because the award seems to be attack bias. And it's really not helpful for football. Team sports.
So this is an exception to the rule, and you're saying bravo.
Absolutely.
All right. On that note, we wrap it up. This edition of Hashtags. Big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success, all the way from Monday till date. Bigger thanks to you guys for always hanging out with us. Thank you. Why don't you enjoy your weekend? And then when we come back, we'll continue to hammer on topical issues as well as issues trending on and offline. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Isolo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been right from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Like in every other business, financial constraint has one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also, cost of production and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to wear my own, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping, because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftmania Hub _renters.
more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by Indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
How you doing again? Thanks for joining us again for weekend.
VOP TV. Now.
I to know that you are right there, keeping faith with us as we keep you updated with all the happenings in the world of sports around the country and of course around the world. You can see my face and you can hear my voice. There is still sadness in the air over the recent crashing out of the World Cup qualifiers by the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And that is going to actually be the center point of our discussion today. Now, why is that? I'll tell you something about our country, and that is we never do stock taking. When an Igbo man commits an offense and you hold him responsible, the Igbos ask you, did you hold that Fulani man? Did you hold the Yoruba man? When a Yoruba man fumbles, the Yorubas rush to defend. Did you hold that Igbo man? What about that Fulani, that Hausa man? The same thing happens when Fulanis do something wrong and Hausas do something wrong. Christians and Muslims. Things are going on in our country now, but we need to sit down as a people and begin to understand that when people are not held accountable for what they do will remain in this rut and it will never end. I sincerely hope things don't go wrong on our show today. Anyway, back to what I was saying, and that is that we need to do a stock taking. Now, the NFF is telling us, the NSC is telling us, let's move on. Let's move on. We've crashed out of World Cup qualifiers. No, I don't want to move on. I want us to sit down, take a look at it, apportion blame where needs be, and if heads are to roll, at least they should roll. Okay, so today on the show, we'll be dwelling much on stock taking with what happened with the Super Eagles 2026 World Cup qualifiers. First, we've been criticized that we are not giving the people what they want, and we want to listen to that, and that is take a look at the leagues around the world, Nigerian League and all of that, and tell people a little bit of this and that and so on. This is just an intro. You just stay. I have a guest in the studio. We'll be talking about so many things. For now, stay with us. You'll get all these stories just after this break. Don't go away. All right, thanks for staying with us. You are on to Weekend Sports Roundup, reaching you from VOP Television. That's Voice of the People Television, our ultra-modern studio here in Gariki, Abuja. All right, this is about the time where I introduce my guests, right? Okay, let's go. Now, I'll tell you something. So many people don't know, but I want to give someone her flowers. So many years ago, this lady, and maybe some of these young people don't even know, Modele Sharafa Yusuf. I was trying to get back her maiden name, but I couldn't get it. Modele Sharafa Yusuf started something special, and today, Modele, look, I want you to take your flowers, open the door to women to be reporting sports, broadcasting sports in Nigeria. We love you, anyway. And when we were young at that time, 20 years, she was there. And then later, so many other ladies joined. And it's my pleasure to welcome a lady sports broadcaster in our studios today. It's help me welcome Itoro Jimmy to our studios.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I love the fact that you started off by saying Modele Sharafa Yusuf, because I mean that's one name that you can't push under the carpet. She started something, you know, really beautiful, and you know, growing up then looking into female broadcasters in sports, there were not much.
There was none before her around the continent.
Yeah,
that is correct.
Yeah, so I mean, when you look around now, you see that there are lots of women in sports, and that makes me really happy.
So she broke a glass ceiling, so to speak. And then I just wanted to use that because, look, Itoro, look, you're not the first lady I have invited here, you know, because we look at the challenges. I know maybe this is away from sports, but it's all related. And women say they are being marginalized in one thing or the other. I invite ladies here, and before you know it, oh, my baby is crying. Oh, this is taking place, and all of that, and they can't make it. So it bothers me sometimes when women feel that we are being marginalized. But look, I believe that there are certain peculiarities of women that I don't want to say prevents them, but constrains them. You cannot be like a man. There is a difference. I don't know if you agree with that.
Definitely, you're right. And for ladies who are, you know, broadcasters in, you know, in this very industry, it has to, I would say it has been like, you know, asking yourself if you really want to do it. Okay. It's like, you know, being a soldier. You ask yourself questions, like you have to let go of so many things and decide, you know what, for me to do this and be good at it, there are sacrifices I need to make. Because when you look at the ratio of men, you know, or women to men in this industry, the margin is so wide. And if you want to make a name for yourself, definitely there are sacrifices you need to make. You talked about, women taking care of the baby, taking care of the home and all that. Honestly speaking, that is one task that
multitasking.
that's one task that you can't take.
All right, Itura, I want to just welcome you once again to our studios. Thanks for carving out the time to be here. And now straight up into it, let's kick it up. You love league, so let's go with the Nigerian League. There are no games today in the Nigerian League. All these games are coming up tomorrow. I think that's week 14. So let's see some of those fixtures coming up. As you know, Ikorodu United are setting the pace in the league right now. But I'll tell you something. Finidi George, just like a rejected stone. Okay, we will come to his team, but there you see wiki tourists receiving Bayelsa United, and of course El Kaneme Warriors taking a trip to Nasarawa United. But I understand that, okay, yeah, that's El Kaneme, not Kanu Pillars. Okay, I know Kanu Pillars have been banished to somewhere in Kefi or so. So that's actually an away game for El Kaneme Warriors. And of course, you see that Barrow United receiving Remo Stars. Remo Stars will be receiving them somewhere in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The league champions, not doing so well for now. Insurance being threatened with relegation. They are there, hanging in there. But Warri Wolves are doing fine, and they'll be welcoming Kun Khalifa and the Rivers United doing very well. We'll be talking about Finidi George somehow as we discuss the Super Eagles later. The Rivers United, they're doing very well and still hanging in there in the CAF Champions League, being the only the last man standing for Nigeria. And of course, Plateau United, Rivers United, Kano Pillars, whose team Ikorodu City, that will be in Kefi, if I understand correctly, and Enyimba taking a trip to Katsina United. Those are some of the fixtures we have for the Nigerian League. Is there anything that stands out for you there? Or you
well, you know, when you started, you know, analyzing the table, I had to, you know, keep quiet and, you know, just take it all in. Why did I do that? Is because you see, Ikorodu City is one team. I don't know, maybe because I kind of like grew up in Lagos, but I am actually happy when I see new teams do so well.
Absolutely.
Ikorodu City came into the league last season and they were able to stay there. And they've been able to come into the season and continue from where they stopped last season. I'm very, very impressed. Okay. Now, Ikorodu City, Remo Stars and Rivers United were back, you know, they were at each other's throat the first quarter of last season. Okay. And this time around, at the end of the day, one of them ended up winning the season, winning the title. That is Remo Stars. But now we see that Remo Stars is down there. They are struggling at this point. I mean,
of course, they are not. Of course, I don't know, man.
They are struggling now.
Yeah, they're not doing so fine.
I'm so happy that Rivers United and Ikorodu City are back at what they're doing. Okay. Last time, if you look at the top three, they're there.
Itoro, I want us to keep the time, but I want you. Finidi George has not left anywhere in the top platform of the Nigerian League since he stepped in there. What does that say about him? We'll be looking at that, following all the things that happened with him and the NFL. No, you save what happened. Let's save it. As we touch some other leagues, let's go to the league everybody loves so much, the English Premier League, where some games will be coming up. You will have times there. Don't forget, we are 1 hour. 1 hour ahead. That is correct. So for the English Premier League, we are 1 hour ahead of everything you are seeing there. Our Turf Moor. Chelsea will be knowing without Cole Palmer. Is he coming back to smash a goal and celebrate in his usual style when Chelsea visits Turf Moor to confront Burnley? And of course, at the Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth will be welcoming West Ham United. The only black coach in the English Premier League, Nuno Espirito Santos. We should be supporting him all the way here from Africa, despite his he's not an African though. But let's see if he can continue with his winning ways. Of course, and Brighton welcoming Brentford to the American Express Stadium, and Fulham at Craven Cottage will be receiving Sunderland, who were the first people to crack Arsenal's defense just before the international break. And at Anfield, Liverpool, people say this is a walkover already. Liverpool is going to win it, but let's see. Nottingham Forest visiting Liverpool. And of course, at the Molineux, Crystal Palace will be taking a trip from London to go and visit Wolverhampton Wanderers. And Newcastle United at St. James's Park will be welcoming a resurgent, so to speak, Manchester City, with Pep Guardiola already beginning to talk tough and saying, look, we are right there in the mix to dig it out to reclaim our title. All right, that's it for the English Premier League. And of course, we take a trip quickly to the La Liga, where Alaves will be welcoming Celta Vigo. Barcelona, this way and that, 3 points behind leaders, that is Real Madrid. We welcoming at the Athletic Club. That is not Atletico Madrid, this is Athletic Club, the Bilbao team. I'll give you an example. That team is like a football club in Abeokuta saying only Egba players will play for us. So you have only Basque players in that team. They don't take anybody who is not from the Basque region. So they don't even take people from Barcelona. So that's it. They'll be away to Barcelona. Osasuna welcome Real Sociedad, with Mallorca taking a trip to Villarreal. You can get all of that. Those times, add 1 hour to that, because we get all these graphics courtesy of the BBC. So let's put that out of the way. Courtesy of the BBC. So those times you're seeing there is 1 hour behind us. So we are 1 hour ahead of them. So those should be 13, or is it 15? I don't know how to calculate right now.
Yeah, so this time is 2 p.m. So if we're 1 hour ahead, it's going to be by 3 p.m.
Okay, fantastic. And here you have Genoa visiting Cagliari, Udinese welcoming Bologna, Fiorentina will be welcoming the old lady who held sway for so many years back when we were just starting out in sports broadcasting. And it's very, very, it just tells you how fortunes change over the seasons. I mean, you can't talk anything about Juventus. And,
honestly, they had a very beautiful squad. They have a very beautiful history, you know.
Baggio.
And even Buffon.
Rossi.
Buffon being there for a very long time as well. So really, these teams have really done. This team have really done so much, and now we have.
That is the interesting one. We're going to find out.
Atlanta.
That is correct.
You know, 2 seasons ago, we would have been saying, okay, our boys are going to play against each other.
That is correct.
Osimhen taking on Ademola Lookman, who is going to get the goals, the goal tally, who is going to score more and all that.
Yeah, but, they have a new manager at Atalanta. We've been talking up our boy. That he's the star of the team, and I was glad to hear that.
Well, I think they're trying. I think that's kind of like a repair mechanism because.
Let's see that. Let's see that. They don't take it or leave it. We were just discussing that off camera. That look, it's very important if you have people working for you.
You appreciate them.
You appreciate people who work for you. They are the ones who are going to carry your dream to fruition. You can't do it yourself.
Definitely.
That's why you brought them in to help you achieve it. So you can't be knocking them down and writing them off and expect to do that.
Because they are the face of your business, they are the face of your brand, so you need to treat them right.
So I was very excited when the coach was talking. I said, look, I never look one that made, that's the star. I said, oh,
they should give him his flowers. He single-handedly won them the Europa 2 seasons ago, so please. They should give him his flowers.
Okay, up to the German Bundesliga, where Hamburg SV will be with Augsburg. Bayern München at the Mercedes Arena welcoming Freiburg, while Stuttgart, VSV Stuttgart will be away to Borussia Dortmund. Heidenheim and Mönchengladbach will be doing battle, and Bayern Leverkusen will be trading tackles with Wolfsburg. FC Cologne will be home to Eintracht Frankfurt, who seem to have lost their way somewhere along the line. I don't know, but I sincerely hope they can get their mojo back and then just be there.
They are not too far on the table.
They are not.
They are 7.
They are not. But look, after doing what they did 2 seasons ago, you just expect that. Look, they keep themselves up
build
there.
up from that.
That is correct. But it's all good. Let's see the Turkish Liga. We just wanted to see. We'll find out whether our very star man here back home.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be playing later today. Let's see how big was that injury. Look, Fenerbahce is baying at their heels, just 1 point behind Galatasaray, and they want to ensure that they do something this season. Fenerbahce. So if Galatasaray fumbles They are ready to take over at the top of the Turkish Super League. So those are the fixtures for some of the top leagues around the world. And as we just come back here, Toro, I don't know, is there any of your favorite leagues there, or you are an English Premier League person too, like everybody?
Well, I kind of like the Bundesliga because I mean, you take a look at that. We had our boy there. We have our boy there, Boniface, and of course he did
playing for Werder Bremen right now.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And a whole lot of drama.
The coach has been encouraging him as well. He's telling us, even without scoring for so many games, he's saying no. I like him.
You
he
have
plays
to.
well.
You have to. I
Fantastic.
mean, for a player that somehow Boniface has a way of getting the fans to talk. So now you know what he is talking about. But he's a very interesting player.
He's a social
taking a look at the Bundesliga, for me, I was happy when Bayern Leverkusen kind of like won that, and of course giving Bayern Munich a reason to be competitive. And I love what Vincent Kompany is doing right now. We've seen that they've been on a winning streak, and players like Harry Kane, who couldn't get anything all the years he played.
You should mention our boy Karim Adeyemi, even if he's not playing.
Yeah, but he's playing for Borussia Dortmund. So I mean, those are teams that I really love, watching in the Bundesliga. And taking a look at the log, you see that the competition is still there. The Borussia Dortmund is still in the top 3, and Bayern Munich, of course. Let's see what happens. Can Vincent?
I was thinking that by now, RB Leipzig, I agree, they are 6 points behind Bayern right now. But look, I thought that before now, they were the ones I was expecting to do what Bayern Leverkusen did. I don't know
it's
what
not
happened.
easy. It's not easy. I mean, you have a Bayern Munich team now that is so formidable. They're a complete team. They have a young coach who is not, ready to take chances. I remember when Vincent Kompany was appointed as a coach, and people were like, is it not that man that just lost out being a coach to Burnley and all that? Yeah, he's just a young coach. But you see, that's the thing. Taking chances and giving these players the opportunity, to grow. I believe they saw something, and that was why they gave him that. And the players there are also, he's not so far. He didn't retire like 20 years ago. He's still within the, that circle.
He could still be playing for some team.
Thank you. So I think he understands these players more. We're seeing a whole lot of that. I really love that synergy.
I understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, the European mind is different from the African mind.
Definitely.
The European mind sees beyond. A coach losing 3 games in a row, and the big club comes for him, we need you. And he goes down and does well. And he was doing poorly with a smaller team. It's part of the challenges we have within the continent. That we don't have visionary people. People just want to base on this and that. So
it could be that maybe it could be that he didn't have all he needed to work with in the smaller team.
Now, can I tell you one thing funny? Many years ago, I was working for the FRCN, and do you know the English Premier League? Our people are dying to watch, to view, to talk about now. It wasn't popular then.
Yeah.
I was being paid to analyze the English Premier League. The English people came to Nigeria here. They were paying money to FRCN, paying money to producers, paying money to presenters, paying money to analysts. I collect my money every weekend analyzing the English Premier League. It was unpopular. They knew what they were doing. The money they are making now has surpassed whatever money they paid to popularize the English Premier League. Right, I'm still alive.
So it's safe to say that you are one of those that actually made the English Premier League more popular than the
NFL. Look. What am I saying? You are misreading what I'm saying. What I'm saying in essence is this. If you spend money to promote the Nigerian Premier League, in time to come, you will reap the benefits.
Guess what you're
they
saying,
spend money. I was paid. I agree. I collected money.
But you were doing your job.
Look, of course, I was doing my job.
But look, putting out information out there, and we have Nigerian players who were playing there who we didn't know much about. So you were actually also giving Nigerians information about Nigerians who were playing abroad.
Absolutely. Look, I didn't understand what they were doing. I met a colleague with whom we were doing all this job that day, and I told him, "Come, was this what this guy was targeting that time?"
Oh yes, definitely.
We just pay, you thought we were happy to go to work, do your job. As you're going home, My boss Richard has said, "Good that time, can my money give to me?" I go home, I say, "Yes, I just made 20."
But you were doing your job.
Forgetting that, look, over time now, our people are ready to pay to watch English Premier League.
Strategically,
strategic investment.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So they did that. They saw whatever they were doing then was, looking at what the result that would produce in the next 20 years. And now we see that the English Premier League is the most talked about, the biggest league in the world.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Absolutely.
So, and I believe you said they came to Nigeria to pay broadcasters to talk about the EP. So they went everywhere else because definitely
they had a vision. They were seeing beyond the now.
They knew that at some point Nigerians will be, hooked. Why? Because we had stars who were playing abroad, and we know that Nigerians, we always want to know what is happening with our own.
All right. Itoru, I want to thank you for that. But now, let's get into the business of the day. The Super Eagles crashed out of the World Cup after losing to DR Congo in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the fixture for the playoff has been brought. I was telling you last week that in New Caledonia, Iraq, or the UAE, Iraq defeated the UAE. And of course, Iraq and the DRC went into the pot and we're the seeded team. So the DRC has only just one game to play. And that means that Jamaica, from the information we have, Jamaica will play New Caledonia. Have you ever heard that name in football before? And whoever wins that game will be confronting the DRC. And if they do their job correctly, they just have a one-way ticket to the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. And our Super Eagles will be sitting at home watching their television. Or for those who are interested, they'll pay their money to go to the US, Canada, or Mexico to watch the game. And today, the information we've had is this, that look, we've crashed out, no problem, let's move ahead. But like I said in the intro, it is important. If we do stop taking all the time about the things that happen, it's difficult to find people who love our country. We must think beyond ethnicity, beyond region, beyond religion, and think about where will our country be in 20 years, in 50 years' time, and build that from now. So on the show today, Itoru, I'm welcoming you. Let's see what we can do stock taking. I don't know. You watched through the qualifiers, the Super Eagles and all of that.
Yeah.
Sitting here now, if we want to say, what are your feelings generally when you discover that finally, despite all the promises, all the actions and all of that, that finally the Super Eagles of Nigeria will not, a capital not, be at the 2026 FIFA World Cup?
I feel ashamed. Yeah, I use the word ashamed because as a journalist, you're projecting others. You also want to project yours, right? And looking back and seeing that we didn't qualify for the 2022 World Cup and we are not going for the 2026 World Cup, I'm not happy. I'm heartbroken. When I say I feel ashamed, I look at the people who've been in every point, where we talk about, this very road to 2026 World Cup. When we failed to qualify for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, I think we did not, like you rightly mentioned, take stock of what we did wrong. Because if we did, we won't find ourselves in this boat. Definitely. And I think that everyone shares in this blame. We are not going to apportion blames to the NFF alone. I think the players too also have, their own share of blame in all this. I'm looking at those two departments because if you take a look at this, crop of players, most of them played back then, 2022, and they didn't qualify, right?
Yeah.
And you are growing older. meaning you don't have much, time to. You have a certain period that you're going to play for the national team, and you leave other persons who come in. Is it that as an individual you don't want to grow? Because as a player, taking a look at what you missed before. I mean, take for instance Victor Osimhen. You say, oh, okay, there's a debate that still goes on between, the Messi and the Ronaldo today. And one of the things that clearly stands out between the two is the fact that Messi won a World Cup. Despite everything that Ronaldo, the records is setting, goals he scored and everything, no, because he never won World Cup, it's not important. So as a player in Nigeria, with everything you're doing, I think the ultimate, and I'm not saying Nigeria is going to win the World Cup if they've gone there, but I think the primary thing should have been, you know what, we missed out the last time. We should actually look forward to it this time. You understand? Okay. But I feel we didn't start taking stock on time, and I think that's why we are affected right now.
Okay, it's all, I want to guide you gently through this. We started our qualifiers in Uyo, if you remember rightly.
Definitely.
The very first game against Lesotho.
And it was a draw.
And the first information we had from that game was that players strolled into camp with wives and girlfriends. A few players came into camp in Uyo with their girlfriends, and they took it gently, and at the end of the day, again, we should have smashed Lesotho. We ended up drawing it. What do you take from that? When you look at that and see that we started very poorly for people who did not qualify for 2022, in your assessment, was that, I think it was still the sports ministry then, or yes, I think so. Who do you think takes a large chunk of that blame? The NFF, the players, or who?
I think the NFF.
Okay.
Why I say the NFF is because I think there ought to be some level of discipline. There ought to be some level of, I don't know what the relationship of the players is, with the hierarchy of the NFF. But I think for me, the players, should be put in place, like, tell them what to do. Yes,
of engagement.
There are things you need to put in place so that we all know how to navigate, this partnership that we have. Right? You're not doing us favors. I think NFF should be bold enough to let them know that, come, you're not doing us a favor. There are people lined up who also want to wear this jersey.
I'm one of them.
You understand? So if you are not ready to do that, step aside. We won't tolerate indiscipline in camp and all that. I mean, if they are able to put those rules of engagement in place, I think it would have been a different ball game altogether. Okay. You mentioned they played against Lesotho. Lesotho has never been to the Nations Cup. You can imagine that. And Nigeria, oh God, they played catch up. You see, that's why I said I'm ashamed. The first 3 qualifiers we played catch up. We played catch up. We played against Lesotho. We played against Zimbabwe. I think we played against, was it Benin or so?
We played against Benin.
South Africa. The first 3 games we played were catch up. All this, why I said we played catch up was because these teams scored ahead of us. And we were looking forward to, you know what, if we can even equalize. Hence, the 3 draws we played. We played Lesotho in Uyo, a draw. We went away to play Zimbabwe, a draw. And we played South Africa in Uyo, a draw. South Africa scored before us.
Before we were smashed by Benin.
Thank you. Do you understand? Okay. So we played catch up. Okay. A whole lot, stemming from that very attitude.
Okay.
Because I think if they had actually attacked that very atmosphere and had put them in place from the very first game, things would have been different.
Fantastic. Now, I understand it was out of the NFF's hand, because Nigerians seem to forget Pesero, who led us to a second place finish at the AFCON, did those first 2 games and said he was no longer interested in working with the NFF. It was clear. He said so. The NFF begged and begged. The man refused. I don't want to work with you guys again. So they were in a dilemma. And as a result, for about a couple of months, we were here hanging. There was a wide gap between the next matches, and then suddenly the NFF comes up with Finidi George as the coach of the Super Eagles. He manages 2 games. He says he's driving home and he hears over the radio, we're going to employ a white man to oversee and manage Finidi George, and he sends in his resignation letter. How do you think the management of that situation between the exit of Pesero, the management of Finidi George, and then his resignation before Chelsea came into play? What do you make of that?
You know, I said everyone has got their blame, right? And I started by talking about the NFF. I feel that, you know, it still boils down to rules of engagement.
Okay.
You know, if I believe if those in the glass house had actually thought this through, you know, they ought to have, you know, had somebody reliably standing by, right, before even the issue that arose with Pesero. Because I believe that Nigerians were already complaining that how can we face Lesotho at home and we were struggling to score and we have superstars. It was already a problem.
Okay.
So I think that was the time.
Because there was already a build-up of resentment by Nigerians against even before Pesero even said, I don't want to work again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't forget, it happened when Gareth Raw was still here as well.
That is correct.
Right? And
especially
then
after we were leading Sierra Leone by 4-0, and then suddenly they almost beat us in that game. I think it was the Nations Cup qualifier.
So you see, I mean, Nigerians, we are not laid back. We don't keep quiet. If there's one sport that unites this nation, it is football.
Okay.
And because of that, you know, you hear diverse opinions. You listen to, you know, even the kids on the streets. They have their own opinion as well. So I feel that the NFF, you know, ought to have looked into the coaching department, especially, you know, considering how Gareth Raw left and then Pesero came in. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with, you know, appointing coaches, right? I think there's something fundamentally wrong. We ought to change this pattern. They need to sit down, do their homework, and be very sure. There was even a coach they appointed and that never showed up. A German or so.
Yeah, that is correct.
Right? There was a coach they appointed that never showed up. And
that is correct. That just one day, and the man was shouted from his place, look, I didn't, that is true.
You understand? So in this whole drama, you understand? So there's this whole drama, you know, I've forgotten his name, he's a German.
Wait, I will get his name. His name just almost popped out now.
So you
is it Labadia? Yeah, I think it was Labadia, because I know him when he was a footballer. I used to follow his games when he was a footballer.
So
yeah, I think something Labadia. That is correct.
So you see, there's something fundamentally wrong, and until we get
Bruno Labadia,
until we get, you know, until we begin to sit down, you know, and learn to cross our eyes and dot our T's, we'll keep looking for quick fix. Finidi George for me was a quick fix. Yes, I think it was a quick fix.
His exploits in the MPFL right now.
The MPFL is not the Super Eagles team.
No, I agree. But see, Itoro, just a moment. We have said over time as stakeholders in football in Nigeria that look, 1994 to 1993 to 1997 Super Eagles. You guys are always clamoring you want to be coaches. You want to tinker the Super Eagles.
How many of them are clamored that they want to be coaches?
Amunike is still there. We still have Dabul. We have Austin Eguavoen. There are many of them behind the scenes. I know a lot of them, and I hear what they say. Some of them are doing some football thing somewhere. Look, I don't want to name names, but I mean, I relate with some of them.
I agree.
Now listen to this. Why don't you guys go to the MPFL? Let's see what you are made of.
Thank you.
Finidi just took up that challenge.
And went to Imba.
And look, he has done wonderfully well, if you ask me.
Okay.
So, people are saying, maybe NFL did not give him enough opportunities. He just did 2 games and you're already saying he was a white man.
That's why I said he was a quick fix.
Okay.
Right? He was a quick fix. And when you look at the Super Eagles that played then, you mentioned 1993 to 1997, most of the players that played in the Super Eagles played in the MPFL.
Before going out. Absolutely.
Before going out.
Finidi included.
They know themselves.
Yeah.
They know their football. They fit stay for field, they tell each other language. They be say, now pidgin that they speak. I had to go this way so you understand.
Okay.
Right? So they can talk to themselves, right? If we look at our current Super Eagles squad, most of our players are players that are, you know,
we snatched them from other countries.
They're imported.
Okay.
Right? There's nothing wrong in bringing in, you know, players.
They are Nigerians, yeah.
They're eligible to play.
Yeah.
Right? But the dynamics is different.
Okay.
Very different. Very, very different. Finidi can really succeed in the MPFL because he also started there. He knows the challenges. He knows what he missed out of when he was playing in the MPFL. And how to, you know, put that in, introduce it, and then make that grow, turn that into something productive. Right? That is different from the national team where you are bringing, you are overseeing players who work differently, who have been groomed differently, and you don't have enough time to even share your ideas with this, you know, group of players.
Okay.
How long did they have to be together? And you're coaching people that are coming from a system that is, you know, very different from what you know.
Almost perfect.
From what you know. So sometimes, you know, we should look at this. And that clash, the miscommunication.
Yeah, before you go into that, that's exactly the next question I wanted to ask you. Because you mentioned something now about the NFF not understanding the dynamics. Because it's been proven. I wrote something about this. I don't know whether you read it on our platform, but look, people have said that this NFF is standing aloof. Gusau is not sociable enough. Because as much as we criticize Pinnick, I mean, sports writers are not friends with Pinnick, but Pinnick had relationship with individual players. I've not seen Gusau with the players interacting, playing around. That, as a result of that, they could not smell that in those 2 years when Finidi was assistant Pesero, that there was some issues between him and a few players within the team. So that before appointing him, they could have mended fences or refrained from appointing him by appointing somebody else. But as soon as they appointed him, these issues sprang up, and Osimhen did not play. They say he was injured that time, and all of that, and a lot of issues came up that disrupted the rhythm of the team again, and all of that. What do you say to that? That maybe the NFF is not hands-on relating with the players, like Gusau, for instance, the president, my friend Mohammed Sanusi, the general secretary. I don't see them, the kind of people they are. I don't see them as people who relate with Trust Ekong, go to and meet Wilfred Ndidi.
You know, everyone can be the same.
Okay.
You know, everyone can be the same. The way that Amaju Pinnick, you know, associated with the players was definitely different.
No, look, we are looking at the reasons why we failed. We're looking at all the options. Yeah.
I know, I'm saying everyone can be the same.
Okay.
Gusau has been, for me, it's quite like you said, aloof. He looks aloof, and I don't think I would say
he wants his actions to speak by the results he gets.
So, but that does not mean, I don't think that does mean that he's not hands-on, because we've seen that he's gone to every game that they play. But however, we don't know if there's any conversation maybe he has with these players in the dressing room, or maybe he goes to see them before anything happens.
Let me ask you point blank. Do you think Gusau, as NFF president, is friends with any of the Super Eagles players? If I ask you off the cuff, from where you are sitting, as a sports reporter, sports analyst, from where you stay, from what you see, from the things you see on social media, or whatever, you see Gusau as that person who has taken a piece.
I see him as being friendly.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen him as being a friendly, you know, NFF.
Friendly, I agree. Yes,
yeah,
but I'm saying.
But whether he has a personal relationship, I don't see him like that.
Okay. That answers
you understand?
That. Okay.
I don't see him like that, because I don't think the few times I've seen him associated with the players that it gives off that that vibe of you are my body, you are my guy, thank you.
Fantastic.
You know, but I just see that he's a friendly, he's friendly. He's cordial enough to go to these players, shake their hands. We saw what happened in Uyo, the atmosphere and everything. But that's, for me, yes, it's should I say a stepping stone, or should I say a template. But for me, my struggle with the NFF is the fact that I think they held back when they shouldn't. Yeah, when they shouldn't have. Still talking about appointment of the coaches, right? The moment that gap between Pesero and appointing Finidi really cost us.
Okay.
It really cost us because
don't forget there was another gap between the appointment of the current coach now, which I don't know if you can, maybe you can merge them as our time is running. You know, when you are here, time just seems to slip away.
Fly.
Look, when Chair was brought in, a lot of Nigerians believed, while some people are saying that Chair did well, some people feel that we had our backs against the wall when Chair came in. Even though for the last game against the DRC, he didn't lose any game. Some people believe that a Nigerian coach as well, because of the fact that our backs were against the wall, could have still achieved even that and possibly more had a Nigerian
when you put it like this, it's now not about the coach but about the players. Because for me, I think at some point, I talk about the NFF enough. Let's go to the Super Eagles. I think the reason why we see that they actually played better at the end or towards the end was because
I'm happy you said towards the end.
Yes,
that's very important.
Yes, towards the end is because they realized what was happening.
What was at stake?
What was at stake? And at some point I asked myself, did these players really know what was at stake before they even started the qualifiers? The qualifiers started since November 2023.
Absolutely.
2 years now. So I don't think they knew what they were going into. If these players actually knew what was at stake, they would have taken that game they played against Lesotho very seriously.
I am so hurt by that game, and of course the last minute equalizer against Zimbabwe as well.
Honestly.
Very hurting.
So you see, I don't think the players really knew what was at stake, because towards the end, we now see them, playing like, they would put everything on the pitch, for Nigerians and all that, but that wasn't the case from the very beginning.
We're really running out of time. Yeah. Now, appointment of Chair. Okay, I know I heard but briefly, what's your assessment of Chair in the few games he's taken?
Chair, for me, I think his appointment came as an ultimatum.
Okay.
It came with an ultimatum. You have to make sure Nigeria qualifies, for the World Cup. And we saw that he made sure whatever he needed to do, he did. If he needed to, go to their clubs, he needed to visit teams and all that to make sure that he kind of like brings himself abreast quickly with what was happening with Nigerian football and all that. Forget that we are all Africans.
Okay.
We all have different, style and play and everything. I think Eric Shell should be given a little bit more time.
Okay.
If we are to bring in another coach, it should be a coach.
I'm not talking about sacking him.
Yeah.
But he said something that really I was shocked at after the defeat, after we beat Gabon. He said they were not prepared for extra time. And that told me simply that they had not been practicing penalties.
Now overconfidence.
Yeah, so he said, we didn't expect extra. And I was saying, what? That's naivety. How could you say that? That means he said they practiced penalties before losing to DRC. So that means they just took 5 minutes to knock penalties around. They didn't see it as an integral part of training from time.
You see, what happened against what happened in the game against Benin?
Okay.
I think kind of like gave the coach that confidence that they are likely to win DR Congo. But a good coach should always anticipate these things.
Okay.
There's no small team anymore in Africa. Okay. And like you rightly pointed out, I think that was his mistake. Because one of the things he should have done, should have been for the teams to practice penalties.
Fantastic. Okay, we are not talking of his substitution, leaving our best penalty taker on the bench. Let's leave that. Well, like appointment of coaches. When we had Amaju Pinnick, we always look back with 2020 vision, like we just said before. Look, Gusso is aloof. The ability to attract these high quality coaches around the world, like Pinnick, relating with Jose Mourinho, who recommended Pesero, having a relationship with Arsene Wenger and things like that. When you place Gusso and then we end up with Eric Chair from Mali and all of that, it's like that sociability to really relate and be there around the football world, mixing with the people, being a part of it. What do you think? I think maybe he lacks it too. What do you know? Yes, in all honesty.
Yeah, looking at the way we appointed Eric Shell, you know, I would say he did try to bring in a foreigner. That's it, the man from Germany. But honestly speaking, Ernest, I look at, you know, what you just described, and really, he really does have a lot of work to do. He really does have a lot of work to do, because in terms of, you know, bringing in a coach that would help the Nigerian Super Eagles, you know, achieve a whole lot. I don't know, if we want to talk about Nigerian Super Eagles, there's no way we talk about it without talking about Clemens Westerhoff. Because that is the same coach that gave us the best crop of players, and that was the best we achieved, you know, in Nigerian football. Yes, and that's where we keep referring to. So if we need the best, it has to happen in the glass house. And for me, I would say Goso has a lot to do.
Okay.
Yes.
We're running out of time. Now back to one of the very important issues. If you check through these qualifiers, what you are going to see is in almost all the games we drew or lost, or rather, let's put it differently.
Yeah.
In all the games we won, Victor Osimhen was there.
No Victor Osimhen, no Super Eagles.
The last one we lost now, the first half was even. By the time Victor Osimhen was not in the game, the Super Eagles were running like a headless chicken. Like I wrote in one of the pieces I wrote. What do you? And Eric Chell was just making substitutions, and I was wondering, what the heck is going on? So what do you think? Is Victor Osimhen Super Eagles?
You can't build a team around a player that is injury prone, right? Victor Osimhen is very injury prone.
But of course, the young man delivered anytime he was on the pitch.
That's what I'm saying. It means also anything can go wrong.
Okay.
Right? You can't always, you know, build a team and say, you know what, since Victor is here, I put this person here. If I put Akko Adams, if I put Lukman, this will happen.
Aroko Dare, this and that, and the whole team was in shambles.
You can't build your team like that. And I think that was why when Victor Osimhen stepped out, you know, it was so obvious. There was no threat. And if you look at it, the DR Congo team actually came all out the second half. And they knew that the heart of the Super Eagles was taken out, and that was it. They were able to, you know, go through the flanks. You know, they detected the midfield.
Super Eagles.
We were lucky that, I mean, the goals were not, you know, given. You know, the score that they said they can't.
But do you know what? I felt ashamed watching that game. I switched off. From about the 20th minute.
You are not the only one. I didn't watch.
Is this my Super Eagles because Osimhen is not here? I had to tune off. I wrote recently. They should take that captain's armband and give it to the young man. It's like he's the only person who's ready to motivate the team and give them guidance.
And now you're talking about the team right now.
Yes.
Let's take a look. 29 days from now, AFCON 2025 kicks off in Morocco.
Okay.
And we are still going to use the same crop of players, right? We are looking at these players and we are still criticizing them. Do we have substitutes for them?
Oh, Itoro, so what you are saying, we should not talk because
I'm not saying we should not talk.
Okay.
It's just a sad reality that if Victor Osimhen said he's no longer playing for Super Eagles today, do we have a replacement?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. So that's what I wanted to say.
Now, let's go. I'm taking stock of everything you've said, and I hope you are doing so yourself. Yes, because
definitely we don't have.
Yes, we don't. We don't have. Now, the team now, like you just said, AFCON is around the bend. We will off Osimhen. We'll check whether we will play today for Galatasaray. We showed their league. The coaching. No, let's go to the NSC first.
Okay.
The strike by the players. What do you make of that? I have seen in Nigeria that we stay down, criticize and complain, but there's a tradition we have, a tradition of corruption, which almost all Nigerians are guilty of. But when you are not in power or somebody you want is not there, you just talk. When the president gives money to the NSC, is that the exact money that gets to the NFF? When the NFF gets that money, is there the money that gets to the players? I'll give you a practical example. You're a member of SWAN. We voted in an election, electing people as chairman, secretary, and all of that at the state level and then at the national level. And the first thing that came up, the first trip, so to speak, that Swan members benefit from, the president of National Swan, the chairman, secretary, and board were the ones who were traveling first, forgetting that the essence of the union is for the welfare of members. Can you relate that to how the NSC, the NFF run the Super Eagles? Do the monies that come from the president in totality get to the players?
Well, I can't be too sure about that.
Very good answer. Sure. Because we were told a few months ago that all the allowances of the Super Eagles had been offset by the president. I don't know if you remember, especially before the AFCON. We heard that. Then another time again, just last, was it this year? I think sometime in March this year, we were told that the president has offset the whole bills of the Super Eagles. And suddenly the players were striking just before a crucial game. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that strike kind of like opened, should I say, kind of worms, because there were two things talked about during the strike. The first was that there were owed monies from 2019, and then the other talking point was no, the monies were just special bonuses. So I asked, please, can somebody explain the idea behind special bonuses? Because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, for me, you had asked earlier if truly, the Super Eagles, should have striked when they did.
Okay.
Every worker deserves his wages. So for me, I think that
you don't think that they should have waited to qualify first, where they still have the NFF and the government and Nigerians by the ball?
I think they needed. Because at the end of the day, if they didn't strike then, they probably would have still gone on the strike now.
People said that the distraction led to what happened, but let's leave that for a moment. On a scale of 1 to 10, I want you, the NFF, the players, the NSC, the coach. How do you apportion your blame, or how do you give credit? Let's see, on a scale of 1 to 10. Honestly, let's start with the NSC.
The NSC, for me, just came into the picture.
Okay.
So they are not going to get too much of the blame.
Okay, what about the NFF?
The NFF, for me, I would say 70. Because they
are you kidding me?
Yes, because I think they have the knife, they have the yam.
Okay.
They also have done the appointment, like I said earlier, a long time ago. And I think they are, the delay, in the communication, in appointing coaches and everything really affected the outcome of what we are seeing.
Okay, then the players?
The players, I would say 70 as well.
70?
As well.
Wow, what about the coach then?
The coach, 50. Yes.
This is really serious.
Yes, it's serious because
so you're absolving the NSC of what blame? They did what they should do.
Because for me, they just
talk to the president.
They just came into the picture.
Okay, this thing was already running.
Thank you. The qualification started.
They are just 1 year in office. Thereabouts. Okay.
So I think the NSC, for me, has, with the way they actually handled the whole strike incidents and everything, will tell you that really they wanted the Super Eagles, whatever happened, whatever was in place, to have been resolved as soon as possible. Okay. Right? So I'm going to absolve them of much blame.
So from what I'm seeing here, you actually hold the NFF and the players strictly responsible for this thing that happened.
Yes.
Is there anything you think we can do about these people, like in terms of punishment, or at least something, I mean, you did something wrong. What do we do? What can we do to the NFF? And what can we do to the players?
The NFF, those that are in position, I think they should start holding themselves accountable.
Okay.
Because everyone has their role to play.
Okay.
Everyone has got their role to play.
And what about the players?
Same thing. I mean, as a player, if you're coming into camp and your colleagues are not coming in, or you're going for training, your colleagues are not training. I mean, they say the chain is weakest where it breaks.
Yeah, that's right.
You understand?
Weakest link.
Yeah, the weakest link. So definitely, if somebody is doing something wrong and you're not calling them, to order, it definitely would affect the entire team.
All right. I think we have to leave it there. I wanted to talk about Gift Monday, who will be having a game tonight against Gotham City, Washington Spirits in the final of the NSWL in the US. We hope she wins. But Madugu, she has not done anything to you. Invite Gift Monday. Invite Gift Monday to the Falcons. I wanted to let you know that.
Well, I think Gift Monday might be coming back. He didn't totally take her out. I think what we have is that we have a whole lot of Super Falcons players.
No, but she's doing very well.
Now that Esther Imade will be coming, maybe
yes, of course
Gift Monday might be coming.
Okay. Itoro, look, I want to thank you so much for carving out time to be with us.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure to have this conversation.
All right, guys. Manfred, Goodwill, Elijah, thank you so much. And of course, my guy right here, Callistus Ahanono. My name is Ernest Osobwe. Until next time, have a wonderful Saturday.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People TV, where we bring you real stories from the field told by the people who live them. I am Precious Agumanu. We will begin this week with the judicial matter. The Federal High Court in Abuja has sentenced IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho delivered the sentence on counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, opting for life imprisonment instead of death penalty. He also imposed a 20-year term on count 3 and 5 years on count 7, both without the option of a fine. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer have vowed to appeal his life sentence, insisting the judgment is flawed. Speaking outside the Federal High Court, consultant lawyer Aloy Ejimako said they are heading to the upper court. He argued that Kanu cannot be convicted for mere spoken words, questioning the bias for the Federal High Court's ruling.
Today we forever live in infamy. Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere offering, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? He did all this. He didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently, and we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done. Politics is based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo, an Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the House of Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says don't be silly, you get convicted. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism, for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach justice there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along.
As the nation's security challenges deepen, citizens are growing increasingly anxious and are demanding urgent action from government and security agencies. This follows the recent attacks in Kebbi and Kwara states, where school children and worshippers are abducted in separate incidents, prompting the president to postpone his scheduled foreign trips. Vop TV's Martin Ogunswada reports.
25 schoolgirls were abducted by unknown gunmen during an early morning attack on a girls' secondary school in Kebbi State on Monday. In a separate incident, an unconfirmed number of worshippers were kidnapped on Tuesday evening when bandits stormed the Christ Apostolic Church branch in the Okeishegun area of Iruku community, Kwara State. This latest attack deepened a disturbing pattern that dates back to the 2014 abduction of over 270 Chibok school girls by Boko Haram, a tragedy that continues to shape Nigeria's security landscape. Responding to the escalating violence, President Bola Tinubu has postponed his scheduled trips to South Africa and Angola and ordered the immediate deployment of additional security personnel to both Kebbi and Kwara states, underscoring the urgency of the situation. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of citizens on the rising insecurity, their fears, their expectations, and the decisive action they believe governments must take to restore peace across the country.
The problem of insecurity cannot be solved without addressing the issue holistically. How do I mean? You cannot be fighting yourself, pretending to be securing yourself at the same time. No, it's never done. It's only in Nigeria where you'll be fighting yourself and pretending that you are securing yourself. This insecurity of 18, how did it start? People should sit down and tell us how did all these things started. It didn't start overnight. It started gradual from somewhere. And to be very honest with all of us, Nigerians know the top brass in the military, the security architecture of this country, they know why this insecurity is continuing. They know.
Those who are sponsoring the insecurity should stop sponsoring it within the government. Secondly, the government should realize that they took an oath before they were sworn into office, and one of which was that they were going to protect the lives and properties of citizens within the country.
Because I believe, as I am now, that these people did not just exist from nowhere, but they came from somewhere, and somebody sponsored them to come here. You understand me? Before insecurity can be taken, you understand me? Nigeria has to map out what causes this insecurity in Nigeria, and why, from where did this source come from?
From the views gathered here, it's clear that Nigerians are demanding stronger security measures and a system that truly prioritizes the welfare and safety of its citizens. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Let's now move to Edo State as Governor Okpebholo marks his first year under the theme 365 Days of Rebuilding a New Edo. Residents shared their views on his performance, while some praised improvements in security and infrastructure. Others called for more progress across the state. A common hope emerged for continued development and stronger government engagement. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
Okpebholo marked his first year in office with the team. 365 days of rebuilding a new Edo. The real pulse of celebration was felt on the streets, where residents shared their views. From busy markets to neighborhood centers, many residents reflected on the governor's achievements so far, including improvements in security, road projects, and efforts to revive key sectors.
He has tried with what I'm seeing, because before now, for you to move from here to Ishan, it's not possible at all. But for now, I think there's improvement in what I see he's doing there. I appreciate him. I see other places like this Ute, Palace Road, Temboga. I see massive work there. So I think he's doing well.
Past 1 year, since a man as the governor of Edo State, he has done immensely well, you know, in terms of infrastructure, you name it. So we are proud to have a governor like him, and we hope for him to do more.
While some expressed satisfaction, others pointed to areas where they believe more work is needed.
I think it should work more on security, because for any society to grow, any government to grow, or any community to grow, the people will be secured. And Benin is a home of everybody. Like Oba is the father of all. So please, I encourage Governor Okpebholo to invest more on security.
I also want to beg him to please look into the area of return migrants. So it's very, very important as well, because me as a return migrant, I know what I went through, and I know what I'm still going through, considering the hardship we are having now. Because recently I lost my business in the fire accident that happened at Upper Mission Extension. So I'm still struggling to start up something.
I dey beg the governor, the president, may they try, may they stop drug, colos, ice, any kind of drug. If you see at least the mileage cigar good. Just they say cigar don't make people sleep on ground they die. Colos, and not say no to colos. Before they stop colos, They abandon the whole cartel. I know the whole cartel. May they give me the work.
I use the opportunity to beg the state governor. I beg you, sir. I beg use your good office to look over this issue very well, because we are drivers. We are not fools. We are paying different money every day, collecting different money from us. No uniform, nothing. Please, I'm begging the state government to come and help us.
Despite differing views, a shared desire for continuity, accountability, and deeper engagement between the government and the people. In Benin, Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Still in Edo State, Governor Monday Okpebholo, alongside Senate President Godswill Akpabio, unveiled the largest agricultural mechanization investment in the state's history, featuring 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, and 150 farm implements. The initiative is aimed at monetizing farming, boosting food security, and positioning Edo as a center for commercial agriculture. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
On Monday unveiled the largest single agricultural mechanization investment in the state's history, signaling Governor Monday Okpebholo's push to transform the state into a hub for commercial agriculture and food security. Governor Okpebholo unveiled 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, 150 implements, and a low-bed truck at Government House, Benin City. The commissioning ceremony was presided over by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who was on a working visit to Edo State.
So I'm here in Edo today to honor your invitation to visit, together with your deputy. Your Excellency, I recognize all your stakeholders, and I want to say, of all the names they give to you, I believe they should call you a unifier. You to be able to work with your House of Assembly in unity, work with your deputy in unity, work with your leaders, past and present, in unity. You are a unifier. To commission this agricultural equipment, tractors, builders, bulldozers, for even mechanized farming. Thank God for this. To commission this equipment. In the name of God the Father, Amen. God the Son, Amen. God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Speaking at the event, Governor Okpebholo said the machinery symbolizes a shift from substance agriculture to full mechanization, ensuring Edo State becomes a reliable contributor to national food reserves while reducing the state's vulnerability to economic shocks.
We promise our people, it's part of my 5-point agenda, part of my promise is being fulfilled today. Edo people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President were not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
Senior political leaders praised the mechanization drive as a turning point in Edo's economic revival, commending Governor Okpebholo for prioritizing agriculture and establishing Edo as one of Nigeria's most forward-looking agricultural hubs.
Monday has shown that you can work. Any executive who means well, you promise market women, you will support them. And you have delivered on that promise by providing ₦1 billion to ordinary people, not market women leaders, the ordinary traders selling small stuff.
And the biggest revelation of this is that he has not even borrowed the kobo. Without borrowing money, and with the increased funding that Mr. President has made possible, and which he has continued to tell us, we are seeing development on a daily basis.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. Now, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has vowed to prosecute anyone found guilty in the Museum of West African Art, MOA. Controversy stressing fairness and due process. The warning came during a visit from Minister Hannatu Musa Musawa, who pledged federal support and urged respect for Nigerians' cultural heritage. Correspondent Roger Journey has more details.
Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has vowed to prosecute anyone found guilty in the ongoing Museum of West African Art controversy, emphasizing that investors are not the focus of his administration. The warning came during a Friday visit from Anatu Musa Musawa, Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy. Governor Okpebholo expressed concern over being left out of key project developments, including a recent commissioning by a foreign delegation, which he described as unusual.
Edo Museum for West Africa, that's MOA, and that is the name that we are contesting today. The trajectory payments made by Edo State government, you can see Edo State started paying this money because it's MOA, and we are paid 3.8 billion. You can see it's MOA Trust, this article of association. These are the membership of the company of this particular MOA. Now, this is Edo State government. We have the National Commission for Museum and Monument. Then we have the Royal Palace of Benin. So these are the things first we are looking at. We are not fighting investment. When those delegations were coming to Benin, I was not aware. Why would they have to choose to come on a Sunday, 9 o'clock, that everybody will be in church? Why would such event take place? These people, swindling people with the name of government. At the end of the day, there will be criminal prosecution on this.
The minister acknowledged Edo State's rich cultural heritage and pledged federal support to address the issue, stressing the importance of respecting traditional institutions and Nigeria's global reputation.
Sir, I want me and you and your fantastic team to work with the traditional institution that has been grossly wronged in Edo State to see how, in keeping the traditional institution right, in making that wrong that was done whole, but at the same time we can balance it out with the need for us as a nation to have some level of expectant credibility internationally.
Attempts to reach MOA representatives for their comments were unsuccessful. Governor Okpebholo reiterated his comments to transparency and due process, promising to work with all stakeholders for a fair resolution. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Benin Zone, has warned that 9 universities may face shutdown after the federal government failed to resolve key issues from the 2009 agreement, raising fears of renewed disruption to academic activities. The union said some non-monetary demands have been progressed, but crucial matters such as salary structure and conditions of service remain unsettled. Correspondent Roger Jenny reports.
Held a press briefing on Tuesday following the suspension of its 2-week warning strike, explaining that despite calling off the strike to allow room for engagement, the federal government failed to utilize the window to conclude the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement and address other lingering issues. The union acknowledged progress on some non-monetary demands, but stressed that key concerns, including salary structure and conditions of service, remain unresolved.
We believe as a union that the 1-month window was enough for government to conclude the renegotiation that has been on for years. And comrades, as we sit, it is not only regrettable, but very sad to inform you that the federal government has once again demonstrated blatant unwillingness to quickly and holistically resolve all outstanding issues to restore the desired industrial harmony in our public universities and, of course, in the overall interest of our students. Yes, agreed that while some gaps may have been closed in some non-monetary point or aspect of the agreement, the salary and conditions of service component remain a sore point that need a radical approach to stem the impending crisis in the system. We have rejected the proposed salary increment by government because it is a mere drop in the ocean that is incapable of achieving the desired reversal of the brain drain syndrome currently bedeviling university education in Nigeria. It is deliberate on the part of government to impoverish university scholars in this country. As a union, we believe that government must do something fast because time is running out. We cannot continue in an endless negotiation or renegotiation. And we are saying that please go and hold government responsible for another round of imminent paralysis in Nigeria's public universities. The Benin zone of FASU is ready to religiously implement the directive of NEC of FASU to resume the suspended strike at the expiration of the given 1 month window.
Professor Monday Igbafe, the zonal coordinator, warned that without urgent and holistic intervention from the federal government, academic activities across the Benin zone could face disruption once again. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
As part of its mission to curb crime and terrorism, the Edo State Special Security Squad has arrested 31 suspected cultists in Uromi following a violent clash between rival groups. Acting on intelligence, the team seized weapons and charms linked to the Black Axe and Aye confraternity, while some suspects escaped and remain at large. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
The Edo State Special Security Squad has arrested 31 suspected cultists in a major raid across Uromi following a violent clash between rival groups that left one person injured. Acting on intelligence, the team raided several locations in Uromi, recovering battle axes, charms, and other items linked to the Black Axe and Aye confraternities. Some suspects reportedly escaped during the operation. Squad coordinator Idomidia Noah said the arrests were connected to a dispute over a fraudulent financial deal.
It's a rival court fight between two court groups, Aye and Aye. The issue initiated from a kind of fraud money activities. That's why you could see the persons that we arrested here for investigations. We met in the compound, but they are not the main suspects that we're looking for. The main suspect, I think, if look before we arrived at the scene, were giving the both suspects that we visited their houses to report themselves within 7 days after this interview. Failingly to report themselves, their houses will be brought down and they'll face the consequences squarely. Courtism is strictly forbidden in Edo State, and we have warned that we will not tolerate or have mercy on any who intend to create menace or chaos in Edo State. So be guided and be warned. Stay out of court activities. Parents are advised, because from what we saw today, we saw kids. No matter how the situation is, I don't know why parents will allow someone of that age to say he's into this Yahoo, and the small boy was even the one with charm. He said the mother did see this. I cannot narrate today. I'm kind of dumbfounded, but I just beg parents, please advise your ward. Give them good trainings. Keep them away from all this, because some of you are contributors to this whole crime activities in the state. And I think henceforth, we would start involving you people too. Any child caught in criminal acts, we will involve the parents. So
2 suspected ringleaders remain at large and their properties have been sealed. All arrested suspects are now in police custody, while the squad has issued a 7-day ultimatum to those still on the run as the government intensifies its fight against cultism in Edo State. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
You're still watching Reporters File on Vop TV. We will take a quick break, and when we return with other interesting stories, please stay tuned. Welcome back. Every year on the 17th of November, the world comes together to mark the International Students' Day, a day dedicated to celebrating the energy, creativity, and leadership of students across the globe. This year's observance highlights the role of education in shaping future leaders and promoting innovation among young people. Vop TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports on how Nigerian students are using this day to reflect, engage, and inspire change.
World Students' Day, celebrated globally on November 17th, is not just about honoring the academic community. It's a reminder of the vital role young people play in building a sustainable future. Originating in memory of Indian President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who was a teacher and youth advocate, the day now serves as a platform for promoting inclusive and quality education for all. In Nigeria, several students' bodies and youth groups are organizing symposiums, debates, and empowerment programs to address challenges such as access to education, digital literacy, and unemployment. As students continue to navigate a rapidly changing world, educators and policymakers are emphasizing the need for students to be change agents in the society.
You have to decide that no matter what happens, you are going to stand for what you stand for. You're not going to break your values at any point in time. Very, very important, because after courage is the predetermination that you will stand, you will not bend, because the pressure will definitely come. The pressure would come, but you need to decide within yourself that you must stand.
It is from failure that distraction comes in. So if a child is not distracted, then the child is focused, and the sky will be the limit of such a child.
Integrity is the key, and the confidence. Whatever they do, they have to have confidence in themselves, be bold, because that's the only thing that they can, get to make sure that they have a bright future that we expect them to have.
There's a need for serious level of mentoring from parents and for teachers. We need to come into the field and put our hands in the mud, get into their space. A lot of parents are not on social media, but that's where your kids function. And you want to mentor the next generation. You're joking. You have to know their language.
From classrooms to innovation hubs, today's youth are proving that education remains the strongest weapon to change the world.
I've learned that integrity is living with truth and also leading well by your ways right. And if you live with integrity, others will like to follow you. And you should also learn when to say no and when to say yes.
So you have to be morally upright, always say the truth at all times, do things that you expect your junior ones to do so that they can lead by example.
We hope we can be able to control every vices and making initiatives that will be able to control them and prevent them in society.
We need morals in our society. We need to know the good friends, we need to know the bad friends. We need to know everything that benefits us in the society, because we are the leaders of tomorrow.
As the world celebrates World Students' Day, it's a call to every young person to keep learning, stay curious, and use their knowledge to transform the society. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew, for that report. Every year, the world marks Universal Children's Day, a day dedicated to promoting and protecting the rights and welfare of children across the globe. In Nigeria, the call for better education, healthcare, and protection for children remains louder than ever. Vop TV's Oindamola Olukutan reports.
Universal Children's Day is celebrated globally to remind government, families, and communities of their collective responsibility to ensure that every child is safe, educated, and heard. This year's celebration focuses on promoting children's welfare and rights, with emphasis on ending child labor, abuse, and neglect, while promoting access to quality education and healthcare.
Each child deserves more than survivor. They deserve the opportunity to try to lead, to believe in their dream, and to achieve their purpose. That there is no investment that will make on a child that is a waste. Because when we support a child, when we help them achieve their goal, we have strengthened and support or given support to a generation. So far, we have worked directly with schools, community to create a safe learning environment and provide educational support both in educational materials and in kind, and promote child leadership through leadership training and outreaches that we've done across schools, strengthening in the southern part of Nigeria and little of the south. We've been able to also contribute to the building of community hub, not in as a physical structure, but as an online hub where young people can go to get resources and learn. We created an environment for empowerment through our programs, through trainings that we organize for both the younger generation, that is the teenagers and the young adults, where we help them see education not as a burden, but as a bridge to possibility. Also, some parents, teachers, and community leaders to talk about child welfare, which doesn't happen in isolation. We'll train the child on their rights, helping them know their rights and the privileges they are to observe. And we also train children on emotional intelligence, leadership, and inclusive practice that protect and uplift children. Something that drives us, basically, which is to raise a generation in Nigerian children who are not just defined by their circumstance, but by the courage and creativity that they possess. We believe that every child has a purpose, every child is gifted, and by giving them such opportunity to express their gifts and their innate ability, they are empowering them to stand tall and be a voice for what they believe in.
Despite progress, many Nigerian children still faces challenges ranging from out-of-school rates to child trafficking and poor healthcare. Experts say improving social system, enforcing child protection laws, and empowering families are crucial to ensuring that every Nigerian child thrives. As the world celebrates Universal Children's Day, advocates are calling on government and stakeholders to turn policies into action so that every Nigerian child can enjoy their full right and reach their potential. Oindamola Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
And as the world marks World Television Day, the industry is at a crossroad. Veteran Nigerian journalist Bimbo Oloyede joins the conversation on the future of broadcasting. She warns that though streaming and digital platforms are dominant, the integrity of the television medium, its commitment to fact-checking will be the key to its survival against the growing threat of AI-generated misinformation. Vop TV's Moses Humphrey has more in this report.
Every year on November 21st, we celebrate World Television Day, a day declared by the United Nations to recognize the profound influence of television in shaping culture, education, and communication. Television has informed us, entertained us, and united us. Through global broadcasts, we have shared history in real time, from moon landings to Olympic triumphs, world-changing speeches and unforgettable stories, from black and white images that flickered across tiny screens to vibrant high-definition worlds that bring stories to life. Television has been more than just a box in our living rooms. It's been a window to the world. It is through television that we've discovered new worlds, learned new ideas, and felt the heartbeat of humanity across borders and generations. Today, it evolves with technology, from streaming digital media to smart TVs, connecting billions of people with knowledge, creativity, and opportunity. A veteran broadcast journalist, Bimbo Oloyede, speaks on how television has evolved over the years.
I think whether anybody likes it or not, the TV is going to survive. In fact, let me go as far as to say television will continue to thrive, because even though digital devices are available, even though there are different types of platforms where people can access audiovisual materials, you still have a very large number of people that do watch TV. I don't think that even if there's going to be a fight to finish, that anybody is actually going to win. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to see more and more of convergence. We're going to see a situation where you want to watch a variety of different programs, you want to access different information, that wherever you happen to be at that time will determine the device you will use. So if you are at home and you're sitting down, you're stretching your legs, you're sitting in your sitting room and you're relaxing in your parlor and you want to watch the news, for instance, I wouldn't pick up my phone. I wouldn't pick up my tablet. What I do is switch on the TV and watch the news. And I suspect that quite a lot of people would do that. Now, that is not to say that a lot of younger people who are interested in news and information will not access it on the go. They will. But I think what is important for us to understand is that depending on where you are will determine what device you use to watch whatever it is in particular you want to watch.
Today, we celebrate not just the screens, but the stories, the storytellers, and the spirit of connection it brings.
The screen I met was a tube. The content were very censored. The content will start streaming by 4 o'clock, and we were regulated for TV time. So once it is 8, 9, go to bed. Over time, it has moved from being a tube to just any available screen. So not just that, the things are no longer big, they are not accessible by every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
TV for me is a source of entertainment, a source of education. Just like watching news. I don't normally watch the news, but whenever I watch the news, I know what is happening in the government. Or when I'm watching cartoons, there are morals and education in cartoons. That even right now, as I'm a teenager, I also watch cartoons because there are good things in cartoons that I can learn. So for me, TV enlightens us and also entertains us.
TV is educative, is enlightening. It has evolved in the area of creation of awareness, awareness to the general public, creating awareness of what is happening in our environment. So TV is actually what's the one?
TV is a media. It's one of the way that we can get information quickly, not like the olden days that we have to write letter and send it to a mouse before we get information or before we can get things done. So TV is a way of communicating early and to make sure that this information is being disseminated on time. So, and it has really helped, especially our society, to get more information on time, without being delayed.
Power of vision, voices, and stories that continue to inspire us all. One screen at a time. Happy World Television Day.
Thank you, Moses, for that report. And that's how we wrap up this week's edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Voice of the People TV, and follow us on all social platforms at VOP TV Live. If you see news happening near you, send us your videos, pictures, or report us on WhatsApp via 0814-606-4057 or email us at news@voptv.ng. I am Precious Agamano. Thank you for watching and see you next week.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Iliagbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
So you have a sister?
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile-Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lots of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this evening?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, it's something is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood had some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect. So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time on the set?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? Yeah. We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. He is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Nah, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard, and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to Ticket on Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or on the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production. I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had
the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side. And my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. This is it. I stop at, and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you're doing, so you won't end up running the machine. After sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip clothes. So I'm supposed to sew it like this, but if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth, the zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finish sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. It's about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt won't start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is, very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, then I trim it off. Now this is my zip. This is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. I'm going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. Join it out. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. I'm done passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. You can see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle, from the closing of the bag, the beginning and everything makes it look neater. Thank you.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hey guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. At VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration, a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she, too, is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and a role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bent, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual. A cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as a fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
Another compelling edition of Health Check, the program where we break down the health issues shaping our lives, one honest conversation at a time, right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to guide you on this journey into clarity, awareness, and healthier living. But remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and stay connected on all social media platforms at Vop TV Live for health tips, updates, and conversations that matter. Now, before we dive in, here's a little something to make you smile. Have you ever told yourself that I will just eat this small piece of cake or chin-chin or peanuts, and before you know it, everything is gone? Well, your blood sugar noticed that, and that's why we're here to talk about diabetes today. So, today we are shining a spotlight on a condition that touches millions of households, yet remains heavily misunderstood. Diabetes. So, to help us separate fear from facts, myth from medical truth, we're joined by two exceptional experts. Dr. Rebecca Markley, a medical doctor and health expert who helps professionals balance health and career through food-based solutions, and Dr. Charles Adeogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate, committed to raising awareness and promoting preventive health strategies in communities. Doctors, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Charles, for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Markley, Rebecca, for joining us. It's good to have you here on the show. Thank you so much. So before we get deep into the conversation today, I'd love to start on a personal note. So Dr. Rebecca Markley, what is one simple health habit you practice every day that you want everyone watching to begin immediately?
It's simply put, I'll say, drink water.
Water.
Yeah.
Very important. I've heard that a lot of times.
First thing
water.
in the morning. Yes. Drink
First thing in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Why?
And
How
make
does
sure
that help?
throughout the day you've had like 8 cups. Or if you have a big bottle, have like 2. That big bottle should be like 1 liter, 1.5. Have like 2 to 3 of it every day.
So every day we should consume at least 3 liters of water.
2.5 to 3 liters of water.
Okay, our medical expert has spoken. I'm sure we've gotten that. All right, how about you, Dr. Diogo?
Well, for me, I would advise the listeners to have more fruits in their diet. Incorporate more fruits and veggies in your diet. You can't go wrong. Apart from the vitamins, you have the fiber that helps with your digestion. And at least constipation will be out of your way. and you will know.
Okay. What are some of us that don't like eating the fruits, but we just like fruit juice?
Well, the truth is there are different fruits. You know, there are a variety of fruits. So you can always have, you know, your preference in one of those fruits.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay,
you would always like
go.
one more than the other.
Okay. I'll try. We will try. All right, let's go deep into the conversation now. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would like to start with you. So what exactly is diabetes and how does it affect the body? Because, you know, some people do say, oh, my sugar is high and all of that. What does that really mean? Just break it down for us.
Okay, so diabetes basically means you have a high level of glucose in the blood. Simply put, layman's language. Now, medically speaking, we have values to back this up. I won't go into that detail here, but we have 2 parameters. We have the random blood glucose level and we have the fasting blood glucose level. Now, for the random blood glucose level, we expect that anybody, even if you've taken a meal, your blood glucose shouldn't go beyond 150. And then for the fasting blood glucose, it shouldn't go beyond 50. Okay, so but once your values go beyond these values, we now proceed to do some other tests and now diagnose this particular person as having a high blood glucose level or having diabetes. Simply put, yes.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dr. Charles. So, Dr. Charles, are there different types of diabetes, and how can the average person understand the difference between type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes?
Okay, thank you. So diabetes can be classified into type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. So type 1 is essentially the insulin-dependent diabetes, in which the problem is actually insulin deficiency. So in type 1 diabetes, it's also referred to as juvenile onset diabetes. So most people that are born with either their pancreas not producing insulin at all, complete deficiency, or they have insufficient amounts of insulin produced, they all fall under type 1 diabetes. While type 2 diabetes, insulin deficiency is not the problem. It is how the body responds to insulin that is the problem. And type 2 is usually associated with obesity. So type 2 is referred to as the non-insulin dependent type of diabetes. And, though insulin is present, the receptors are not responding appropriately to insulin. So you still have elevated sugar in the blood, and it's not getting to the cells where they are normally utilized. The third type of diabetes is referred to as gestational diabetes. As the name implies, it's associated with pregnancy. So in this kind of diabetes, you find a woman who, prior to her pregnancy, her blood sugar had been normal. There was no problem whatsoever. But in the course of pregnancy, she now finds out that her sugar is actually going up and the levels remain elevated. And in such situations, it poses a lot of potential risk to both the mother and the child, because the child can be born with some congenital problems, meaning some malformations in the child, and then the child can also be bigger than usual, what we call fetal macrosomia. The weight of the child is 4 kilograms and above because of the high circulating blood glucose. So certainly you find out that in gestational diabetes, it's very important that antenatal care, is emphasized, because you can imagine, how would you know your sugar is high if you were not going for antenatal? Exactly. It is during antenatal that, at your periodic visits, you have your blood work, you have your urine checks, and all those things. So that's why we always emphasize that every pregnant woman should always go for proper antenatal check and keep up with your appointments, so that if there's anything, it's going to be picked up early. And then, of course, your dietary and lifestyle changes that you require, they are instituted, and the right management is put in place. You cannot manage these things on your own. And because of the potential risk it has on the unborn child, it may also influence the type of delivery the woman is going to have. So it's very essential that antenatal is made mandatory for every pregnant woman. So it's not by choice, it is actually essential for every pregnant woman. Compulsory, that's the word.
All right, you mentioned something about obesity. Is it possible for a slim person to have diabetes?
Yes, because diabetes, just like most chronic illnesses, there's a huge genetic aspect to it, whereby it runs in families. So whether you're actually on the big side or not, if you have a strong genetic predisposition, you can actually do have diabetes. So though it's very common amongst obese people because of the large fat and the large surface areas, large body surface area. They also have insulin insensitivity. So because their bodies are not so sensitive to insulin, and because of their sedentary lifestyle, in some cases, lack of exercise, and maybe the kind of diet that they normally indulge in, you find out that they are at increased risk of diabetes. But that is not to say people who are also slim cannot have diabetes. And it's also important for us to mention that weight loss can also be a presentation or a presenting symptom of diabetes.
Weight loss?
Yes, weight loss.
Wow.
You find out that the person is losing weight because the glucose is not getting to the cells where they're supposed to be utilized, and it's like starvation in the midst of plenty. You have so much circulating glucose in the blood, but the cells are actually not getting it because insulin that should be at the interface is either deficient or not responding properly.
All right, getting interesting. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca Markley. Doctor, how much of a role does family history play in this? Is it genetic and all of that?
Okay. Okay, family history plays a huge role. It plays a huge role. The fact that one or two of your parents have had diabetes plays a major role, and I would explain why. Now, of course, we all know that genes are hereditary and they are passed on. And many times it's not just genes that are passed on, but also if you are in a particular family that has a particular illness and are used to certain habits, there's a tendency, yes, you have those genes, but also you will pick up those same habits. Okay. And of course, if you indulge in the same habits, you already are predisposed to it, you end up with the same illness. So it does play a major role, and that's how it plays a major role. Yes.
All right. So since we're still talking about, genetics and all of that, let's still touch, symptoms and diagnoses of diabetes. So Dr. Rebecca, what early warning signs should people pay attention to? I mean, at what point should someone say, okay, this is not normal anymore, I'm getting too tired, I should get checked and all of that. So at what point should we start paying attention to early warning signs?
Okay, so if one notices that they have frequent urination, especially at night, you are getting
frequent urination at night,
especially at night, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, that's a warning signal. Yes. If they notice all of a sudden they are losing a lot of weight and there's nothing else that they've picked that is wrong with them, that's a warning signal. If they notice that they are thirsty, that's a warning signal. Then for some people, when it has really, really gone far, you may start noticing that, oh, your urine is foamy, But the early signs are usually thirst, frequent urination, weight loss. Also, if you notice that you're always breaking out in boils, you're always having infections, and you're always repeatedly using antibiotics and they don't seem to be going away, it's a sign that you should check your sugar level. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. So let's bring it back to the studio. Dr. Charles, Dr. Rebecca mentioned, weight loss, tiredness, frequent, urination and all of that. Well, some of these symptoms, especially weight loss, can be misinterpreted as stress, if you would agree with me. Once someone is already losing weight, they're like, oh, you're stressing yourself too much, you should rest and all of that. So how can we differentiate between stress and, diabetics symptoms?
Okay. Basically, another important thing to notice is that you may have what we call unintentional weight loss because the person can't understand why they're losing weight. But diabetes also presents with increased appetite. You may be having more hunger pangs. You're always calling for more food.
Isn't this in contrast to...
No, it is not, because like the doctor has said, the triad actually, you have increased thirst, you have increased urination, and increased appetite. So you can imagine somebody who is eating and within a short interval is asking for more food and more food, but actually losing weight. You see, when you have all this, you just think straight. You need to get your sugar levels checked. And it's important for us to also mention that these are symptoms. So there's a difference between symptoms and complications. Some other people, because of their poor health-seeking habits, they don't go for wellness checks, they don't go for routine checks. So they don't even know that this has been happening to them over a period of time. And things are getting more complicated by, just like the doctor said, they're now having foamy urine that implies that it's beginning to have some renal complications affecting their kidneys. Some people may also now experience, some kind of numbness, tingling in their limbs, pin and needle sensations, blurry vision. This is telling you that this is not just starting now. Complications are already setting in. Some men can have erectile dysfunction. You can have wounds that will not heal on time, that may even lead to amputation of the limbs in some instances. And then you may also have people ultimately also develop some cardiac complications and even increased risk of stroke. So you can see that for a lot of people, before they know sometimes, they don't even pick it up at that point where they are urinating frequently. It's when something more serious, like there's a wound that would not heal, That's when they will now say, oh, maybe they should go and get their sugars checked. And that is even if they are properly guided by a health professional. So the essence of saying all this is sometimes you don't just wait for just the symptoms.
Early detection.
Exactly. By the time you see you're urinating more than usual, which was not before the norm for you, and you also see that you're becoming more, thirstier all the time, you need to make sure that you get your sugars levels checked. And then when you also notice that you're beginning to feel needle sensations or gloves and stocking sensation, you just feel some weird things in your limbs, that is not usual for you, you should always get it checked. And it is not every time a person loses weight that you attribute it to stress. Sometimes it could be diabetes, sometimes it could even be cancer, sometimes it could be hyperthyroidism. There are a lot of conditions that can just make you have unintentional weight loss, unexplainable weight loss. So weight loss without a tangible cause is a red flag that must be thoroughly investigated. So that is how to distinguish it between it and normal stress. If it was just stress, you know that once you take a break, you go on a vacation, and you remove the stressor, everything seems to normalize, but that is not going to be the case if it's diabetes.
All right. So what tests can be used to diagnose this diabetes?
Okay, I think the doctor had mentioned them. You have your fasting blood sugar. That is you checking your blood sugar levels after a period of fasting, usually about 8 to 10 hours of fasting. And then you also have your random blood sugar, which is, and it's important for us to note here that you have a normal reference range of values for each of these tests. So if you're doing a fasting test, there's a normal reference range it's expected to be within. So if you do a random blood sugar, there's also a reference range of value it's supposed to be within for it to be considered normal. Then for people who are confirmed diabetics, when they come for follow-up checks, we now have what we call the glycated hemoglobin, and that helps us to to assess or evaluate their control of their blood sugar over a period of time, to know if from their last appointment up till now, how has their sugar been controlled. It helps you know people that are compliant with treatment. It helps you know people who are following their meal plan. And it helps you to know people who are doing well on the current therapy. And it helps to inform the doctor whether he needs to adjust their treatment or adjust the doses of the drugs they're on.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, I'd like to come to you. You are a nutritionist to a very large extent. So I'd love to take this to the diet angle. So how does diet, stress, sleep, all of this, lack of exercises contributes to diabetes, and what lifestyle changes can actually improve the condition?
Okay, so diet plays a major role. Like I've said first in the definition, that diabetes basically has to do with a high glucose level in the blood. And of course, one of the first ways we get glucose into the system is from what we eat and the process of digestion, okay? The other way that glucose floods the system is when the body is in what we call a fight or flight mode. In other words, you need to attend to a particular matter, you need to be awake for a bit longer. So your body activates a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol makes sure that your body system is flooded with glucose. The main purpose is that it's trying to help you have enough energy to complete the task at hand, okay? Now, the fight or flight mode is usually what we experience when we say we are stressed. It means basically that we have to attend to a particular task, and maybe we have a short time or we have little resources, so we are a bit more tense. And usually at that time, we need more energy, and that's why cortisol comes in. Now, if you are constantly in that particular situation, that means every time your system has a rush of glucose coming through it, if persistently you are eating meals that have a very high glycemic index, when we say it has a high glycemic index, what we mean is that it has a tendency, when it breaks down, to flood your system with a lot of glucose, okay? Or in simple terms, what we're trying to say is that the basic components of that meal breaks down very easily into glucose, which glucose, as we all know, is sugar. So these are the two ways that stress and diet affects. Then, of course, when you don't sleep, you need to be, and you're trying to be awake, you're trying to be alert. Your brain also needs energy. So it kicks in different mechanisms in your body to make sure that the sugar level is high. So you can imagine you constantly being in all these states for very long periods of time, After some time, of course, the first time it happens, your body's mechanism kicks into place. Insulin tries to do its work, which is basically to transport glucose to the cell and all that. But after some time, in science, many times we say either it becomes insulin production reduces or it becomes overwhelmed. In other words, the sugar load is too much for it to carry. So I hope in simple terms, everyone has been able to understand how these four things go hand in hand to raise sugar levels and ultimately lead to diabetes.
All right, so sugary drinks. What about sugary drinks, alcohol, late night eating?
They're all part of the whole sequely. They're all part of the whole drama. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, Dr. Charles Adiogu, let's make this more relatable to the audience. So, what everyday habits put people at risk on a normal day, and they don't even realize it? What everyday habits do people just don't, pay attention to, but it is actually putting them at risk to having this particular health condition?
Okay, there are some everyday habits that increases your risk or predisposes you to diabetes. One of which is the sedentary lifestyle. So if you're always seated for a long period of time, or you're somebody that you're an executive and you have people run errands for you.
Remote workers as
exactly,
well.
And remote workers. So everybody is doing the work, running up and down to get your objectives, met, but you are declining in your health quality, so to say. So basically, a sedentary lifestyle is a problem. Then for a lot of people who binge on alcohol, it's also a problem because alcohol has been strongly linked to pancreatitis, which is inflammation of the pancreas where insulin is produced. So you can imagine chronic inflammation of the pancreas will make you, have a decline in pancreatic function. Then, of course, binging on junk foods.
Junks. Oh my God. I feel like this is very relatable.
Or you are eating everything that you crave for, forgetting the nutritional nourishment it brings to you, or the potential detrimental effects it can have on your health. So the fact that you suddenly remember certain snacks, I don't want to mention names here, which we all know, that, you just have a sudden craving for it, and then it's almost on impulse that you just make an order, and then you eat and eat and eat, and you can't even control yourself that, this is how much of it you want to eat. And then you keep ordering and ordering back to back just because it feels good, just because it tastes nice, and then you forget about your health. So you can see diet plays a role, you can see lifestyle plays a role. And then for a lot of people who, for one reason or the other, exercise is not just their thing. They'll just tell you, exercise is not for me. I don't see why I need exercise. I'm already active and all that. Exercise has shown to significantly improve the quality of lives of diabetics and also to reduce the risk for people who have other risk factors in place, like genetics. So for instance, you come from a family that diabetes is very prominent in their lineage, and you try as much as possible to avoid the sedentary lifestyle. You have a consistent exercise routine, you watch your diet closely, you drink alcohol responsibly, you're likely not going to come down with diabetes. So these are just a few of one of the most important everyday things that people do that they are not actually aware increases their chances of diabetes. And of course, people that are obese, you better find a way to manage your weight, because your body weight, has a strong link to diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiovascular events.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into treatment options, myths, and how to prevent complications. Please stay with us. All right, it's been a wonderful conversation here. We've been talking about diabetes, and I've been with Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun. They've been able to establish the causes, the symptoms, the complications, and all of that. So right now we're talking about the treatment. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca first. So Dr. Rebecca, what treatment options are available for diabetes, medications, insulin, and all of that? Can you just brush through once again?
Okay. So first and foremost, because this is my tough, the first thing is always to have to approach it from nutrition. First and foremost, person has to adjust their nutrition depending on the level, because it depends on how long, how bad the symptoms present, and if there are any complications. Then also there are medications that control diabetes, okay? And then in some cases, especially where it's obvious that the pancreas is not producing insulin at all, we augment with insulin injections. So those are basically the 3 lines of treatment, yes.
All right. So Dr. Charles, you talked about early detection when you were, talking about the causes and all of that. So how crucial is early treatment in preventing long-term damages?
Very important, because we try to differentiate between the symptoms and complications. So complications are what result from persistently uncontrolled diabetes. So the problem is not diabetes in itself. The problem is actually leaving it uncontrolled, because there are a lot of people living with diabetes well controlled and they have minimal complications and they have a good quality of life. So it's very important that early diagnosis helps you to institute treatment early, to put in place all the dietary and lifestyle modification, and then ultimately the goal is minimize complications. So what are these complications? We've mentioned blurry vision or even blindness. It's important that we mention that diabetes can make people go blind, can make people lose their vision because of the retinopathy. It can cause renal failure. These are the end stage consequences of persistently, uncontrolled diabetes. So for people that are uncontrolled, they'll have wounds that would not heal, leading to amputation. You can have people having what we call numbness and tingling sensation, the neuropathies. You can have men presenting with erectile dysfunction. You can have increased risk of stroke. You can have increased risk of cardiomyopathy. And then you can ultimately have, of course, death, because people can go into a diabetic coma. So that's something that results when you have hyperglycemia, that is elevated blood sugar over a long period of time, and nothing was done about it, either because the person didn't present early enough, or the person was not compliant with treatment, or the person was, in the case of Nigerians, looking for other alternative treatments that are not effective. And the person has been on these things, and ultimately complications result. So ultimately, the advice to everybody is early detection. Do something about it once the diagnosis has been established. Go for regular health checks and be on your drugs as much as you can. And the doctor has already talked about the treatment modalities available.
All right, so I would like to go to Dr. Rebecca for this particular question, because you are a nutritionist. So, we talk about something we popularly call agbo in our dialect. Okay, so agbo jadi is very, very, very safe according to what people, usually describe it as. So how do you think this can work with medications? Is it better than modern diabetes medications and all of that?
Okay, so thankfully we're in a world where people are, knowledge is increasing every day, and people are doing their research. So, but when it comes to things like diabetes, it's very, very important that whoever you are getting these things from is knowledgeable. Now, let me tell you some dangers about the herbal medications. First and foremost, they are not properly regulated. A few people are coming out to regulate them properly now. Then many people don't know, which some people in my space are trying to raise awareness about this. Some of these preparations are made, they are kept for a long time, mold gets into them, and it's now the offshoot of what was produced that is molding and spoiling is what people are taking, and it can lead to it can damage their kidneys seriously. So it's very, very important that you don't just take anything. Unfortunately, we live in Nigeria especially. People don't pay attention to quality. Other parts of the world where they've started taking time to study the herbs, they are doing a lot of quality checks on them. But in this environment, there are very, very few people that pay attention to quality. So I wouldn't advise anybody that already has sugar problems, is already having complications, to just go to anybody. Make sure you go to somebody that is trained, that really understands what they are doing, because you are trying to treat the sugar and avoid drugs, but you may not end up with a kidney complication, which we don't want that to happen. And not just the kidney a complication in your kidneys, there are other organs that will be affected, so it's not just wise just to buy anything off the street. How long has that thing been prepared?
Exactly.
Is this actually the herbs or the mold that you are drinking, So all those things matter. And unfortunately too, in our society, people don't really value their health. So some of the people that have actually been trained and understand how these things are supposed to be prepared and used, they are not even willing to go to them, So those are some of the challenges with it. So my first advocacy is that go to the hospital, make sure that you are properly checked. And if this is the route you want to take, go to a certified professional.
Yeah, so modern diabetic medication is still the best.
It's still important.
All right.
It saves a lot of
Dr.
money.
Adeg, we talked about junk foods and all of that. Please, we know that some of these junk foods are quite, heavy in fat and all of that. So can you recommend some snack that we would safely swap with all of the ones we've been taking to reduce this sugar intake and, reduce the risk of diabetics?
Okay. So even though my focus is on food and medicine, I would say I am not a dietitian. But from my experience, one of the things that help to calm hunger pangs and also keep your sugar down is having something that is rich in protein. Okay. And we have things like our nuts. Now, I'm not saying take a whole bottle of granules. No, please don't do that. Or you can have like a handful of cashews. You can have chicken. You can have your meat. Then fruits that are low in sugar, things like watermelon, you can have that. Vegetables like cucumbers, you can have that. So those are things you can snack on. But we all know by the time you eat cucumbers and watermelons, they are basically water-rich fruits. You'll feel hungry. So pair it with a nice protein. It will help.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's come back to the studio. Dr. Charles, so I want us to talk about some myths, right? There are some things that people just misinterpret diabetics to be. So some of them are that only sugar causes diabetics. I don't know if that's true. Some of them say herbal mixtures can cure it. Some of them say diabetes is a spiritual attack. Some of them say only overweight people get diabetic. Some of them say once you start medications, it will not leave completely. It can only leave, just... So can you just clarify some of these myths?
Okay, thank you. So myths, these myths are misconceptions. They come from people not having a thorough understanding of the condition. But basically, it's good for us to emphasize here that diabetes is a chronic metabolic state or condition that cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So it's a lifelong treatment. This is very good for people to make peace with at the beginning so that you won't have problems with compliance to treatment. So when your doctor is always asking you to be on your medications or asking you for regular wellness checks, you would not be saying, for how long am I going to be treating this? You will be clear from the beginning, because you fully understand that this is a condition that you would have to manage long term. So that is something people should settle in their minds. That's number one. Then number two, most of the foods you eat, carbohydrate foods, are broken down to sugar by the process of digestion. So every food you eat, your body has a series of processes of breaking them down, extracting the nutrients from them before elimination in your body. So your body absorbs the nutrients ultimately. So most carbohydrate foods are broken down to sugars. So when you are referring to sugar, we're not only referring to that white refined sugar that comes in cube form or granulated form. Exactly. So people should understand that this is not only that kind of sugar. So if you're eating a lot of your pounded yam, your white rice, your white bread, and all that, and doing all the pastries, yes, you're going to have your sugar spikes, especially if you're already a non-diabetic or you are pre-diabetic.
And taking a lot of soda.
Yeah, or take a lot of sodas, yes. So basically, you know that you are going to actually have a sugar spike. So it's important we know that. And then, of course, most illnesses, if not all, in fact, I would say every illness has an explanation. That is why there is a study called pathology, where you study diseases, because there is a basis for most diseases. So there are some diseases that may not be fully understood, but there is always an explanation for them. So for you to think it's spiritual, completely count that out, because that is just our own African mind trying to explain what seems poorly understood or is mystical to them.
Exactly.
Just because they don't have answers to it or they don't have a thorough knowledge of it, they now assume it has to have a spiritual origin. The truth of the matter is diabetes is explainable. It's a metabolic condition. Either you're not producing enough insulin, or your body is not responding to insulin, or it's gestational. So it has to be one of these factors. And if you do a thorough family history taking, you'll find out that it is somewhere, already in that family line. Then it's also necessary for us to know that, please, like the doctor said, you have treatment options available. These are time-tested and trusted methods of managing diabetes. So we use the word managing, referring to diabetes, hypertension, and some other illnesses, because they don't really go away. So when you say treatment, if you use the word treatment, some people may misinterpret it to mean that, okay, you take the course of treatment for a certain duration of time and then it goes away. This is not the case in diabetes. So you know that it is a constant treatment that entails you taking your medications, modifying your lifestyle, changing your diet to make sure that you maintain, optimal glucose levels. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, definitely. But earlier you spoke about a type of gestational diabetes that has to do with pregnancies, right? So is it possible that women with gestational diabetes can have healthy pregnancies all through?
Yes, that's the essence of you going for, your antenatal checks and being, monitored by an obstetrician. That's the specialist in charge of pregnancy and pregnancy-related conditions. So once you're already going for your regular checks, your sugar levels will be checked, your HbA1cs will be checked, your urinalysis will be done, we'll check the number of pluses of glucose you have in your urine, because all these are indicators of how well you're doing and how well your sugar is controlled. For a lot of women who have gestational diabetes, yes, they do carry their pregnancy well, and they give birth to babies, that are healthy. But the important thing is that everything must be done under strict scrutiny and monitoring, because that surveillance is very, very key to minimize your risk of complications. Because you can imagine a woman who has been pregnant and maybe she's had previous children and probably didn't have the issue at that time. And she assumes that this pregnancy too, she will go elsewhere to somebody who is not an expert to manage her, or she's just self-medicating or managing herself, which is very dangerous. You can imagine her having gestational diabetes. First and foremost, she would not even know because she hasn't checked. You would only know what you have investigated. And then secondly, all the right treatments or managements will not be put in place because she is not even aware of what condition she has. So she will suddenly give birth to a child probably with congenital anomalies, a child who is bigger than usual, and if she hasn't done a scan, because it's amazing how people trivialize their health and don't prioritize their health.
Exactly.
You'll just find out that at the point of birth, she's having difficulty giving birth.
And you will not be able to place.
And because the child is too big, you know, because of the diabetes, the child is macrosomic, very, very huge baby. And the child may also have complications. We have birth injuries. You can find out because maybe some inexperienced midwives or some traditional, or I don't know, some people who are not specialists, the people taking the delivery, they can actually fracture the clavicle of the child. The child can have Erb's palsy. You can actually injure the child and give the child some deformities, which would have been preventable if she had been in a hospital setting, because they would have foreseen all these things and would have put things in place at least to curb the complications from arising. So it's very essential that you're coming to the hospital is not just to keep the hospital business running or for doctors to collect your money.
Yes.
It is for your own safety and the safety of your unborn child.
All right, all right. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would just love to ask you this question before we move. How important is family support in managing all right? So, Dr. Charles, I'd love to ask you, how important is family support in managing diabetics? You know, people with diabetics also have families and they might be going through a whole lot. So what's your advice to these people? How do they manage the situation with their family members?
Just like any other illness, illness requires you doing the right things in terms of presenting early to a medical professional, you know, sticking to your treatment regimen that has been recommended for you. And also, we all need good support. We need a support system. Yes. You know, people that would support us emotionally, people that would support us when we are discouraged, people that would, you know, cheer us on, even when we don't feel like doing the things we're supposed to do. Because these are the people that will serve as reminders for us. So family support is key. For instance, somebody who is managing diabetes, occasionally, being a human, the cravings come, you want to eat what you're not supposed to eat. Somebody comes and gently reminds you, you're not supposed to eat that. Remember what the doctor said.
Yes,
this is not for you.
To have our backs.
Exactly. And then somebody tells you, the doctor asked you to always exercise. You've not exercised in the last 2 days. I think you are missing out on something important. Let me go on a walk with you, just to encourage you, just to give you that drive and that motivation. Somebody reminds you, have you taken your medication today? And somebody reminds you, your hospital appointment is on Friday. I hope that is in plan. You need all this.
Yeah.
It is when you have this support that you can actually do well, and it sends a message to the patient themselves that they are wanted. Exactly, they are wanted, they are loved. They don't want to lose them.
Yeah, it's
and
not a death sentence.
Yes, and they matter to the people around them, and the people around them really want them around for longer. And you don't know, you cannot quantify what positive effect it will have on the well-being of that patient.
Yeah.
You know, so it's important that family members, you know, rally around people living with diabetes and give them all the support.
All right, thank you very much. So in 30 seconds, just tell us one advice for people that are ignoring these symptoms and should really, really pay attention to their health, just to, you know, bring that awareness to them.
Well, for people that have the symptoms already and they're not paying attention to it, or they're ignoring the symptoms or wishing away the symptoms, they're treading on dangerous grounds, because what is going to happen certainly is you're going to just find out that there's kidney failure, you lose your vision, you know, you may have erectile dysfunction, you have wounds that won't heal, you are playing with complications that are too detrimental for you to ignore. Because at the end of the day, when these things happen, you will go back to the hospital you have always been avoiding, and you'll go back to the doctors you've been running away from. And then, mind you, to manage complications, mind you, I use the word manage. So manage the complications is way, way, way more expensive than you managing it at the diabetic stage before those complications arise. So it's better you choose how you want to spend your money, and you better choose it wisely. So better make the choice to handle something when it is still very minor and when things are not complex yet, than for you to be running around looking for dialysis or transplants when the kidneys have already gone bad. So please don't ignore your symptoms. Your symptoms are red flags that your body is sending to you. Do something about it.
Okay, please don't ignore your symptoms. We've heard that from the medical experts on the show today. So a very, very big thank you to Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogo for sharing such clear, practical insights with us today. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thanks for having me.
All right, diabetes may be a lifelong condition, but remember, with the right information, early detection, and intentional lifestyle habits, life can remain full, vibrant, and deeply rewarding. So everyone watching, your health is not a burden, it is an investment. Your body speaks, and please don't wait for it to shout before you listen. If you notice any unusual thirst, fatigue, weight changes, anything that doesn't feel normal, please seek medical help early. There is strength, not shame, in taking control of your health. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and above all, stay alive.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups, quartered at separate kraals, and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and the world better than you found it. This powerful statement by Nobel laureate Chinua Achebe captures the true essence of learning and transformation in the society. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we engage minds, spark conversations, and shine a light on the issues, opportunities, and challenges shaping Nigeria's education sector. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and today on the program, we are going to be diving into discussion that matter, discussion that can inspire action and drive change. The federal government has cancelled the national language policy that made the use of indigenous languages compulsory in Nigerian secondary schools across the nation. Announcing the decision at the 2025 Language in Education International Conference in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said English language will now serve as the sole medium of instruction across all levels of education. The earlier policy approved in 2022 had directed that pupils from early childhood to primary 6 be taught in their mother tongue or the language of their immediate community. According to the minister, evidence showed that students in regions that adopted the mother tongue approach recorded poorer results in national examination such as WAEC, NECO, and JAMB. He also noted that the overuse of indigenous languages in classrooms had negatively impacted learning outcomes, stressing that future education policies would be based on research and performance data rather than sentiment. With the new directive, schools nationwide are expected to fully adopt English as the official language of teaching and learning from primary to tertiary levels. Now, joining me to discuss this is Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, an antisocial behavior practitioner and the founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation, and also virtually I have Godsent Ugbebo, who joins us from Abuja. Good afternoon, Madam Fumi, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Hi, good afternoon.
All right, we are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue. All right, so let's look at the policy impact regarding this conversation. What's your general assessment of this new initiative, and how significant is this reversal for Nigeria's education system?
Actually, I think it's a very good idea because in Nigeria, there are a lot of young people who finish secondary school who even come up with good WAEC and they can't even speak good English. They speak pidgin English to address you, to communicate with you. And this is not a good example for Nigeria. It portrays Nigeria in a different way. I'm going to talk briefly about my foundation. I have a child from my foundation that I end up dropping because despite the fact that he passed GCSE, WAEC, he can't speak good English. I put him in school. He communicate with you in pidgin English, and in his exam, he did poorly, which is not a good thing. So I think,
despite the fact that he went to school, he was educated, he still cannot speak good English.
Yes, and this is what you get from Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians that finish secondary school, especially in rural areas, no matter how you communicate with them, they reply you in pidgin English. So when they are writing, they write as in pidgin English, and that's not good.
Okay,
And
so let's look at equity concerns regarding this conversation. How might this decision affect children in rural areas where English proficiency is limited compared to urban centers?
If you talk about, because they still use the same teacher who covers Nigeria, so the same laws still apply to them. So it's all about use English, communicate with them. I also have children in a rural area in the other part of...
Did you raise any of your child in the rural area?
Yes.
Wow.
Most of my children come from rural area for my foundation. And I try to even make sure they have extra lesson for English, because English is very important. Wherever you go in the world, if you can't speak English, there is a big problem.
So English should actually be something that people ought to learn, students ought to learn. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I want us to look at the cultural identity regarding this conversation. What are the long-term implications for Nigeria's indigenous languages and cultural heritage? Because we know that our cultural heritage and our indigenous language must also be preserved.
No matter how you speak English to a child, for example, we still speak Yoruba, because that's what they speak to that child, or Igbo, or Hausa, or whatever language they speak at home. So it doesn't really matter. English at school helps. So English is an extra lesson that they need to learn to communicate worldwide. But at home, their parents speaks to them in their mother tongue. So that's all right.
Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and others.
Yeah.
These are actually languages that should be preserved because they are part of our indigenous language. But I want us to look at global best practices because you have an experience from both the United Kingdom and, of course, Nigeria. Let's look at global best practices regarding this conversation. Are there examples from other multilingual countries that has been successfully integrated into their curriculum that should also help Nigeria without compromising academic performance? So I want you to do a juxtapose between Nigeria and the UK, which you, of course, have an experience in the both of them. So are there global examples that can be integrated into local languages that education will not be compromised?
You can't compromise education. You can't. That's why free education from primary to secondary school is very crucial. It's very, very important. So that every child matters. Not only rich kids. Rich kids can go to expensive schools. But at least make sure the local children, the working class family, have free education. Paying £20,000, £15,000 per term is still a lot. So, but teaching them English, after school lesson, school club, these are the things government needs to address and promote our culture, the education, so that wherever our children, Nigeria children goes to, all over the world, their education will be recognized.
Okay, so what challenges do you think that schools may face in transitioning fully back into English as the only medium of instruction, especially schools that are used to Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and other indigenous languages? What challenges might teachers face or schools?
Teacher can still teach their local language. Despite the fact you teach English, you can say it doesn't matter.
Right.
It can
so
be
the fact that you're
extra
studying English in the uni doesn't mean you cannot speak Yoruba or you cannot speak Hausa or you cannot speak other indigenous languages.
So you can still speak other languages. You can still teach maybe additional language, extra tutor, which is very, very important. But English is something that must be taught at school worldwide. So that you can blend it wherever you go in the world. If you go to America, they teach English, they speak English. If you go to anywhere in the world, English is still part of the language that they're going to communicate with you. So it's very, very important and very crucial that Nigeria is now taking it very serious, that English is the main language that has to be taught at school.
Okay, so beautiful that you said Nigeria is now taking it important. And I want us to also look at teachers and how ready our teacher is. How equipped do you think, or to what extent do you think Nigerian teachers need to be equipped to deliver quality instruction exclusively in English, especially in early education?
To teach English, first of all, you must be taught you must be educated to a level of additional English. So you must have maybe A stars, A levels, higher level in English.
Yeah.
You cannot use somebody who have C6 to be teaching English. It's not good.
Right.
So likewise maths. So teaching English is actually is a lesson, something that has to be taught in an advanced way to help our children.
Talking about helping our children, so what are the modes or methods that you would propose to help the children to exclusively or to better speak English?
At school, especially communicate with them in English. Teachers must communicate to students in English. No other languages. And also, students at school, if you encourage them to communicate within each other in English, it's helpful.
Okay, so let's look at language and cognitive development. What does research say about the relationship between learning in one's mother tongue and cognitive development in early childhood?
Learning a mother's tongue is like saying, are you going to remain within locally? If you learn in your mother's tongue, you can't travel to north because the northerners can't speak your mother tongue. So it means it restricts you within a zone area. You can't expand. You can't fly your wings.
So what are you proposing?
Teaching English is what the education minister have done. Is actually a good thing. And I actually supported that teaching English is crucial and also not only be taught at school, but also to be encouraged to speak within the students at school.
All right. So let's look at the way forward regarding this conversation. And of course, you've proposed that the indigenous language should also be preserved, but English should be declared as the sole medium of communication. So let's look at the way forward. What balanced approach do you think Nigeria can adopt to promote both effective learning and preservation of indigenous language and also English language as well?
Parents speak the language to your children at home. And while at school, they learn how to speak English. So it's encouraging for the parents to speak at home the language. Look at the Indian families. They speak the language. The Igbos, like Indians. We Yorubas, yes, we have that problem. We don't always speak the language to our children at home in United Kingdom. So most of our children, they can't speak our mother tongue, but they can speak English. But English, whether they like it or not, they are taught at school. So if they are taught at school, they will automatically speak English. So I will propose that at school, they should take it compulsory that children speak English at school, and also teacher communicates with them in English.
Beautiful. So I want to ask you this last one before we go on a break. How do you think growing up within the community, Yoruba cultural value, how has it shaped you? Emphasis on respect, communal support, and identity. How has it shaped you as an individual, even beyond the global sphere?
Me as a person, my primary school, I went to Trinity Nursery Primary School, and at school they only speak. So, and I was in boarding school, so they only speak English to us during that generation. So, I went to St. Anne's. So there's only St. Anne's also English. So things are changing, and despite the fact that I did English, I took Yoruba. So I did Yoruba as also in my GCSE.
Beautiful.
So it's a choice that I said it really helpful. And for me, I speak Yoruba fluently, and I love the language.
I also speak English.
And I also speak English.
You don't just speak English, you speak British English. Interesting conversation here. I think it's a great time to anchor that conversation while we, of course, go into the second discussion. You're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. The Universal Children's Day is a global day established to promote the rights and welfare of children and foster understanding among young people around the world. On December 14, 1954, the United Nations General Assembly recommended that every country deserve a Children's Day starting from 1956, choosing a suitable day to honor and protect the world's youngest citizens. This year, the theme is inclusion for every child, a reminder that every child, regardless of background, ability, gender, nationality, or skin color, deserves equal rights, opportunities, and dignity. It also calls for an end to discrimination and urges communities, leaders, and nations to create environments where all children can learn, thrive, and succeed, with students and educators calling for hard work, resilience, and strong sense of moral responsibility.
You have to decide that no matter what happens, you are going to stand for what you stand for. You're not going to break your values at any point in time. Very, very important, because after courage is the predetermination that you will stand, you will not bend, because the pressure will definitely come. The pressure would come, but you need to decide within yourself that you must stand.
A student that is serious with his academics or academics will not be distracted. It is from failure that distraction comes in. So if a child is not distracted, then the child is focused, and the sky will be the limit of such a child.
In a decaying society, bullying, cultism, prostitution, even gambling
A lot of young ones now going into gambling. Quick money, they want to make quick money. They don't want to work. They want to just get that money. And with this programs like this, and I believe that they would have better orientation, to avoid drugs taking, alcohol intake, know the kind of friends they move with, and see how they can actually live good moral lives.
Integrity is the key, and the confidence. Whatever they do, they have to have confidence in themselves, be bold, because that's the only thing that they can, get to make sure that they have a bright future that we expect them to have.
There is a serious need for mentoring. Teachers should not just communicate information. Parents should not just communicate information. They should train. Mentoring and discipleship is about training. You communicate skills. You teach them. You're not just telling them what to do. You show them what to do by your own lifestyle. So there's a need for serious level of mentoring from parents and for teachers. We need to come into the field and put our hands in the mud. Get into their space. A lot of parents are not on social media, but that's where your kids function. And you want to mentor the next generation. You're joking. You have to know their language. An average Gen Z guy can sell their parents they'll be having a conversation in front of their parents. Their parents don't have an idea what they're saying because you are not up to date. You are not current. So we need to be up to date. We need to be in the space where they function. We need to learn their language to be able to communicate the right values to them.
Students can become future leaders and heroes in the society by sitting up morally and intellectually. This can help them to have confidence in themselves, because if you're intellectually upright, you can be able to speak up anywhere and any place. And if you're morally upright, if you have good morals from the home or from anywhere, because morals starts from home, you'll be able to lead people and show them the right way, and people will like to learn from you.
We need to know how to speak out, how to voice out our emotions, and we need to know how to say the right things at the right time.
They have to involve in things that are right and involve in good morals, adhere to rules and regulations, both in school, every society they find themselves in.
They can begin to make a difference by being morally upright, obeying their teachers, going for seminars, listening attentively to instructions, and also respecting their seniors, and also hearing advices from their seniors.
As we celebrate children everywhere, their dreams, voices, and futures, it is important to renew our responsibility to defend their rights, protect their well-being, and empower them to reach their full potential. And of course, I still have with me Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, an antisocial behavioral practitioner and the founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation. And of course, virtually I have Godsent Ubebo. Let me start with you, Godsent. According to the United Nations, a child is defined as any human being below the age of 18. I want you to tell us what does Universal Children's Day, what does it represent, and then why is child care and child rights protection important for national development? Godsent, if you can hear me, please unmute your device. All right, I think I will come back to you in a moment. Let me come to you. I was asking about child care and child rights protection. Why do you think it's important for national development?
First of all, every child matters. And when we talk about every child matters, in education and child care, in whatever we do, we must put children first and protect their welfare, protect their care. And you can't let's talk about child care. It's very sad that in this generation, I've seen a lot of children in Nigeria, a lot of parents, they always say they have omodo, house help. And when they have house help, some of them will have like 15 years old as an house help. How could a child look after a child? When you have underage as an house help, it's an abuse. That house help you are having, you are abusing that house help. So, and this is also one of those things that Nigerian government needs to look into and repair. There should be a reform in what age someone can have as an house help. Because you cannot have underage looking after underage. So that's one of those things that we always said, every child matter because those house help children, they also matter.
So let's talk about promoting inclusion for children from disadvantaged background, which is one of the things that your foundation is doing. How can we promote inclusion for children, you know, from disadvantaged background? And then what role does education play in protecting children's rights?
And that's why we're talking about free education.
Yeah. Free
Education from primary to secondary school level.
All right.
Because Nigeria doesn't have that. Every time they send me the bill, the school sent me the bill and I still pay the school fees. It's not supposed to be like that.
Do you have free education in other countries, especially like in the UK?
In United Kingdom, free education up to A levels.
So when you say A level, do you mean university or polytechnical?
A levels. That's year 11, 12.
Okay.
So after you finish secondary school, 2 years used before entering university.
So the government automatically takes care of the education from the primary without you paying anything?
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, if you go to college and you're still within the age, they pay you for going to college.
Wow.
Government will pay you. And also free education, not only free education, free school meal, which encourage children to go to school. But I can understand that that's advanced country.
Yeah. Because we are still developing.
Nigeria is still developing.
Those are developed nations.
But no matter how Nigeria is developing, Nigeria is supposed to make sure the children are not paying school fees. Even if you, if you look back, that's one of those things I really like governor. When Adegbeshola was a governor, he actually produced free school meal for the children. And this is one of those things that Nigeria needs to be doing. A lot of governors, if they introduce free school meal, but instead they put the money into their pocket. It's inside Nigeria Constitution, free school meal, free education, but they are not exercising it. Because majority of our governors embezzle the money. You see their children in abroad, in Western world, they have big houses, big investments, while innocent children are suffering. Why are you are asking them to pay tax? Few people are paying tax. You are paying yourself huge money. What about working class family? What about lower class? That's the problem with this country. That's why they create prison for poor people. Prisons are not meant for the rich people in Nigeria. That's why everything, and why the people corrupt? All this crime that is going on in Nigeria is because the politicians are criminals themselves.
I will come back to you for information. Good afternoon, God Center, and thank you so much for joining us on the program. I want you to talk to us about the challenges facing children now, and then with the call for Universal Children's Day, how can schools help encourage equal opportunities for all learners? You can please unmute your device and speak.
Okay, sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
Okay, I was asking, I said, how can schools help encourage pupils for equal opportunities? And then what are the biggest challenges facing children as we celebrate the Universal Children's Day? Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I think it's a little bit like cracking.
Okay, I was asking, what are the challenges facing children? And then how can schools help encourage equal opportunities for learners? All right, we'll come back to you in a moment. So I wanted to ask for information from you. You have actually alleged that some of the politicians are not doing well in terms of education. What are the reformation that you would like to see? And then what step can parents begin to take to nurture inclusion at home?
Parents should please help their children to do their homeschool homework, support them in doing their schoolwork, and speak the mother tongue language to them at home while the school speak English to them. Support the teachers, support the school, and don't blame. And some parents will go to school, and when the school report a child, a good parent will back up the teacher. not your child. I watched a film why a parent went to school and beat up a teacher. It can only happen in Nigeria, not other country, because that teacher will go to jail for that. That's an abuse on a teacher. So parents should support teacher and also work together with school so that your child can be more educated and become a good person in life. So, and speaking English at school, teachers also should encourage speak only English at school and also encourage children to speak only English.
So I wanted to ask you about government as well, because you've spoken about the role of children, you've spoken about the role of schools, you've spoken about the role of teachers. How should government and policymakers strengthen child protection systems?
When we talk about child protection, you don't abuse a child. You don't use cane to beat a child. If the school should be encouraged, when you see a mark on the body of any child, it's an abuse. And now this is time government needs to pass the law about beating a child, about leaving a mark on a child's body. And also, they should encourage children to speak up. This is actually how we know if a parents are criminals, because children are innocent. They go to school and say, oh, my dad do this, my mom do this, because they're quite innocent children. And speaking up will make school to know what is going on at home. And that's why teachers need to speak to children. How are you? How is your mom? How is your dad? What did you eat? To make sure they eat, to make sure they are well fed. So teachers should also use diplomacy to find out what goes on at home.
So I want to talk about emerging technology. With the rising technology, how do you think we can safeguard children online?
My children, foundation children, they are not allowed to have mobile phone until they finish their final year in secondary school. And no children should be allowed online on Facebook, social media. It's not good for them. And a good parent, a very good parent, would encourage their children not to be on social media. Underage child on social media is not a good thing. And these are one of those things that government also needs to look into and put parents and monitor how children communicate online. So there should also be a lot of cyber watch online, what children are doing on social media. Even if you allow your children to be on Facebook or any form of social media, monitor them, watch what they are doing and correct them. A lot of parents are lack in the way they communicate with their children, because I go to social media, Facebook, and I see a lot of underage, even the way they present themselves and the way they carry themselves on social media is actually really wrong. And sometimes I wonder, do they have parents at all? Where are their parents? So all these things need to be looked into, and the Nigerian government needs to be strict on social media.
Thank you so much. So what message would you like to share with children on this special day as we celebrate the Universal Children's Day?
My message to first of all, to all the children are, face your book. You can be president tomorrow. You can be senator tomorrow. But it starts from now. Education is the key. Education is the future. If you focus, know where you're going, know what you want to do in life. I remember my son, when my son was 5 years old, his senior sister hurt himself and we're in the hospital. My son said to the doctor, please look after my sister. I'm going to be a doctor and I'm going to look after others. And I will tell you, he said that when he was 5 years old. Today, he's a medical doctor. Because I said to him, To be a doctor, you need to focus, you need to read. And he always, because he put in his mind that he's going to be a doctor from 5 years old. And he achieved it, and I thank God for that. And these are the parents, as a good parent, will back up their children. The moment you know what your child wants to do, what they're in life, back them up, support them, encourage them. And don't leave the children in the hand of house help. Every child matters. House help is not the mom, is not dad. So leaving your child raised by that house help is not a good thing. And that should be looked into. And that's why all these children end up on social media doing the wrong thing or behaving in the wrong way.
So every child deserves the right to education.
Every child deserves education.
The right to education.
Yeah.
I really want to appreciate you, Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, anti-social behavior practitioner and founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue.
Thank you for having me.
And we hope that when else we call you, you'll be glad to come again.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for coming. That's been an interesting conversation with you. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take another quick break now. And when we return, we'll bring you top stories from Nigeria's education sector. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back on the program. The Senate has ordered a full investigation into the Safe School Fund after the abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi State, questioning why billions budgeted to protect schools have not stopped repeated attacks. Lawmakers also urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to approve the recruitment of 100,000 additional military personnel to boost the fight against insurgency and school-targeted violence nationwide. Another committee drawn from Defense, Army, Navy, Finance and Education will probe how the Safe School program will be funded, implemented, and why schools remain exposed. Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who led the call, warned that insecurity now requires an urgent expansion of the armed forces. He also decried the commercialization of security, questioning what happened to funds allocated to school safety. Senate President Godswill Akpabio called for national unity and collaboration, saying insecurity can only be defeated through collective effort. The federal government has officially opened the application portal for the Student Venture Capital Grant, a new initiative providing equity-free grants of up to 50 million naira to student-led innovation. The announcement was made by the Federal Ministry of Education, with the Director of Press and Public Relations, Boriowo Folashade, confirming the launch. Speaking at the unveiling, Minister of Education Tunji Alausa said the program is central to the government's drive for innovation. The grant targets students developing solutions in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medical sciences fields. Successful applicants will also receive mentorship, incubation, and access to tools to help scale their ventures and address real-world challenges. In a major development, Nigerian lecturer and scholar Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo has earned his PhD from the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. He has also been named a British Academy Global Talent in Media and Communications. Dr. Arowolo's research, titled Poverty, Politics, and the Press, explores how poor communication and structural challenges have weakened the impact of Nigeria's social investment programs for more than 64 years. His study analyzed thousands of news reports and social media posts, underscoring the need for transparent and accountable media coverage to rebuild public trust and strengthen governance. Speaking on the journey, Dr. Arowolo, who features as an analyst on VOP TV's Edu Dialogue program, said discipline, consistency, and God's guidance helped him navigate the demanding research process. Beyond the PhD, he has also founded AfriScribe, a platform that supports researchers and organizations, and he plans to produce policy papers, journal articles, workshop, and multimedia content based on his findings. On behalf of all of us at Voice of the People Television, we say a very big congratulations to Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored two major issues shaping Nigeria's education landscape: the federal government decision to make English the sole medium of instruction in schools, and the global call to protect children and empower every child on Universal Children's Day. From policy shifts affecting learning outcomes to ensuring that the rights and inclusion of children, one thing is clear: the conversation we have today will shape Nigeria's learners, educators, and future tomorrow. For more updates and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom directly via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovations, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is not just preparation for life, it is the foundation of our national progress. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Ntetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Ntetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Market Today on Voice of the People Television. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and on today's edition of the program, we are at the Abule Market located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State. Food prices continue to be a major concern for both buyers and sellers. So today, we speak directly to those that are affected and its impact on their businesses. Let's go straight into the market to find out what's really happening. Thank you so much for joining us on Market Today, and we are at the Abule Market located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State, and I have with me a trader that would like to speak to us. Hello sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Well,
Yeah, your name and what you do?
my name is Sterry of Lagos, and I sell rice and beans in Abule Market.
Beautiful. What do you call yourself? Stereo of Lagos?
Sterry of Lagos.
How did you derive that name?
It's just my nickname, sir.
Okay, when it comes to market.
Yeah.
But normally, what do you be?
Emeka.
Okay,
Chukwuemeka.
all right, Mr. Emeka. Okay, so you were telling us about what you said. Tell us some commodities that you sell.
I sell beans,
Yes,
spaghetti,
Yeah.
rice, oil, tomatoes.
thank you. Do you sell in bulk or?
Yeah, I do sell. I sell wholesales. I still sell retail.
All right, thank you. So tell us the quantity in which you used to sell. Do you sell per derica? Do you sell per bucket? Do you sell per plate?
Yeah. I sell in Derica if you want to buy from Derica.
Okay.
I sell in paint, bag, like any quantity, sir. From Derica to bag.
Okay, so tell us the price range. If you want to buy in derica, if you want to buy in bag, what are the price range?
The price range differs so because
Yeah.
they are not the same price. And like for instance, rice, all rice are not the same price. For instance, there's one of for the there's one of 1, 2, 1, 5. So
All right, tell us the different type of rice that is available.
there is foreign, there is Nigeria.
Yeah.
But based on the demand and this, and people normally go for the foreign.
Why? Is it because
they
okay.
feel like the foreign is, foreign and it's better than the Nigerian. Some of Nigerian rice they have sand, so people don't normally go for the
So those
Nigeria.
sand, is there a way they can be filtered?
From us, we cannot filter it, unless from the company. So we normally tell the company to adjust their this one, to try to do some improvements from their production.
So which is one of the reasons why a lot of people prefer foreign rice.
Yeah.
So that foreign rice, so are there different categories of foreign rice too?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us.
There is short rice, like short grain rice and long grain rice. There's still medium one. That one is not. It's not as if it's too short and it's too long. It's just normal this one.
Okay, tell us the difference between the long grain, the medium grain, and the short grain. What do you think? Do we eat them the same way? Does it have the same taste, or what makes it different? What makes the long grain, medium grain, and long grain? What makes it different?
Actually, the long grain is more based on cooking. That one stands one and it doesn't come together, unlike the short one.
Okay.
But there is still some short grain that is like good as the long grain. It's just the amount of money you paid. differs the price you have.
So depending on the quality and quantity.
Quantity, yes.
Okay, so talking about quality and quantity, tell us the price of maybe beans. Tell us the price of rice, short grain, long grain, according to what you sell, as you can see.
Okay, for my own there is these beans called brown beans.
Brown beans, okay.
There is honey beans.
Okay.
There is white beans.
Yeah.
And so all of them are not the same price. Let me start with the honey beans. The honey beans is more expensive than the normal one because that one is sweet based on taste and based on demand.
Is that what they call Ewa Oloyin?
Ewa Oloyin, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on the demand, I can even buy these honey beans for 10 bars and these brown beans for 5 bars, and they will go for these honey beans. Like these honey beans will finish before these brown beans. Upon it's still 10 bars and 5 bars.
Okay, so that's the taste.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about the taste, and you told us about people going for honey beans. Are there any nutritional benefits? Are there any vitamin benefits? Are there any good benefits attached to taking honey beans that you personally know?
No, for me, I don't think there is any personal because all of them are still protein.
Yeah.
Honey beans is still protein, but here in Nigeria, people like going for sweetness. More especially, they like following what other people normally buy. Like for me now, if I want to buy beans now, I will not go for this one people are demanding. I rather go for this one because
why?
I don't know, but I just feel like this one is that kind of hype. I don't because it's because of this one is too overhyped. That people normally think that is better than this one. And this one, you can even use this one to do many things like moi akara.
Yeah, but can you use this for moi as well?
No.
Why?
It will not give you that
taste,
and the composure of this one.
Wow. So a whole lot of things will be put into consideration. So what factors do you think are driving the increase in all these honey beans, normal beans, rice? What factor do you think contribute to the increase or the decrease?
Based on my own findings and all these things, we don't have it here in East and South. It's mostly from North, and there is a whole lot of insecurity over there. So half of our food that we're eating here in Nigeria is coming from the North, and when that place is like not being secure, farmers are not getting through their farms, and so and most especially they are not coming like before because when plenty money is looking for small amounts of food, there is this scarcity. So
scarcity, insecurity. I'm taking note of your point actually. Scarcity, insecurity. So what about transport costs? What do you think about that as a trader?
Before any business, there is this transportation. So no business that is successful without movement. The price of fuel now, when you come Maiduguri, you buy like 50 liters of fuel down here to Lagos. You know the amount.
Then how do customers react to this price? Do some of them adjust easily? Or some of them say, why did you just increase the price of beans? Why did you just...
Yeah, in Nigeria, we are almost used to all these increment and this. Like as of, let me say 8 months ago, this particular beans was sold for 18,000, and people normally buy it. Like people rush it because they feel like that's the price. But recently now it's 6.5 and people are still buying it. So we Nigerians, we are like it's our this one already. We are used to increment and.
Thank you. So are there challenges you face as a trader when it comes to demand and supply?
Yeah, because before this you need gas money, like income, like
capital.
Capital is needed in every business, and for me now, when I would like to start my own now, I need that capital. So based on the trader I am, I need capital, and because without capital you cannot be able to get anything. Like you need that initial starting.
So are there any time that you have had to reduce the price based on the costs? At any point in time, have you had to reduce the price? For example, maybe you bought this thing 10,000 naira plus the transportation and everything 12,000 naira. You're supposed to maybe sell it for maybe 12,500, and maybe at some point in time you just had to reduce it to maybe 11,500 or just 12,000 on the dot. Are there any time you have done that?
Yes, because sometimes when you were like in a week, like normally you know what you make in a week, you know how much you gain, and like you know how you make your business, and suddenly you are not seeing that kind of money again. And maybe your goods, all these things are perishable foodstuffs.
Yeah.
So you got to do them so that you can be able to recover, even like not just the gain, because that your capital money, that your initial money you used to buy the food, so that you will not be at loss.
Thank you. Talking about perishable food, do you think there are any pests that affect all this perishable food if it is not well taken care of or if it is not well preserved?
Yeah, this especially these beans.
Mm.
These beans, that one is the fastest because within 2 weeks or so, it has that kind of insect. But rice may stop to 2 years based on the production date, like the production date written on the bag. But all these beans, they don't have any expiring. Like they can even expire today, based on how you store them.
Mm. So if you have to give government any advice at this point in time, what advice would you give to them? To traders, what you sell.
We traders, we need them to put in more in agriculture. For me, what I'm selling now, government need to put more in agriculture because all these things are agricultural, like rice, beans, they are all made from the ground, and so they need to put more. And most especially we Nigerians, we need food. Like so when there is all this scarcity, people like even me, I can even go without buying new clothes in a week, but I cannot stay without food in a week.
So the government needs to invest in agriculture.
Yes.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Just before we let you go, you just take us through some of your goods, some of your products. You tell us the price, and we now get to speak to another trader on the program.
Okay. The beans. This one is paint of this. This one is 6,000 naira. This Indomie, 9,500. Spaghetti we are selling here 1,000 naira in dozen price. This one is spaghetti sold for 20k for the carton. The rice, this one is sold for 85k. There are still other ones that are sold for 70, 75 based on what you want and the international local. Okay, the white beans, this one is sold for 6,000 for a paint. And this is the honey beans I told you before. This one is sold for 6,500.
You're still watching Market Today, and right here we are at the Abule Market, located at the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos. And I have with me a trader that would like to speak to us. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on Market Today.
Welcome.
All right, your name and what you sell?
My name is Brother Anthony.
What do you sell?
We sell rice and beans and garri.
All right.
And tomatoes, egg.
Okay. So tell us for the type of rice that you sell. Are there types of rice, the beans that you sell? Are there types of beans? The tomatoes that you sell, are there types of tomato?
Yeah, there are many type of rice, many type of tomatoes are sold.
Yeah.
We have Nigerian rice, we have foreign rice.
Yeah.
Okay.
For tomato, uncle?
We have Sonia tomato, Gino tomato, and the Esiton.
What about beans?
We have beans.
What type of beans?
Like Oloyin beans and the Kwelebe beans.
Yeah.
They call it Wewe.
Yeah.
And the normal brown beans.
Okay, so tell us the usefulness.
And the white one.
Thank you. Tell us the usefulness of the Oloyin beans, the brown beans, the white beans. What do you think makes it different?
Okay, the difference there is the Oloyin is very sweet than others, and many people like it. I think for that one, Oloyin. So the other one is Olotu beans.
Yeah.
That one is for want to do mai or akara. That one is very easy for mai, and that one is rice, well, pass Oloyin beans.
Okay. Okay, so when we talk about Oloyin beans and the Olotu beans, like you mentioned, are there quantity? Like, do you have big Oloyin beans, small Oloyin beans, or they are just the same measure?
No, they are not the same.
Okay.
Then the difference there is the big Oloyin, and the other one called Kwelebe is the small Oloyin.
Okay.
That one is always sweet. Then different, two of them, the big Oloyin always soft when you cook it. Then the small Oloyin, when you cook it, it stay one and very sweet. Yeah.
Okay, so are there specific things that I should watch out to when I want to buy beans? For example, if I want to buy beans to prepare moi, or if I want to buy beans to make just for food. So which would you advise me to do?
All of them is okay for whether my okay food. But the different there, those normal brown beans, they always rise.
Okay.
Quickly when you want to wash it to do my always easier than the Oloyin. Oloyin very hard, small. Yeah, and that brown beans, they very rise. When you use it and do my or akara, that one rise well than the Oloyin.
But you think they all have vitamin and they all have nutritional benefits?
Yes.
Okay. So talk to us about rice, because we've spoken about beans. Now talk to us about rice.
Okay.
I'm talking about foreign rice and then Nigerian rice. Which would you advise people to do? Or what is your audience preference? What's your customer preference? What do you think people select when it comes to buying rice? Do you think some people buy Nigerian rice, some people buy foreign rice? And what do you think they look out to when they want to buy rice?
Okay, the two rice, there are many people like foreign rice, long grain. There are many people like Nigerian rice.
Okay.
Some of Nigerian rice stand one. Don't used to going together. Then the normal foreign one, some of them also join together. Some stay on one.
So tell us about long grain and short grain. What's long grain? What's short grain?
That is the one we cook, very long, small. That is the other short one, agric.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the short one, what's the difference? Is it as if one cooks faster than the other or what?
The long, yes, that one cook faster.
Okay. All right, so tell us, what factor do you think causes price increase? What factor do you think causes price increase when it comes to buying rice, buying beans, or any other commodities in the market?
I mean the bag of...
Yes, the rice. What do you think causes increase? What causes increase?
Okay. So Nigeria, there's too much problem in Nigeria now. So every rice very costly now. Before we selling a bag of rice, 17,000. Now rice are going up to 19,000, 89, 88. The cheapest one we have now is from 18,875.
From what it used to be? What did it used to be before?
Before is 75,000. 75,000, 68, 65.
But now it has
now
increased.
It's increased.
Okay, so tell us about the way you sell all these things. Is it in bucket? Is it in kilo?
Okay.
Is it in kg? So tell us, how do you sell all these
Okay, we
things?
sell by the Rica or paint.
Okay, the Rica or paint. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So you have half paint, half
We
the
have,
Rica.
yes, half paint, one paint, half paint, the Rica, and half the Rica.
So which is higher? Which is lesser?
The
Is it
higher
paint?
one is paint rubber.
Okay.
Paint rubber is 8,000 now.
Okay. Why the half is?
The half is 4,000.
Why the Rica is?
The Rica is 1.5. That is the 1.5, that is 1.2, that is 1.3.
Okay, so how do customers react to all this price? Because you mentioned a lot of factors now, talking about the fact that Nigeria is not safe now. So how do customers react to all this price?
They react because when you tell them price of markets, they shall say, the thing is gone up again. So
And it's not your fault.
it's
Not
not-
only that, it's not the trader's fault.
Yes.
Because a lot of things are being calculated before you come to a reasonable conclusion about what you sell, you know. So how do they react? How do they adjust? Do they adjust at all points in time? Or some of them say, we can't adjust, so we'll just move.
When you tell them the price, some buy, some say they don't want.
Okay, so is there any time that you have to reduce the price of things to be able to suit your customer needs?
Yes, you will reduce.
Like
see, if, as the 1.5 now, the customer come now, say, I tell him 1.5, he say no. How much you say last? I can give her 1.4 or 1.3 if I like.
That will be on your own personal
own
preference.
personal, yes.
So will it be at a profit or a loss at your end?
Yeah, my brother is you manage it. The loss, manage.
Just for the time being.
Yes,
And I think it's a matter of the relationship you have built with the customer over the years. So talk to us about building this relationship. How do you retain your customers for a long time, such that when they want to come back to this market, this Abuli market, they will say, it is your place, we are coming to buy things.
Because I maintain my customers. No, the customer come, you're fighting with your customer or you're quarreling with your customer. No. When your customer come, you respect them, because if you tell them you cannot sell, without your customer you cannot move anything. So then your people. So when they come, you respect them, respect market with them, briefly.
So even when they make you get angry, you refuse to let them.
Yes, I refuse to let them go.
Okay, talk to us about the different brand of seasoning that you have that should be used in food. What are the seasoning that you think, because you mentioned that you sell seasoning.
Yes.
Tell us the seasoning that you have that should be used in food.
I have seasoning of tomatoes for stew or jollof rice.
Okay.
Then I have seasoning for soup also.
So there's difference between soup and stew.
Yes.
Okay, tell us.
The different there, I have the one of I have pepper for stew or soup. I have Maggi for stew or soup.
Okay.
Then
So it means that some Maggi that can be used for soup cannot be used for stew.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the normal no is for soup. The
normal chicken.
No chicken is for stew.
Stew. Normal no for soup. No chicken for stew.
Yes. Then Maggi style I can use it for any other stew or soup.
Okay. Yeah. So what about coloring? When you want to make your food color,
when you want to cook
maybe jollof and you want to
have those Korea and the
Korean time.
time.
Okay. Okay. Korean time, beautiful. Okay, so talk to us about the challenges that you face as a trader. What are the challenges you face as a trader, and what factor do you think will help to mitigate it or curb it?
The challenge you have here is like what I would say before. We are not selling like that again. Like too much challenges.
Yeah.
About market, losing customers, about price of market.
Yeah.
And as the people used to buy before, they no used to buy again like that. We are losing many customers about the condition of market. As they say, no money.
And so, what charge would you give to the government?
I can tell government to help us, to help Nigeria. Let there be peace in Nigeria. We want only peace, unity, one love.
One love.
Yes.
Let there be peace, let there be unity,
and
one love. All right, before we let you go, just take us through like one or two of some of your markets. For example, I'm seeing this. Tell us what this is. Okay.
This is for fried rice.
Okay.
And this for stew.
Okay.
Curry.
Okay. Curry.
Yes.
Okay, why this is?
Spicy tea.
Spicy
Fried rice.
Okay. What about this?
This is desiton.
Okay.
For tomato.
Okay. What about this?
This is butter. King's butter.
King's butter.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just check to. Okay, so I see this.
This is gari. This is half of pints.
Okay. All right. Those are just the price realities happening here at the Abule Market, Lagos, where traders are adjusting their current price to the current economic realities. Well, you're still watching Market Today on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll speak to another trader on what's trending in the Nigerian market. Welcome back to Market Today on Voice of the People Television, and we are still at the Abule Market located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State. And of course, I'll be speaking with a trader right here in the market. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's get to meet you. Your name and what you do.
My name is Oladijola.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm selling market. I'm selling beef.
Okay, selling beef. Let me just start by saying Ekoraji, Ajawa. All right. And so tell us, what kind of beef do you sell? What kind of meat?
I'm selling goat meat, cow meat, ram meat, everything.
Okay. So tell us the difference between goat meat, cow meat, momo, and the likes. What's the difference? Or what are the similarities?
The difference is very because cow meat, goat meat is sweet past cow meat. And not be the same taste. Not be the same taste. The taste is very different.
Yeah. And what about momo?
Momo is inside cow and I see for me.
Okay. So are there any nutritional benefits attached to eating meat and pomo? Are there nutritional benefits? Are there values that you get when you eat them?
Because with meat you have fat. Somebody are there meat. Somebody are there you don't buy beef pomo they want.
Yeah.
Yes. But everybody will, because of small children are buying.
Okay, so tell us the different type of meat, because I know there are body, there are this, there are that. Tell us some meat.
Our body is shakide.
Okay.
And about.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
And liver.
Okay. What about inu ẹran?
Inu ẹran is assorted.
Assorted. Okay.
They call inu ẹran.
Okay. Tell us, what kind of food can you eat with it? Is it any food?
Any food you can eat with rice, semo,
okay.
Eba, amala. Many.
Okay, so how do you think this should be better preserved when somebody buy it and when somebody wants to cook it?
And when you cook it, you can cook it every day.
Okay.
That day you can cook it. Anyone cannot cook it that day, you can cook it inside freezer.
Inside freezer. Okay. Will it not spoil?
No, if you like day, you will not spoil.
Okay. So what are the processes you go through in in doing this? Are there processes of washing? Are there processes of cutting? Are there processes of pruning? What are the processes generally?
No understand that.
Okay, what are the processes generally? For example, when you get meat,
Yes.
so do you have to wash them first? Then do you have to cut them first?
Say before you have to sell it.
Yes, before you sell.
You sell it, you wash it for slaughter before you carry it come.
Okay. Okay, you wash it where? From where?
From slaughter where you
Okay, that's abattoir. Okay. Okay. Okay, so when they now bring it to the market, what will you now do? How do you treat it to ensure that it's properly jam free?
You wash your table before you
Okay. Okay. You wash your table, eh?
And then we put it inside the table. We sell it.
Okay. Okay, so what factors do you think consider or lead to increase in the purchase of meat? What factors?
I think it's very costly.
Things is very costly now, okay.
When you buy this cow 800 now, you buy a 1.5
million.
Yes,
now. Wow.
It's too very expensive.
Okay, so it is the price of cow that affects the amount you sell.
Yes.
Okay, so once the price of cow is being reduced, then the price of what you sell will definitely reduce as well.
I can't reduce because everything they go up everything.
It's true.
No come down.
Okay, so how do customers adjust to all these prices? The customers just say, okay, I came today, it was 1,500. I came tomorrow, it's 2,000. The customers just adjust.
Yeah, before you said don't they say 1,000 now. Means the second is 2,000, 5,000. Before they say 500 before 1,000. Now no 1,000 now from 2,000. Yeah.
So are there times when you have to reduce the quantity, when you have to reduce the price because you want to satisfy a customer?
Everything they go up now.
It's true. Customers too should understand.
Yes, because you need meat, you say 1,000 different, they sell 2,000. Everything. Yeah.
Okay, so what are the factors or the challenges that affect this going up?
Because of transport, fuel.
Fuel.
Because now this cow, maybe in Nigeria have the cow from Niger to Nigeria. It's very.
From Niger.
Cameroon.
Really?
I have
wow.
The cow. Cameroon,
Cameroon, really? Yeah, those cows are not from Nigeria?
Yeah, from Nigeria. See the transport money now, it's too much.
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying these cows are not from Nigeria? They are from Niger.
Nigeria get
his own cow.
From that place, they carry out too much big. That's why the money is cost.
So the supply or the purchase of cow from other countries to Nigeria?
Yes, from Niger, Mali.
Okay, Cameroon.
And because their meat is very nice meat.
Okay. And it takes time.
Yes.
So those countries are naturally countries that produce meat, right?
Yeah, because they are no very meat for Nigeria. They do eat meat very much. That's why they big.
Oh, okay. They don't really make use of the meat like that in their country.
Yeah, but Nigeria they like to eat meat very well. That's
okay.
Why big our country.
Okay. Okay, so from what you said, a lot of countries like Niger, Cameroon, they have meat, they have cow. Mali, they have cow. But the way
you have, but I don't know each their own.
Okay, which is why sometimes we bring from those countries.
Because that they got to know the Nyan Hausa. Yes, that's what they say now. Hausa has the Mali and Cameroon. Fulani, Hausa, they have the different no place.
All right, so if you have to speak to government officials now, what will you tell government to do for you as a trader?
You help us because this money the too expensive too much. Now we are not to have too much gain for so when it's very short, very short. The one I said yesterday, now short take it away. Everything just how person wants to
it's true.
No gain on the marketing.
So what advice would you give to anybody that wants to do a business like this?
This business is very difficult. Because you know how to sell the shop.
Yeah. How long have you been in the business? How long have you been in the business?
Now for 10 years I started to learn the business. Started this business. We are the learner. I used 10 years to learn. So we do freedom.
Oh, you did freedom on this business.
Yes.
All right, so it's a wake-up call to the government to make sure that the price of things are being reduced. And of course, I've also learned a new thing. And I hope you have also learned that majority of other countries aside from Nigeria, like Niger, Cameroon and other countries in the West African region, they produce cow. And of course, Nigeria also produces cow, but these cows that are being produced are being transported to the country. And based on this increase, there is always increase, a slight increase in the price of these commodities. And of course, this meat and other things by the trader. Of course, we'll continue to also monitor these developments closely and provide you with further updates. And that's it on this week's edition of Market Today on Voice of the People Television. Join us next week for another interesting episode of the program as we take you into another market to hear the real voices behind the prices. Until then, stay safe and keep making wise decisions at the market. My name is Matthew Ogunswada, and I'll see you the same time next week. And welcome to Market Today on Voice of the People Television. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and on today's edition of the program, we'll be speaking to traders and buyers at the Abule Market, located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State, to find out the prices of goods and services and how they are adjusting to the current economic realities. Let's go straight into the market. So Voice of the People Television is right here at the Abule Market in Ajawo Estate, Lagos. And I have with me a trader that would like to speak to us on the program Market Today. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get to meet you. What's your name and what do you sell?
My name is Andrew Owuzurike. I sell daily needs for your food, spices, and all that. So
beautiful. So tell us what spices are. Are there specific type of spices?
Okay, so spices are the ingredients you need for preparing your food. Some people prepare soup, you need spices like your pepper, your maggi, crayfish, fish, and all that. So you're preparing either pepper soup or normal soup or swallow and all that.
Alright, so irrespective of any food I want to prepare, I need spices.
Yeah.
Compulsorily.
Yes.
Importantly.
Yeah.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Alright, that's important. So tell us, what factor do you consider in buying all the spices?
Okay, we'll consider what people like mostly, what they use mostly. So there are some spices that are rarely being sought after by people, so we don't buy much of that. But that's that people want and they use on daily basis as what we buy.
Thank you. So are there spices? List some spices that are used on a daily basis that you know that there's no way you want to cook soup or you want to cook food. These spices is very, very important.
Okay, so you need your seasoning cubes.
Okay.
The one you call Maggi, although Maggi is a brand.
Okay.
Okay, so you need pepper, you need crayfish, you need fish, it's oil, and the rest of it.
So tell us the significance of them one by one. What's the essence of the Maggi, the seasoning, Maggi, the oil, and the likes, as it relates to food preparation?
Okay, for your pepper, it helps to give your soup a kind of sensation that prevents people feeling nauseated by the food. When pepper is absent from your food, it gives this kind of nauseating feeling for some persons. It makes you feel like you want to vomit for some people, when pepper is absent. And I think it still has some vitamins that come with it. You have your seasoning cubes, actually bring out the taste of everything you cook. Same as your salt, your crayfish has a kind of spicy taste. Also, it adds to your food, you know, and it's also a source of protein, you know.
So all these are part of the classes of food.
Yes.
All right. So what price do you think contribute to the increase or the decrease of this seasoning?
When it comes to price, what will affect pricing is, you know, cost for the person selling, and part of that, most of the cost in Nigeria now is caused by transport, increase in transportation. You know, some items are not that expensive, but by the time you calculate your transport, bringing it down to where you sell, same as those who brought it down from the north or wherever it's coming from, is always the problem of cost. Majorly now comes from, you know, cost of transportation. It's really affecting many things.
So cost of transportation in what sense? Is it from this specific place where you sell, or transporting it from the manufacturer to the final place where you sell to the consumer?
Both for the suppliers whom we buy from, and for us retailing, the cost of transportation is a constant issue that is affecting pricing. The more the cost of transportation is going up, the more prices go up. Apart from that, many other factors are really constant, but the transportation price
it's very prevalent. I wanted to ask, what are the challenges that you face in terms of demand and supply, and what solution would you prefer? You have mentioned one, which is transportation. So are there other challenges that are revolving around the products or the service that you buy?
Okay, from the customer side, also, you know, the country is becoming difficult. Many people are facing financial challenges. People's purchasing power is reducing. So the kind of sales we used to make, you know, say 2 years back, 3 years back, it's not as it is now. You know, sales are reducing. People are trying to, you know, be more conservative in their spending, you know, culture. So people who have also reduced even the way they eat, you know, because things are becoming difficult, you know.
Spending culture. Tell us about spending culture. What do you think should affect our spending culture or buying culture? As consumers, you as a trader, what affects your spending culture? And what advice do you think you can give to people regards their spending culture?
Really, you know, to be prudent is to meet your needs before your wants. So you meet your needs first before you think of wants. Like, you know, people want things like they're looking for jewelry, people are spending on makeup, spending on other things. You know, but food, clothing, shelter are our basic needs. But if you can meet that, you know, just like I said, many people are even reducing the way they eat. Some people are not even eating 3 times a day because of the situation in the country. You know, financially, people are becoming more conservative.
All right. So, do you think this situation would improve soon, looking at everything that is happening?
Yes, like we have identified the problem. Anybody who is concerned about this country, the situation in this country, knows that once, as a government, can improve on our economy, improve on security, you know, things will actually come back
to normal and to the right shape. So if you have to speak to government officials now, what advice would you give to them, especially as it relates to market traders like you?
Okay, well, let them know that, you know, market traders are affected by all of these issues we are discussing nationally, especially in the area of cost of transportation. It's affecting a lot for, you know, traders. All right, and some items, food items, have also become expensive, more so because the farmers who produce this are reducing in number. Many people are leaving the rural areas where they do this farming and bring these things to the city. They're leaving it and they are coming to the city to look for other means to earn a living. And as we have our farmers reduce in number, also because of insecurity, hearing of farmers being killed in their farms and all that. So it's going to affect, you know, the volume of food being produced and sent to the cities. You know, so we are not really in a food crisis. However, the cost is gradually increasing because even supply is reducing. So that's it.
And you think the government should look into that?
Yes.
All right. That's a charge up and a wake-up call from one of the traders here at the Abuli market, calling on the government to look into the current economic hardship plaguing the country. Of course, we also speak to another trader and get their own perspective on the situation. Thank you so much for joining us on Market today. And of course, I have a trader with me that would like to speak to us. Hello, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much to you.
All right, ma. Let's get to meet you, your name and what you sell.
Mrs. Olushesi.
Yes, ma. So what do you sell, ma?
Bonvita.
Yeah.
Milo.
Yeah.
Sugar. Dangote sugar.
Titus. Yes.
Plastic.
Yeah.
Macaroni. And so.
So Mrs. Olushesi, yeah, she sell all encompassing type of provision. So are there specific brand you sell or you sell all the brand generally?
I just sell it all the brand generally.
Irrespective of the brand, you sell anything that has to be provision, isn't it?
Yes.
So tell us, what are the factors that drive you selling provision? What are the factors that you consider in choosing a specific provision? When you want to go to the market to buy anything, what are the factors that you consider?
Because from my beginning, I like to sell provisions. Also, I sell minerals, Coke, Fanta, Pepsi, all the minerals I sell, and water.
So I know there have been a lot of mineral, a lot of Coke, a lot of water from the beginning till now. Tell us what has changed so far. For example, you have Coca-Cola before. The size of Coca-Cola before is different from the size now. Tell us what has changed generally.
Since before, minerals is okay, but now it did different
sizes, I mean. So they are bigger.
Small day, big day, bottle day.
So and they are also plastics too, I mean.
Yes.
But you generally, which do you sell, bottle or plastic?
Bottle I sell fast.
Okay, bottle sells faster.
Yes.
Okay, so why do you think people buy bottles? Is it because of events? Is it because of ceremony?
No, not because of ceremony, because that one is shipped down. Plastic.
All right, so how much is those? If I want to buy like sugar, if I want to buy, how much do you sell them, ma? If I want to buy like sugar, if I want to buy...
Dangote 600, 1225.
Okay, based on their sizes, I mean.
Yeah, based on size.
Okay, so what about toiletry? Because I see you also.
Toiletry, yes, I sell toiletry. Toiletry is 12.
Okay. So the same price of toiletry, the same price of sugar and other things this week, is it the same price that we'll get them next week?
No, everything they change.
Every week, I mean.
Yes.
So what are the factors that you think causes this change or the prices to be changing?
Nobody knows. I don't know. Because if you buy something, 5,000 now, if you go market, maybe 5,500, you will get it.
And you also have to remove your profit and your
yes.
So are there any specific yardstick that you use to measure your profit? Are there things that you use to measure your profit? Because like you mentioned, if you go to the market this week, you get it 5,000, and if you go next week, you get it for another price. So are there anything you use to measure and say, okay, for my customer, I will not make it too expensive for them to buy?
I see it. If I still get the one cheap, I dey sell it for her. But if I go buy the ones high, now I go sell for customer.
So there are times that there are a lot of price increase and price decrease. Tell us, what do you think cause sometimes the price of things increase and then sometimes it reduces? What do you think cause it? Do you think it's just general?
Not general. Everywhere you go is general. So that market is too dull now. No market at all. Every market is day safe. I no get time to sit down with you to talk. Because people go rush. See the person who's come by market.
So the amount you get something this week is going to be different from next week?
For next week, yes.
So has it been like that in time memorial? Because you
no be like that before. At least before market change, before it change, at least 6 months before it change. But now, every day they change. Every day. If we buy market now, today, tomorrow, another price.
And do you think this factor is maybe because of the petrol or because of the inflation?
Because of petrol. Because if I go Lagos, go buy market, the price it go carry me come.
Transportation affects.
You affect market, gidi. You affect market.
So, okay, go ahead.
All the thing I buy.
Customers reacting to this. Customers even understand that you go to market.
Even people no think say I go market, go buy something, put money to.
So in terms of supply, in terms of demand and supply, are there any challenges? For example, maybe you go to buy sugar this week. The amount you get it is different. In terms of supply from the manufacturer itself, are there any challenges at all? Or they manufacture smoothly?
That one. Now distributor can of that one. I'm not distributor.
So you as a retailer,
I'm relator.
You as a retailer, you don't have any challenge in terms of that.
That's all.
Okay, I just want to ask you, if you could speak to the government, what will you tell them to do, especially knowing fully well that you sell some of these things?
Just that the chair go talk to her, just to help body. Because all the people no get money, they suffer. They suffer. I beg you, I no get money, I no get anything, but I go give her every day. But I go think, sir, as somebody comes in, please help me. You help her. Because if you get money, come and meet you. It's too much.
The hardship is too much, and so you are calling on the
It's too
government.
much. It's too much. Make it, government, make it help us. Make it help people. People they suffer. People they suffer. But God will help us.
Amen.
And government.
Thank you so much. So what would be your final word for anyone that wants to embark into a market like this? What will you tell them to do? Anyone that wants to sell provision, anyone that wants to sell things like this, what advice would you tell them to do?
Just, I go advise them. Before you buy something, go ask before you sell it. Because people that one plenty.
So proper budget.
Before 6 months, you go say, I know see all my money I dey use it to go and buy another one. And cost that.
All right, so it's a wake-up call to the government to look into the current economic hardship plaguing the country, as well as address issues relating to inflation, relating to petrol and fuel subsidy and other things. That's what Ms. Olushesi is also giving. She's also advising that for anyone that wants to go into the business of provision or trading, buying and selling generally, anyone going into the business should make sure that there is proper budget allocation. Of course, you're still watching the program Market Today on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll give you more updates and speak to another trader or buyer. Please stay with us. Welcome back to the program. It's still Market Today on Voice of the People Television, and we are still here at the Abule Market, located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State. And I have me a trader that would like to speak to me. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. All right. Your name and what you sell, sir?
Well, I'm Mr. Ijoma Jonas. You can see we sell a variety. Not one item now. You can sell both plastic and provisions, beverages and plastics.
Yeah, beautiful. So tell us, how has market been this week?
Oh, we always hope on God. We trust God. We believe that naturally it's going to be nice.
All right, so you told us you sell provision. Can you tell us how much those provision, what's the price range of those provision, and maybe the plastics or one of the things you sell?
Well, it depends on the provision you're talking of. You know, just like a plastic or provision, they are not one price.
Yeah.
Each of them have its own price. So it depends on what, like if you're talking of Indomie, Indomie you have some cartons that are 13,000, some are 10,000, some are 16,000.
Yeah.
Depends on the variety, the type of the provision. And they talk of the egg as well. The plate of egg is around 5,800 or 6,000 naira.
So what about plastic plates?
Oh, they have the ones of 1,000 a plate, the sets of some 5,000, some just like the plastic buckets there. Some of them are 3,500, some of them are 4,000, depending on the size and the make. Because the maker, you know, most of these things depends on the, like you have the OK plastic, you have set plastic. All these ones, their prices varies.
So tell us the use of the UK and the other type of plastic.
They all the same thing, but it depends. Just like when you're talking of Milo and Ovaltine, they all just having the same thing. Depends on the individual and whatever.
Yes. So what factor do you think individuals should consider? What are the factors that you consider in order to sell brands? Because you mentioned that there are different brands
Yeah.
of what you sell.
Yeah.
So what do you think, or what do you think drive you?
Durability.
Mm.
That's what drives choice.
Durability drives choice.
Choice, yes. If a particular product lasts long and, you know, there is tendency people driving towards that, irrespective of the price, because they still, because what you get what you want, you derive here. You cannot spend money and after a few days you start talking on that in the store. So every time what the market force, the price differences depends on the durability.
All right, so I wanted to ask, what price or what factor do you think drive the price or the increase of all these goods and commodities? What factors do you think contribute to the drive?
Oh, it's a natural thing in the nation today. It's a natural thing. So the government is the policies, government policies are the principal factor that is driving all these things. Because now when you talk of, you see the local man now producing a potato or something or something, you don't do, but there's no subsidy for potato. But the man selling potato will go to buy something that has subsidy. This has been increased. So it's from that tomato he sells or she sells that she have to get the other item. So it definitely, the hack of one price has, just like market is just like a chain.
Tell us the chain in that market.
The chain is that, just like you manage a civil servant now, you will not eat your raw cash. You will not chew the cash. You go to the market to buy. And thereby you are moving into the market and putting in your sweat, your pay into the market. And the man, this young man that is hawking this thing now, he's also, it goes like this. So just like life.
Yeah. So tell us, how do you think customers react to all these prices?
Oh, there is one thing about reaction. At any increase in any commodity, there is tendency people will draw back from getting it. But when they are used to it, when they have no alternative, there's certain things that you don't have alternative. And when you don't have alternative, you have no choice.
Yeah.
You have to go for it.
So a lot of customers, because they don't have alternative, they just have to dance to the tune of the buyer. Is that what you're saying? Or you think that a lot of things needs to be adjusted from the manufacturer to the government policy and a lot of things?
The man manufacturing is still complaining of electricity. That's why I say it's just like chain. When the manufacturer, you manufacture whatever you're producing or you sell for a profit. But when you are selling, what the cost of your production is far above what you are selling. So definitely you have to hike the price. And then when you hike the price, the person buying from the retailer again have to, because you are no more buying the old price. You have to add money to recover your money. Because it's the same, from that product you make your own living. Pay your children's school fees, you pay your rent, you do everything, but you pay the government tax and so on and so forth. So you have to hack your own price to make sure that you meet up.
All right, so I want to tell you, what call would you give to the government? What call to action would you give to the government at this point in time?
Well, the issue,
as relating to what you sell and beyond.
See, the government, I don't know, if I don't want to sound somehow to the government so that I will not be arrested tomorrow. But I believe they are so deaf to the cry of the masses. So I don't know the what I would tell them now that would make them to hear. But already they know that the masses are suffering. People are dying. People are suffering. So their policies, they should relax their policies. Look at taxation they're doing this time. Look at the taxation. In everything you pay, common POS or whatever, you send money to someone and they collect VAT from it. Everything collecting VAT and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, they are not investing the VAT. Like when they told us that removing the oil subsidy. And people came, those of us that knew the meaning of it, were happy that they be using this subsidy to drain the economy of the nation. But we thought that this thing will come back to us. The saved money will come to the society. But it's unfortunate. We are not seeing any, from what we are seeing, there's no effect of it. So telling government or no government, I think they know it.
Okay, tell us, are there any challenges you face as a trader?
As a trader, a lot of challenges now. A lot of challenges. When there is no money, now what are you doing? The high cost of goods. The goods are if you can stock your market with say like a shop like with 1 million before, Now you can't stock that same shop with the same item with 5 million. So definitely it's a problem. So it demands, you have high demand of money, demands more money. So, and the money is not forthcoming because a lot of expenses, the children have to go to school, have to do this and do that. And so before that, you see that it's really affecting the market affecting the trading. So it's,
I think this situation will improve soon.
as a child of God, I believe,
Mm.
because it's in the hands of God. God, if God decides tomorrow, anything can happen. So optimistic that something will happen. Can't be just a negative. No. What I believe, by special grace of God, one day, with constant prayers and so on and so forth, I believe things will change.
And it will definitely change. So a lot of traders right here in this market are optimistic that there will be some sort of improvement in the coming days and in the coming years to come. And that's it on this week's edition of Market Today on Voice of People Television. A lot of traders are calling on the government to look into the current issue of price fluctuation and also reduce the current economic hardship, the cost of transportation, fuel subsidy, in order to make the price easy for both the Nigerian traders and the consumers. Until we come your way next time, continue to stay safe and shop smarter. My name is Matthew Ogunswada. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpet.